Chapter 659. Li Qingshan killed a few people to his heart's content. He had also made preparations, holding the prayer beads the unraging monk had bestowed him. Si Qing might not necessarily be able to accept this. If he really did come to kill him regardless of the consequences, then he would have no other choice. All he could do was use the Chan monastery of Devanaga as a shield. Presumably, Si Qing would have some qualms. But a while later, nothing happened. Li Qingshan was taken aback. This Si Qing sure is shrewd. He can even put up with something like this. Si Qing was taken aback too before becoming furious. As it turned out, a layer of pitch black had dyed the bottom of the dragon arena before he knew it, and it was constantly spreading. It actually wanted to usurp his control over the dragon arena right in front of him. For a moment, he could no longer care about Li Qingshan. He hurriedly circulated his powers to contend against the darkness and bellowed out furiously, "Who's so bold?" However, the darkness was completely fearless. It only infiltrated the dragon arena blindly. After preparing for the past few days, he's finally taken action. Gu Yenying thought. All she did was stand to one side and watch on. Jiazhen and Yi Dan were unable to provide any assistance in a battle like this. The Golden Core cultivators had no idea what had happened, but when they saw how frantic Si Qing was, they all took pleasure in his misfortune. Li Qingshan had no idea that something like this had happened outside. Since Si Qing did not take action, he continued with his slaughter. His soul sense had already locked onto the 3 fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators. He leapt up and pursued them. The scene before his eyes flashed, and he had already transmigrated to another battlefield. However, he could no longer see the original appearance of this battlefield. Spiritual light flickered and magic techniques crisscrossed, destroying the original landscape into a mess. Close to 1,000 cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle within a radius of several tens of kilometers, and all of them had bloodshot expressions. Murderousness and battle intent constantly rose up, merging with the dragon arena. The redness in the sky deepened. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. This Si Qing sure was deranged. Just what was he planning? He was about to hunt down Si Qing's lackeys that had fled. He looked around, but he saw a few familiar people. Hua Sengzan and Wei Yangsheng led over a dozen Qi practitioners, falling into a formation with great difficulty. He was besieged by a group of cultivators and was on the verge of collapsing. Hua Chengzan gritted his teeth and constantly mobilized his spiritual qi, but he still managed to remain conscious. However, his handsome face was slightly twisted, and the qi warriors around him seemed to have gone mad. His first move was a suicidal move. What's going on? Am I going to die here today? No matter how smart Hua Sengzan was, there was no way he could figure out Si Qing's plan. Even if he could figure it out, there was no way he could deal with it. The weak were always helpless when facing the strong. Boom! A giant man wearing heavy armor fell from the sky. A few of the Qi practitioners were too slow to react and were sent flying away by the shockwave. Their bones cracked and it was obvious that they would not be able to survive. The muscles on the huge man's body bulged. Demonic Qi was dense, and his scarlet eyes turned. A ferocious and fierce aura was even more frightening. Hua Sengzan only needed one look to know that he would not be his match even if he had rested and rested, let alone now that he was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the huge man disappeared. A red whirlwind circled around Hua Sengzan and the others, then stopped in front of Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan looked around. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and dozens of Qi practitioners were all sent flying. Their fatal spots all had a sharp sword wound. Li Qingshan did not even use the traitorous demon sword's special ability to kill these people. He only relied on the sharpness of the sword qi to easily kill them. After a fierce battle, the sword qi he had cultivated still had 30% of it left, but it was getting easier to control. Monster! Cries of shock rang out. Faced with such a ferocious might, even the Qi practitioners who had been infected by the murderous aura and whose eyes had turned red all retreated in fear. Wei Yangsheng clenched his teeth and stabbed at the monster with his 3-foot-long sword, but he knew that his life would most likely end here. It's me. Where are the others? Li Qingshan casually grabbed his sword and opened the visor on his face. Hua Sengzan was stunned. Although the face was much more ferocious and rough, he could vaguely make out that it was Li Qingshan's appearance. He couldn't help but cry out, "Qingshan." Hua Sengzan gave a slight explanation. Li Qingshan knew that as it turned out, Hua Sengzan and the others had gathered in a battlefield according to the original plan. The leader of the school of Yinyang, Ma Bai, had divined that this trip would be very dangerous, so the group of them stayed put and protected themselves. They did not plan on competing with others. However, the development of the matter exceeded everyone's expectations. Si Qing's lackeys failed to ambush Li Qingshan, so they carried out other missions first, unleashing a massacre in the various battlefields. When they worked together, there was not a single sect or academy that could stop them. They immediately lost many people. As time went on, the number of people in the Dragon Arena rapidly decreased, but the killing intent constantly surged. Every time they teleported, they would gather all the people in the battlefield together. Almost immediately, a chaotic battle would break out. Now, they were all scattered, and there were chaotic battles everywhere. It wouldn't even take 10 days. In another 1 or 2 days, most of the cultivators would die. The only fortunate thing was that Si Qing's lackeys had suddenly vanished at the same time, as if they had been teleported away. However, no one knew when they would suddenly appear, which was unsettling. "Don't worry. I've killed them all. Only 3 managed to escape. I'm about to continue hunting them down. Since that's the case, come with me." "I'll go gather everyone first," said Li Qingshan. In the beginning, he had never expected the matter to develop like this. He had thought Si Qing was only looking for an excuse to kill him, but as it seemed now, it was not that simple. He could not help but worry about the safety of Ru Xian, Chu Danqing, and the others. For the time being, he could no longer care about the 3 stray dogs. It was not like they could escape anywhere in the Dragon Arena. If he waited for a day or 2, there would only be 1 battlefield left. It would be even more convenient for him to kill them. "What? You killed them all?" Wei Yongxing was surprised. Everyone had witnessed the group's strength. It was basically overwhelming. In reality, when Li Qingshan did not rendezvous with them in the beginning, they all thought he had been killed. They had even worried for him. Hua Sengzan looked at Li Qingshan's appearance and secretly guessed, this is probably his hidden strength. Why does it seem like the legendary demonification? However, he also knew now was not the time to talk about this. "Qingshan, have you seen Chenglu?" "Don't worry. She's very well. She's already broken through to Foundation establishment now. There's something strange about this Dragon Arena. Is there any way to make these people calm down?" As they spoke, a few other Qi practitioners that were close to madness charged over recklessly, but they were all cut down by Li Qingshan in a single stroke. Although he had no idea what Si Qing was trying to do, Li Qingshan insisted on doing the opposite. "You want them to kill one another, but I want them to coexist peacefully." Hua Sengzan exclaimed, "But Chenglu's only at the 8th layer. You'll understand once you see her." Wei Yongxing said, "If junior brother Mind Enlightenment recites the universal kindness mantra, or if junior sister Qinxin plays the song of calming the heart, it might be effective." "Where are they?" "They've all been scattered. It's useless to keep talking." Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and kicked up a whirlwind before him. His chest swelled up high, and he let out an earth-shaking bellow. It was like a clap of thunder descending from the sky. The sound waves surged and echoed in the surroundings. The Foundation establishment cultivators were fine, but the Qi practitioners felt their eardrums shake viciously. Their heads ached slightly, and their minds that had been enveloped by killing intent cleared up a little. Although Li Qingshan didn't know what the Buddhist lion's roar was, he cultivated the demon suppression statuary. His voice contained the power of demon suppression, subduing the demonic nature in everyone's hearts. However, this roar alone was clearly far from enough. In the distance, the cultivators were still fighting endlessly. Li Qingshan flew up and threw out the demon raining hoop. It turned from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, trapping the Qi practitioners who were fighting the fiercest. The demon suppression chain whizzed out, binding a few Foundation establishment cultivators who were in a frenzy of killing. However, he only subdued them, not killed them, and brought them up into the sky. Stop fighting. I'll kill anyone who dares to fight. Goddamn it, you're still fighting? Watch out! Li Qingshan naturally wouldn't prepare any hidden weapons. Thus, he pointed his finger, and the demon's suppression chain suddenly flung out the Qi practitioner it had bound. Amidst screams, it struck another Qi practitioner and turned him into a pile of meat paste. For a moment, the shrill screams of humans before their deaths and the whistling sounds of hidden weapons pierced through the air, resounding through the sky. Using this method, Li Qingshan killed over a dozen people consecutively and finally stabilized the situation. Under the influence of the Dragon Arena, basically everyone's killing intent surged, but under the threat of certain death, their minds slowly cooled down. They all raised their heads and gazed at the sky. I'm Li Qingshan. Si Qing has set up a trap for us to kill one another. Don't fall for it, you bunch of idiots. Don't throw your puny lives away here for nothing. The Dragon Arena can affect people's minds. Everyone, sit down and meditate immediately and compose yourselves. I'll count down from 3. If there's anyone left standing, I'll kill them. Li Qingshan counted down from 3. There was not a single cultivator left standing, so he nodded in satisfaction. He placed the cultivators under his control on the ground as well. Although the Foundation establishment cultivators' expressions were very ugly, they still clasped their hands towards Li Qingshan reluctantly. The Qi practitioners who had not been tossed out as large hidden weapons scrambled about, tempted to just lie on the ground. However, Hua Sengzan noticed that most of the people Li Qingshan had tossed out were in the uniform of Si Qing's subordinates. However, it was very clear that Li Qingshan did not feel any guilt over killing a few innocent people. If they angered him, let alone a few, he would even kill all of the cultivators below. I still have to go to other battlefields. You stay here and watch over them. You're not allowed to kill one another. If I return and see that you're still fighting, I'll capture you all and drain your blood one by one first. This competition will only end in a few days, so no one can escape. Li Qingshan gathered all the Foundation establishment cultivators present and threatened them without holding back. Their mental fortitude and cultivation far surpassed Qi practitioners. Once they calmed down, they would be less affected, allowing them to suppress the Qi practitioners. Whether they came from Sex or the Academy, the Foundation establishment cultivators all said, "We wouldn't dare." Under Li Qingshan's intense gaze, none of them doubted that as long as they showed the slightest intention of resisting, he would definitely swing his sword down. All right then. I'll go find the others. Chapter 660. Li Qingshan moved on to the other battlefields. First, he bellowed out to attract attention, then he killed people to establish his might. In the end, he gave a speech and gathered all the Foundation establishment cultivators to maintain order. With experience, he did this even more smoothly. This was obviously based on absolute strength. He was a peak Foundation establishment cultivator in the first place. Combined with the demonification of his demon heart and a powerful weapon like the traitorous demon sword, he could even put up a fight against regular early Golden Core cultivators. None of the Foundation establishment cultivators stood a chance against him. Apart from strength, the power of demon suppression from the demon suppression statuary was crucial too. No matter how crazy and bloodthirsty a cultivator was, they would basically recover their rationality very quickly as long as they were bound by the chains of demon suppression. Wherever Li Qingshan went, the battle would immediately end. Afterwards, he gathered everyone together. The cultivators from the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture all gathered around him. Most of the people who died in battle were Qi practitioners. Most of the Foundation establishment cultivators managed to keep their lives. Ru Xian and Chu Danqing were obviously fine, which made him stop worrying. Afterwards, he got the Buddhist monks to gather together and chant Buddhist scriptures together, while the disciples of the School of Music played the zither together. Afterwards, he got the cultivators of the various schools and sects to use various techniques that could calm their minds and fend off the influence of the Dragon Arena. Finally, he got the situation under control. The surging murderousness and surging battle intent gradually settled down. Si Qing was currently clashing with the mysterious shadow. He saw everything that had happened and could not help but panic inside. He was tempted to cut Li Qingshan to pieces, but he could not divert his attention at all right now. Li Qingshan was extremely powerful, and he possessed a heavy power of death that ate away at his life force. There had never been a lot of people who could fight him in the Green Province, so he had already guessed his origins. Even the Demon Crown Prince of the Green Province cares about my useless battlefields? Si Qing, do you really think I don't know how the Azura field is refined? Mo Yu did not hide his identity either. He had been investigating who had killed his subordinates and stolen the Three Absolutes calligraphy in the Rui Commandery the entire time. This was nothing difficult for him. Even though there were no clues left behind, he could still track down the culprit through the aura of death. However, the outcome was unexpected, so he was forced to investigate slowly. Later, when he saw Si Qing fighting with a group of golden core cultivators, he vaguely guessed his plan. Si Qing's countenance changed. I'm a prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will punish you for stealing my things? Mo Yu said, you used so many cultivators as sacrifices. Aren't you afraid of the imperial court punishing you? Both of them had noble statuses, and they were well aware of the so-called laws and regulations. It was the strong who wanted to restrict the weak. Only those who had no background or backing would have misgivings. If Si Qing could refine the Azura field without fear, then Mou could plunder it without fear. Would the Great Xia dynasty start a war with the Dragon King of the Sea over such a small matter? Once these two aspects offset each other, they would still have to rely on their own methods. Mou was fully aware of the value of the Azura field. In the past, he might not have tried to snatch it. But now, he really wanted to kill a monster. Give this Azura field to me. I'll return it to you after I kill North Moon. How could Si Qing believe him? He sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you let go right now, I guarantee I'll definitely kill North Moon. Mou said nothing more. Although Si Qing was the master of the Dragon Arena, he had also made several days of preparations. He had infiltrated the core of the Dragon Arena after so much difficulty, so how could he just let go? It was not like he was afraid of Jiazhen, Yidan, and the others surrounding him. Once he succeeded, he would immediately unleash his innate ability. Who could stop him? With the Dragon Arena as a medium, the two powers constantly tugged at each other. Si Qing's power was brutal, but Mou's power of death was like a parasite, firmly attached to the Dragon Arena. It was difficult to determine who was stronger for a moment. Although the battles in the Dragon Arena had stopped, their killing intent and battle intent grew stronger and stronger, constantly pouring into the Dragon Arena and converting it into an Azura field. Snow drifted through the air. A while later, the ground was covered in a layer of snow, covering all the blood and corpses. Several thousand cultivators sat on the snowy ground without moving at all, allowing the snowflakes to fall on them. Logically speaking, every single Qi practitioner was impervious to heat and cold, but the snowflakes contained the power of ice. Some of the weaker Qi practitioners could not help but shiver slightly, but their minds became calmer and calmer. As they listened to the chanting and recalled what they had gone through in the past few days, they shivered even though it was not cold. Countless cultivators had been killed. Many of them were their seniors, juniors, disciples, or even lovers. If it were not for Li Qingshan's appearance, probably most of the people here would have suffered the same fate. They felt both gratitude and admiration towards him, as well as a deep sense of fear. However, they felt deep hatred towards Si Qing, whether it be the cultivators of sects or the 100 academies. As a prince, can you not treat us as people, making us kill one another like goo insects just to satisfy your perverted interests? Their hatred burned like fire. Their killing intent that had been pacified after so much difficulty boiled up once more. From time to time, Qi practitioners would leap up from the snowy ground with bloodshot eyes and swing their weapons. Only slaughter could pacify their fury. But immediately, another pitch-black chain shot out, entangling these people and pulling them into the pitch-black demon suppression tower. Everyone couldn't help but look at the tower-like figure standing in front of the demon suppression tower, their hearts trembling. Everyone had witnessed how Li Qingshan killed people. He did not hold back at all, cutting them down like he was chopping vegetables. "Commanderly, my disciple, will be fine, right?" An old cultivator watched as his disciple entered the demon suppression tower and asked in worry. Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, he won't die." The demon suppression tower could isolate the influence of the dragon arena in the first place, and it could suppress demonic nature as well. With the mental fortitude of these Qi practitioners, they were basically suppressed immediately. With the situation under control, Li Qingshan did not want to kill recklessly either. "That's good then." The cultivator stopped worrying and bowed deeply before retreating back into the group. "Qingshan, it's all thanks to you this time, or we'd all be in danger." I didn't think it would be so dangerous this time." At the end of the day, Lu Chongqing was afraid to reprimand Si Qing. The others were no different, but they struggled to hide the anger and dissatisfaction on their faces. "That bastard Si Qing wants us dead. I'll go to the final battlefield immediately and cut off the last of his claws and teeth." Li Qingshan visited 4 battlefields, but he failed to find the 3 people who had fled. Only a battlefield filled with a forest of stone remained. Because it was an innate formation, he chose to stabilize the situation first before freeing up his hands to hunt them down. Lu Chongqing sighed. "I wonder what benefits he'll get from doing this." Si Qing wants to refine the dragon arena into an Azura field. Han Tie said coldly. As a descendant of the school of the military from an aristocratic clan, he had vaguely heard that dragon arenas could be refined into Azura fields. He was not too sure about the exact method, but after what he had gone through, how could he not understand? After Han Tie explained, everyone came to a realization, and their hatred towards Si Qing deepened. Several thousand lives were the foundation of the cultivation community of the entire Rui Commandery. They were actually used as sacrifices by him. Li Qingshan was even more determined to not let him succeed. It was obvious that after Si Qing refined the Azura field's strength had increased tremendously. He was the first to be dealt with. "Qingshan, are you all right after this transformation?" Hua Sengzan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. His eyes were filled with worry. Hua Sengzan knew about Li Qingshan's secret. Looking at his demonic appearance, he thought that it was a demon's trick. He was afraid that Li Qingshan would reveal the heavenly secret. Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry. This is an orthodox Buddhist cultivation technique." If Li Qingshan had said that this was a demonic art, Hua Sengzan would have believed him somewhat. But with such a dense demonic aura, how could it be related to Buddhism? He forced a smile and asked, "I don't see Chunlu anywhere. Has she fallen into the formation too? What am I supposed to do then? Aren't I here?" Li Qingshan pointed into the distance with a smile. A figure flew over from the horizon, flickering with golden light. As it turned out, it was a beautiful woman. Her bearing was extraordinary, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Big Brotherly." Hua Chunlu arrived before Li Qingshan and raised her head in surprise. She had never seen Li Qingshan like this before. After Li Qingshan had left, she had finished gathering the sun nectar. The nectar was extremely valuable to her as she practiced the method of springtime bloom, so she was covered in golden pollen too. Chenglu. However, Hua Chunlu's surprise was nowhere near as great as Hua Sengzan or the people who knew her. When she entered the dragon arena, she was clearly just a Qi practitioner. She was still nowhere close to the 10th layer, so how did she become a foundation establishment cultivator in the blink of an eye? And looking at her aura, she was already close to breaking through to mid-foundation establishment. Although there were plenty of fortuitous encounters in the cultivation world, a fortuitous encounter that could allow someone to reach such a level in just a few days was unheard of. Li Qingshan sniggered. "What, you don't recognize me anymore? That's fantastic." Hua Chunlu was overjoyed. After Li Qingshan's disappearance, she had always been worried. Now that she saw that he was safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. After the wisdom imbuement, she understood the feelings in her heart, but she also understood even more that they probably would not end up together. However, now that they met again, her emotions surged, and she actually struggled to control herself. Even though his demonified appearance seemed extremely hideous and vicious in the eyes of others, in her eyes, even someone as handsome as Hua Sengzan paled in comparison. Whether he was handsome or ugly, no one could replace his existence. With how clever of a person Hua Sengzan was, he immediately noticed that something was wrong with Hua Chenglu's expression. He was secretly surprised and asked, "Chenglu, how did you reach foundation establishment successfully?" This was also the question that everyone wanted to ask. Under everyone's gazes, Hua Chenglu remained calm. Just the change in her bearing was shocking enough. However, they heard her say, "It's a long story. It's all thanks to Big Brotherly." With that, everyone's gazes gathered on Li Qingshan. They felt like he was becoming more and more unfathomable. Li Qingshan said, "This is your own fortuitous encounter. I just happened to be there." Suddenly, he heard Ru Xian's mocking voice. "Congratulations, fellow Li. You've captured the heart of a beauty again." Li Qingshan glanced at her with a smile. "I once whipped a famous horse in my drunken stupor, afraid that I would harm a beauty. Are you perhaps jealous, fellow Ru Xian?" Ru Xian said, "Once this is over, I have a request." It was extremely rare for Li Qingshan to see her so stern, and he could vaguely sense that she seemed to have changed, but he was unable to put his finger on it. As a result, he said, "Is there a need for a request between the two of us? Even if you want the stars and moon in the sky, I can give them to you one day." Plucking the stars and moon was his ambition. Ru Xian fell silent for a while. "Don't try to coax me with big words. I'll never fall for a kid like you. Haha, you've even seen through that." Chapter 661. In the maze of jagged rocks, a huge figure suddenly appeared. He was wearing scarlet heavy armor and holding an oddly shaped longsword. He was observing his surroundings. It was Li Qingshan. At the center of the stone forest were 3 foundation building cultivators and several dozen qi practitioners. They were all disciples and subordinates of Si Qing, Jiazhen, and Yidan. As Li Qingshan carried out the general trend and pacified the conflicts in several arenas, these people were forced to come here. "He's here, I can feel his aura. Don't be afraid. We'll operate the spell formation here. He definitely won't be able to come over." That being said, everyone's faces were filled with terror. It was as if it wasn't a person, but a monster that was about to rush over and tear them to shreds. In this labyrinth, directions were reversed and chaotic. No matter how strong a person's sense of direction was, they would not be able to find their bearings. Although there was a sun hanging above their heads, it was most likely an illusion and deception. To Li Qingshan, finding someone in such a place was even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. He arrived in front of a strange rock, raised the traitorous demon sword, and slashed down. He did not know anything about yin and yang, the 5 elements, or the 8 trigrams, so he might as well use brute force to break through. With a clang, the traitorous demon sword bounced off the strange rock, not even leaving behind a mark. This maze of several dozen kilometers was a single entity. Even with the sharpness of the traitorous demon sword, it would not be easy to break through. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. He raised the traitorous demon sword with his right hand and stroked the blade with his left. The traitorous demon sword let out a slight hum as his evil eye stared straight at the strange rock. With a single slash, the strange stone was split in half. Li Qingshan's brows were still furrowed, and the surrounding environment twisted and changed, but the maze was still there. As for the demon heart that served as the eyes, it was only half its original size. This battle had consumed a lot of energy. Each battleground had a radius of several dozen kilometers, and there were probably tens of thousands of these strange stones. If he were to chop them down one by one, he believed that he would eventually be able to destroy the operation of the magic formation. However, how long would he have to chop them down? Not only that, it would definitely waste a lot of time and energy, and he would also have to exhaust the demonic energy of a demon heart. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked a few people from the school of Yin-Yang to help me break this formation. Li Qingshan pondered, but he also understood that this was just a thought. Although he appeared to be a hero who had saved everyone, he was also a fanatic who had formed a deadly feud with Si Qing. There were probably not many people who would be willing to be associated with him and stand up against Si Qing. Even if he couldn't refuse to help him, he still felt very uneasy. He thought about how Lu Chongqing and the others were almost killed, but they dared not say anything. This was the helplessness of the weak. Li Qingshan couldn't be bothered to force them. After all, this was his battle. The spirit turtle has the ability to divine fortune. I might as well give it a try and see if I can break this formation. Li Qingshan thought of something, and the figure of the spirit turtle in his sea of consciousness suddenly began to move. The profound inscriptions on his back crisscrossed, each shining with a wondrous, ripple-like light that merged together in a profound manner. In the end, it formed a huge ripple, spreading out in all directions with Li Qingshan as the center. The ripple was invisible. It was not light, nor was it soul sense. Instead, it contained the profound laws of the world. Just as Li Qingshan felt rather confused, specks of light suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. They were the illusory arrangement of the maze formation. If it were someone who understood formations, they could calculate the crucial points of the entire formation, the laws of operation, and so on from the illusory image alone. It was like a traveler who had obtained a map. No matter where they wanted to go, it would be extremely easy. However, Li Qingshan was still confused. I don't understand it at all. As a result, he continued to power the spirit turtle, and the profound inscriptions on the spirit turtle's profound shell began to revolve once more. Li Qingshan became rather absent-minded. He nodded from time to time and muttered to himself, "Oh, I see. I get it now." A while later, he opened his eyes again. His face was already filled with a smile, and he strode forward confidently, making his way into the depths of the maze. His footsteps moved left and right at times, advancing and retreating at times. He did not hesitate at all, but he approached the center of the maze firmly. He did not take a single unnecessary step. In the center of the maze, there was a flurry of panic. "Oh no, he's approaching." "Don't panic. He's probably just running around in the maze. He won't be able to reach here through luck." "No, he's approaching very quickly. He's basically walking over in a straight line. He's already seen through the formation. We need to move quickly." Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Before long, Li Qingshan arrived. He smiled. "You sure run away quickly." Just now, he had borrowed the power of the spirit turtle to deduce the laws of operation of the entire formation, clearing away all the obstacles. This was unbelievable to regular cultivators, but it was nothing difficult for the spirit turtle that stood on equal footing with gods. The spirit turtle was born with the appearance of gods and ghosts. Above it was the heavens, below it was the earth, and on its back were the hills and mountains. The profound inscriptions crisscrossed to form columns, and the 5 lights shone brightly, corresponding to the 4 seasons. It knew when to advance and when to retreat, knew good or bad, and believed without words. Spirit turtles did not learn any formation divination. All formation divination was not an acquired invention. Instead, it was just an imitation of nature. The existence of the spirit turtle itself was compatible with nature. It was born with knowledge. This was also thanks to the fruit of wisdom from the banyan tree king. Although it could not allow a person's cultivation to skyrocket and make them extremely intelligent, it could influence various aspects unknowingly. It allowed Li Qingshan to gain a deeper understanding of the power of the spirit turtle. In the center of the maze was a small, empty space. An extremely large, strange rock stood in the middle, flowing with light. Li Qingshan knew that the strange rock was the core of the formation. As long as he destroyed it, the entire formation would lose its effects and turn into a regular stone forest. Destroying such a large, tough rock was clearly not an easy task. However, was there a need to destroy it? Li Qingshan pressed his hand against the rock and sent his soul sense into it. The rock shone brightly, producing a power that resisted him, but it was suppressed by him very soon. He forcefully took control of the maze, and the entire maze began to operate. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators rushed through the maze, not daring to stop for even a moment. As for the Qi practitioners, they had all been left behind. If they could buy themselves some time, it would be a blessing. They understood the maze extremely well, so they did not hesitate at all as they advanced and retreated. They calculated that they only needed a few more steps to reach the exit of the maze, But when they circled around a strange rock, they all paled in fright. Before they knew it, they had actually returned to the center of the maze. The nightmarish existence stood there with a sword in hand and a vicious smile on its face. Chapter 662. Before Li Qingshan, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were basically unable to fight back at all. Li Qingshan ended their lives in a single stroke. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were like that, so the Qi practitioners were obviously even worse off. They wandered around the maze before returning to Li Qingshan in the end. In the end, the sword slid across the throat of a Qi practitioner, producing a smear of scarlet blood. With that, all of the lackeys Xi Qing had sent over had been slaughtered. Li Qingshan felt at ease and began laughing aloud. His battle intent surged and his murderousness soared, but it had also merged with the dragon arena unknowingly. Suddenly, the entire dragon arena shook. Li Qingshan's laughter paused. The blood-red color in the sky grew thicker and thicker, completely turning blood red from its original azure blue. It began to revolve slowly, forming a blood-red swirl that constantly spread out in all directions until it filled the entire sky. From the very depths of the swirl, a cry that could not be heard with the ears rang out. It could only be sensed with the heart. It was like an army of 1,000,000 was engaged in a bloody battle in the wilderness. There were no comrades, only enemies. No one was afraid. No one retreated. They only constantly swung their weapons and advanced until the last person was left standing on the battlefield, enjoying this glorious victory alone and letting out a hysterical cry like that at the sky. Every single person who heard the cry would tremble from the depths of their soul. It was both fear and desire. In his sea of consciousness, the tiger demon suddenly let out a roar. Its desire for battle and slaughter suddenly became extremely intense. No matter who the enemy was, it was willing to fight them. Through killing and being killed, it could experience the hot-bloodedness of life. It was as if this was the meaning of its existence. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The spirit turtle released a sense of indifference and tranquility, calming and diluting this heart of slaughter. Then he used the demon suppression statuary, allowing the demon heart to devour this unsuppressible demonic nature with all its might. This was basically the best supplement for the demon heart. Only like that did he barely suppress the tiger demon. This is the power from the Azura realm. The dragon arena is currently transforming into an Azura field. Originally, I thought I could stop Xi Qing from refining an Azura field if I pacified the war, but I didn't think he would still succeed. Li Qingshan understood. He had once sent his divine sense into the hungry ghost realm, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had felt the shock of absolute stillness, which was the summons of the entire world. What he did not know is that in the end, it was his own power that had facilitated this transformation. The killing intent and battle intent released by the tiger demon far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. It was precisely the resource needed to refine the Azura field, like a key. He opened the door to the Azura realm and allowed the Azura field to descend. Not good. I have to hurry back. Li Qingshan collected the corpses and 100 treasures pouches of the Qi practitioners, then rushed out of the labyrinth and returned to the original arena. He immediately heard the sounds of battle. The chanting of sutras and zither sounds were all drowned out by the battle cries and could no longer be heard. Thousands of Qi warriors were engaged in a frenzied battle, which was 10 times more intense than the battle just now. Even the most basic will to survive had vanished. They brandished their weapons and attacked the people beside them, but they ignored the swords and sabers aimed at their vitals. Even if they died, they had to kill. Even if it was just a sliver of the will from the Azura realm, it was not something that the will of Qi practitioners could resist. And it was not just Qi practitioners. Faced with such a situation, even some Foundation establishment cultivators became restless and restless. Killing intent surged into the clouds as the blood-colored vortex in the sky spun faster and faster. The battle on the ground became even more frenzied. A Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes were bloodshot as he waved his sword and roared, "Stop! Stop! All of you stop!" With a wave of his hand, a golden arc of light shot out and sliced several Qi practitioners in half. Now that he had started killing, he could no longer control his emotions and charged into the battlefield, killing without a care in the world. The situation was completely out of control. However, Li Qingshan knew that no matter how loudly he shouted or how fiercely he killed, he could not stop it. Since he could not stop it, then he would not stop it. He was not some hero who could save the world. It was enough for him to protect those he was familiar with. As the vortex spun continuously, the boundaries between the various battlefields shattered, and the various terrains joined together to form a huge battlefield that was several hundred li wide. Li Qingshan flew to the center of the battlefield and stood on the demon suppression tower. He called out to Lu Chongqing and the others, "Follow me." Then, he put away the demon suppression tower and flew into the distance. He swept his gaze across the battlefield and saw a familiar face. Even though it was stained with blood, he could still tell that it was the Mahist clan's Hao Pingong. He was swinging the yellow dragon cannon and fighting fiercely against someone. A demon suppression chain stretched out and coiled around him, pulling him back. He then saw the agriculture clan's Li Long and pulled him up as well to prevent him from dying in the chaotic battle. At the same time, he also saved a few disciples from the School of Novels. When Lu Chongqing and the others saw Li Qingshan, it was as if they had found a pillar of support. They guarded their minds and followed closely behind him. As long as the other cultivators still had some rationality, they hurriedly followed and rushed out of this huge quagmire. When they saw what Li Qingshan was doing, they also rushed into the battlefield, carrying 2 chi practitioners with them as they did their best to save their own disciples. However, in the process of saving their disciples, they were inevitably attacked. Some cultivators could not help but counterattack. This counterattack caused their killing intent to burn like fire, and they could no longer suppress it. They even forgot their goal of saving their disciples and fell into the battlefield. It was as if there was an invisible force that was pulling them into this meat grinder. Even though Foundation establishment cultivators were strong, their spiritual energy was not endless. At most, they could kill over 100 chi practitioners before they were surrounded and killed by the frenzied chi practitioners. Only when they were over 50 kilometers away from the battlefield and could no longer hear the battle cries anymore did Li Qingshan stop. Just now, he looked at the cultivators behind him. Only around 100 people remained. The chi practitioners were all unconscious. They had all been knocked unconscious, as they would attack and fight as soon as they regained consciousness. As a result, there were only around 20 people who were still conscious. Every single one of them had their brows furrowed and were still shaken. At the same time, they constantly suppressed the battle intent and killing intent that surged through their chests, which made them seem extremely miserable. Everyone understood one thing. The cultivation community of the Rui Commandery was basically done for now. Li Qingshan had seen a lot of things, and he could suppress his killing intent, so he still seemed very calm. He summoned the demon suppression tower again and tossed the unconscious chi practitioners in. It was a little cramped, but they probably did not mind. As far as the eye could see, the dragon arena was presented in its entirety. There were glaciers, lakes, and deserts. Li Qingshan thought of something. Since the spirit turtle could derive such a large maze, would it be able to derive how the dragon arena operated and find a way out? He had also learned the most basic path of forging artifacts in the 100 schools of thought. He knew that forging spiritual artifacts was imbued with various talismans and inscriptions. As for forging arcane artifacts, it was engraving even more complicated formations to achieve even more powerful effects. Li Qingshan immediately powered the spirit turtle and began deriving. An invisible ripple expanded into the surroundings. Above his sea of consciousness, specks of starry light appeared. In a daze, the glaciers and lakes all vanished, only leaving behind fluttering inscriptions and operating formations. Every single formation was 10 times more complicated than the maze, and they were all connected to one another, which multiplied their complexity. It was like a precise machine, where every single formation was a gear. They worked together and revolved together. This was a dragon arena that only the Great Xia Empire possessed the ability to forge. Its mysteries and complexity had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. If he wanted to derive how it operated, even half a year might not be enough. After his shock, he immediately dismissed his thoughts and ventured into the very center of the dragon arena. Since he was unable to derive it, could he find the center and destroy it to his heart's content? Suddenly, he saw two powers constantly clashing in the very center of the dragon arena, vying for control over the dragon arena. One was obviously Si Qing, while the other was a power filled with deathly stillness. Li Qingshan was even more familiar with it. MOU. Why is this guy here too? No wonder Si Qing can't be bothered with me. Seeing his enemies fight to the death was obviously something to be happy about. However, no matter which of his enemies ended up with the Azura field, he would probably be the first one they would deal with, so there was nothing to be happy about. Though, this might be a good opportunity. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed, but he did not alarm them. He patiently waited for them to fight to the point of exhaustion. Hua Chunlu saw Li Qingshan gazing off into the distance in a daze. She asked, "Big brotherly, what do we do now?" Li Qingshan saw how she was worried, but she could still maintain a relatively calm demeanor. The effects of the wisdom imbuement truly were startling. Otherwise, with her original temperament, she would have been knocked unconscious and tossed into the demon suppression tower. He smiled. "It's not like there's any danger right now. Let's just wait and see." The influence of the Azura field could be regarded as a boundary, so it was not enough for Foundation establishment cultivators to kill each other madly. Of course, that was under the premise that they could not fight with others. It would be best if they did not even look at it, much less think about it. It was as if everyone possessed lust. If they personally watched demons fight, it would be very easy to trigger this lust, and it would be easier to control it. Hua Chunlu looked at his relaxed smile and felt very at ease. Once this place is completely converted into an Azura field, Azura will probably descend. Han Tie suddenly said. His armor was mostly damaged, but he still seemed as cold as steel. He stood there as straight as the spear in his hand. However, flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. As a disciple of the school of the military who pursued the path of slaughter, the Azura field's influence on him was actually not that great. The cultivation of the school of the military had always placed great emphasis on tempering one's willpower. On the battlefield, it was obviously easier for veterans to remain calm than new recruits. Moreover, the aura that permeated this place gave him a sense of familiarity. The Azura realm had always been the home that all military disciples sought. Only the souls of true warriors could avoid the judgment of the Hell realm after they died and begin an endless battle and slaughter in the Azura realm. Of course, to ordinary people, this was probably no different from the tortures of Hell. His father was currently in the Great General King's Azura field, while his uncle was probably fighting somewhere in the Azura realm right now. Following in his father's footsteps, his heart burned with fighting spirit, but he also experienced a different kind of peace. Chapter 663. The 6 realms of Sasra were divided into the Heavenly Realm, Human Realm, Azura Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm, Animal Realm, and Hell Realm. The Animal Realm was also known as the Demonic Beast Realm, a world where all demons lived. The word animal was a form of derision. For example, the dragons and elephants beneath the gods and Buddhas possessed unbelievable abilities, but if they offended their master, they would be cursed as vile beasts. The 6 realms of Sasra were divided into the 3 good realms and the 3 evil realms. The 3 good realms were Heaven, Human, and Azura. The 3 evil realms were Animal, Hungry Ghost, and Hell. However, although Azura was a good realm, it was not as virtuous as Heaven, which was why it was not Heaven. Its path of bitterness was even greater than that of Human, so it was sometimes listed among the 3 evil realms, collectively known as the 4 evil realms. In the 6 realms of Sasra, Li Qingshan had already witnessed the power of the Hungry Ghost Realm. A corpse king that had yet to unleash its full strength had dealt a devastating blow to the cultivation community of the entire Rui Commandery. He did not understand the Azura realm too well. All he knew was that it was a world filled with battle and slaughter. According to what he knew, Azura possessed great strength and belonged to the category of ghosts and gods, but due to their warlike and bloodthirsty nature, they lacked virtue, so they were evil gods. Legend had it that the men of Azura were extremely vengeful, while the women were extremely beautiful. They often became enemies with Sakura, the ruler of the heavenly realms. They fought endlessly, but they lost more often than they won. I'd like to see just what Azura looks like. Li Qingshan smiled. Warlike blood flowed through his body. Wasn't the reason why he worked so hard on cultivation to see things he could not see in the mountain village? He obviously wanted to see this rather mysterious race. And he wanted to give Si Qing and Mou a surprise. He definitely could not go out right now. Me too. Han Tie could vaguely sense that he was close to breaking through to mid-foundation establishment. He was also eager to fight the legendary Azura. You two warlike bastards. Hua Chenglu said helplessly. Li Qingshan and Han Tie looked at one another and smiled. Their eyes shone with the same light. 100 kilometers away, the battle had reached its climax. Even the air twisted from scorching murderousness, as this was a chaotic battle regardless of the cost. In a short amount of time, over 1,000 cultivators had died in battle. Over 1,000 cultivators had died in battle. Their corpses were scattered on the ground within a radius of 10 miles, and their blood dyed the ground red. The vortex in the sky spun faster and faster, like a strange eye that stared at the battle on the ground. Suddenly, in the deepest part of the whirlpool, a figure descended from the sky, rapidly falling towards the center of the battlefield. That's an Azura. Li Qingshan's eyes were extremely sharp. He saw the figure with a single glance. It was a male Azura. His upper body was covered in a blood-red color, and his body was so strong that it looked like it was carved from red rocks. His lower body was covered in a brass skirt armor. Ferocious faces were engraved on them, and in their hands were a pair of square iron maces that were covered in a layer of bloody light. The Azura Taist Demon Dragon Realm, and Dao, and Asonic Unazura Asen Chi, King, as Asic, as Asonic, as, and he, Asic, and, as, Ozus, as, and, as. This Azura had not undergone the first heavenly tribulation. He was not interested in such an opponent. In the beginning, existences that were too powerful couldn't enter. There was an invisible barrier between the two worlds. In the beginning, no powerful beings could enter. There was an invisible barrier between the two worlds. Unlike the legends, this Azura was not ugly. He had a head of messy gray hair, but he looked rather dignified. It seemed that legends could not be completely trusted. Li Qingshan shook his head, and a strange smile appeared on his face. With this Azura's cultivation, he would be heavily injured if he did not fall to his death, unless he knew some flying spells. He would most likely be dismembered by the cultivators in an instant. What mysteriousness and majesty would he have? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Azura suddenly brandish his dual truncheons and fiercely strike the void. With a bang, the air exploded, and the speed of his descent slowed down a little. At the same time, his body stretched out, and pieces of rock-like muscles suddenly flowed like water. He constantly made subtle movements, stirring up the flow of the air. His dual maces were brandished into a ball. It looked messy, but it coordinated with every movement of his body, slowing down the speed of his descent. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared, replaced by admiration and a hint of vigilance. Beside him, Han Tie's eyes burned with a blazing light. To be able to achieve this without relying on any spells and only relying on physical skills, it was truly extraordinary. Li Qingshan believed that if he had the same physique as this Azura, he would probably be able to do the same thing, but he wouldn't be able to do it as easily as he did. Although he was good at fighting, it was all about the overall strategic situation or the grasp of local tactics. Although he would often perform outstandingly in a battle, it was impossible to say that his moves were exquisite beyond compare. He had only cultivated for about 10 years, and he was cultivating several techniques at the same time, spanning across 3 races, human, demon, and demon. Where would he find the time to study and polish the changes in his moves? Some things were difficult to make up for with talent. Little and might seem to have a heaven-defying comprehension ability, being able to comprehend the sword intent of the 3 absolutes calligraphy just by looking at it once. but it was due to the years of strict education in the prefecture overseer's manor. Although she had temporarily forgotten her memories, some things had been deeply engraved in her instincts. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, did not have such an opportunity. He adhered to the principle of one man can defeat 10 men. Instead of refining his moves, he might as well raise his cultivation and use absolute strength to crush his enemies. However, after seeing this Azura, he stopped underestimating him. If an ordinary Azura had such superb skills, it would probably be even more astonishing if it were a powerful Azura. It should not be forgotten that other than one man can defeat 10 men, there was also a saying that went, "For ounces can overcome 1,000 caddies." Absolute skills were the same as absolute strength, both giving one an overwhelming advantage in a battle. Seeing that the Azura had disappeared into the horizon, Li Qingshan and Han Tie flew up without saying a word, only to see that the Azura had landed in the center of the battlefield. There were still several thousand cultivators fighting on the battlefield. His landing was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to cause any ripples. The Azura placed his feet on the ground, looking down at the entire battlefield like a lion patrolling its territory. A man taller than him appeared behind him. His muscles were bulging, and there was an obvious bulge on his forehead. Li Qingshan had actually seen this man before. He was the eldest senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, who had competed with him in strength several years ago. However, his luck did not seem to be very good, for he had not broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm for several years. Perhaps it was because of that competition that he had experienced that he had not broken through. However, he had basically gone through the trials of battle. His body had become even sturdier, and his aura had become sharper and sharper. If Li Qingshan were to judge him, he could be regarded as a peak master among Qi practitioners. The eldest senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain spewed out 2 puffs of white gas from his nostrils, and like an angry rhinoceros, he charged straight at the Azura. A red light flashed in the Azura's eyes, and in an instant, his expression became extremely ferocious. His nostrils flared up, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his sharp teeth. He seemed to be both furious and laughing. In an instant, he had transformed from a normal man into a ferocious beast. Li Qingshan immediately understood why Azura men were said to be extremely ugly. It was not a disgusting ugliness, but a frightening ugliness. He could not help but smile. Chapter 664. The blood-red swirl revolved in the sky. Li Qingshan and Han Tie stood side by side on a hill, gazing at the battlefield below. 2 streaks of light flew over from behind. They were Sungzan and his sister. They were worried for their safety, and they were rather confident in their mental fortitude and cultivation, so they had hurried over. Li Qingshan pointed at the battlefield and called out with a smile, "Look, a sight like this is rare." Sungzan gazed into the distance. Within the earth-shaking battle cries, various colors of light constantly flickered. The explosions of flames and the clashing of blades and swords formed a soul-stirring chorus. He could not help but be drawn into it and fight to the death. He calmed down in a hurry and looked at Hua Chunlu beside him. She was much calmer. Suddenly, he sighed inside. After learning about Li Qingshan's other identity, he no longer held any thoughts of competing with him. As for Han Tie, he had been good friends with him for many years. Han Tie's cultivation had always been greater. Even when he had been stuck at the 10th layer for all these years, he had still succeeded at Foundation Establishment first. However, he had caught up and was about to break through to mid-Foundation Establishment. Now, even his sister, who he had watched grow up without any talent, had surpassed him in cultivation. It would be a lie to say he was not disappointed at all. He made up his mind to cultivate properly once he returned. "Can you save some more people?" Hua Chunlu was reluctant. There were quite a few people she knew on the battlefield. Li Qingshan believed he had already done everything he could for these strangers, but he still had to pay attention to the battle between Si Qing and Mou at the center of the Dragon Arena at all times. How could he be in the mood for this? However, he could not say that out loud. Han Tie said, "It's too late." They've already been completely assimilated by the will of the Azura realm. However, after they die in battle, perhaps their souls can return to the Azura realm. Hua Chenglu asked, "Is that an Azura?" In the center of the battlefield, the Azura suddenly spun around gracefully, kicking up a cloud of dust. The first senior brother of the horned rhinoceros mountain missed. The metal maces whistled through the air and struck his back heavily. He staggered a few steps forward and fell to the ground. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. To a body-tempering cultivator like Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior apprentice brother, such a blunt weapon would not have much effect. Take this move, for example. It was just that Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior apprentice brother had been agitated by the murderous aura and lost his mind, causing his entire body to be full of openings. It couldn't be said to be exquisite. Sure enough, Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior brother roared and turned around to fight again, but he only managed to turn half his body around. The lower half of his body seemed to be frozen, motionless. Just now, when it was hit, there was a crisp cracking sound. No one heard it as it was drowned out by the violent beating. "His spine is broken." Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. Although the spine was a vital part of the human body, it wasn't something that could be broken so easily. He quickly understood what was going on. Just like how the traitorous demon sword could see through the flaws of objects, the spine was not indestructible. Azura's expression and aura were close to madness, but his attacks were extremely precise. It was clear that this was a killer move that had been practiced countless times. Moreover, he was clearly very familiar with the vitals and weaknesses of all kinds of enemies. With just one move, he had defeated an opponent whose cultivation was on par with his own, and from a certain point of view, was even slightly stronger. He had done it as if it were light. It was extremely easy. Azura grinned maliciously as he struck the same spot with his mace again. Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior apprentice brother's eyes widened as he let out a roar. Azura raised his other mace, and as if striking a rock, he struck it again and again into the body of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior apprentice brother. After striking it several dozen times, blood gushed out, and Horned Rhinoceros Mountain's eldest senior apprentice brother finally breathed his last. All of this happened in but a moment. The other chi practitioners reacted, agitated by Azura's aura, brandishing their weapons to kill him. Azura's murderous aura flourished even more. Instead of retreating, he charged into the fray, his two mace swinging wildly, immediately stirring up a whirlwind of slaughter. All Li Qingshan saw was that Azura's attacks were vicious. There was no pattern to it, but every single strike was precise and effective. They were all killing moves honed through endless slaughter. Basically, all the chi practitioners who clashed with him died in a single move. A while later, several more people died to his metal mace. However, in a chaotic battle like this, it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed unless he had 3 heads and 6 arms. A few deep wounds appeared on his body, but they did not bleed. Instead, they rapidly healed. To think that a low-level Azura like him possesses such vitality. How impressive. If the battle continues, he'll definitely be the last one to survive. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. An Azura like that was even more powerful than some Foundation establishment cultivators who were not skilled in battle. If it were a sect like the Sect of Clouds and Rain that primarily practiced the arts of charm, it would not even be strange for Azura to kill them. That's the undying body of Azura. It's said that powerful Azura can even be reborn from a single drop of blood. Han Tie mentioned everything he knew about Azura. Reborn from a single drop of blood? Interesting, Li Qingshan said. He believed that once he cultivated the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva to a certain level, he could also be reborn from a single drop of blood. As he said that, another Azura descended from the sky, followed by a third, a fourth. More and more Azura entered the battlefield, working together very quickly. Their teamwork was exquisite, turning them into an army that became more and more unstoppable. They split up the battlefield and massacred the frenzied chi practitioners wantonly. Hua Sengzan's expression changed slightly. Even he had to flee from an army of Azura like that. Li Qingshan asked Han Tie another question. If I have the Azura field, can I summon Azura to fight for me? If that was the case, this would be an endless army. If more powerful Asuras were to be summoned, even he would find it difficult to deal with. I don't know, but it's possible, Hantie said. Although the great General Lord had an Asura field, it had been peaceful for too long. No one had personally seen him use the Asura field to fight. The battle quickly came to an end. All the chief practitioners were killed, but not a single Asura died in battle. The Asura that descended from the sky had already reached 100. They stood among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They closed their eyes, and the wisps of blood energy that permeated the battlefield were absorbed into their bodies. The color of their skin became even redder. With a rumble of thunder, the omnipresent heavenly tribulation suddenly descended. Bolts of lightning struck one of the Asuras, and the other Asuras scattered. Looks of envy and wariness appeared in their eyes as they surrounded that Asura. A single heavenly tribulation was clearly unable to pose any threat to such a life form. That Asura successfully passed the tribulation and became an Asura general. However, in an instant, the 100 Asuras attacked at the same time. They surrounded and attacked the Asura that had just passed the heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan was also very surprised by this change. Just now, they could still work together. Why did they suddenly start killing each other? That Asura was in danger again and again, almost getting killed. Even one of his arms was cut off, and his neck was almost cut in half. His body was filled with heavy injuries. If he was a human, he would have died 10 times over. But he relied on the Asura's undying body to survive. Very quickly, he adapted to the change in power after passing the tribulation and slowly turned the situation around. With a thunderous roar, he used his single arm to kill several Asuras. His broken arm also grew out, becoming more and more unstoppable. The battle between the Asuras was an eye-opener for Li Qingshan. A few moments later, that Asura general had the upper hand. The Asuras suddenly stopped and knelt down on one knee towards that Asura general, acknowledging him as their leader. The Asura general appeared satisfied. He waved his hand, and the Asuras stood up. They gathered behind him. If it was said that they were fighting on their own just now, then they had completely formed an army now. The Asura general looked at Li Qingshan and the others with his bloodshot eyes, shouting, "Have you seen enough? Let's fight." That's exactly what I was thinking. Hantie leapt down from the hill and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. Just watch. Li Qingshan raised his hand to stop Hua Sengzan and his sister who were about to attack. He had already faintly understood the Asura's way of fighting and killing. If there were no mishaps, that Asura would not rely on the strength of other Asuras. Sure enough, when the Asura general saw Hantie charging at him alone, he swung his battle axe and rushed forward. The 100 or so Asuras behind him remained motionless, only watching. In an instant, their gazes met. Spear and battle axe clashed countless times, causing sparks to fly. As soon as Hantie attacked, he was constantly being suppressed and at a disadvantage. Even though he had already passed his first tribulation for several years, he was completely suppressed by this Asura general who had just passed his tribulation. If Hantie, who came from the school of the military and was adept at fighting, was already in such a state, a regular foundation establishment cultivator would be even less of a match. Qingshan, why don't we watch closer and help Tie? Hua Sengzan's face was filled with concern. The battlefield was dangerous. The slightest carelessness could result in their heads being separated from their bodies. However, with Li Qingshan's strength, he could obviously ensure Han Tie's safety. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. I'm standing here precisely so that I won't be able to provide assistance when it matters. Hua Chenglu frowned. Why is that? Has he offended you? Li Qingshan smiled. Of course not. Tie's my brother-in-law no matter what. Even if he offends me, I won't stoop to his level. However, he's a warrior. Only when he's faced with death can he be reborn. Hua Sengzan immediately understood what he was trying to say. Han Tie wanted to use this battle to break through to mid-foundation establishment. If he had a path of retreat and protection, he would instead be unable to unleash his full power, so he could only hold back his worry. Wind whistled past his ears, and pain radiated from various parts of his body. Han Tie gradually gave way, but he did not take a single step back. He allowed his blood to spurt out. As the axe swung over, he was already in dire straits that he could not block, but he felt an indescribable delight at the juncture between life and death. A wanton smile appeared on his cold face, and suddenly, a power broke through his shackles and spread through his limbs. The spear in his hand suddenly seemed to be alive, twisting the tip of the spear and pushing aside the axe at an unbelievable angle. Success! Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly vanished from where he was. He leapt between Han Tie and the Azura general, wielding his spear with one hand and swatting aside the axe with the other. Han Tie frowned. Li Qingshan smiled. Victory and defeat have been decided. There's no point in fighting anymore. If you really die, I won't be able to explain myself to Qiongji. Although Han Tie had broken through to mid-foundation establishment, he had lost too much blood during the battle. He was already exhausted, and his spiritual power was completely depleted. He was only holding on with his will. The Azura general was still as majestic as ever. As Han Tie retreated, the group of Azuras charged forward. Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword and said to the Azura general, "We'll fight again when you're well rested." As he spoke, his body expanded, and he transformed into his demonic form, his killing intent boiling. The Azura general stared at Li Qingshan as if he was facing a great enemy. He waved his hand to signal for the Azura to stop. Gradually, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 665. The other Azura looked at one another and knelt down on one knee as well, just like how they had submitted to the Azura general just now. It was just that this time, they had not experienced battle. Li Qingshan leaned on his sword. "Why are you kneeling to me?" "Because you're an even more powerful Azura." The Azura general raised his head and said. As an Azura, he could clearly distinguish the strength of his opponent. However, if it was just a powerful cultivator, it would not have been enough to make him submit. It would just be dying in battle. Azura never feared slaughter or death. However, the violent murderousness that Li Qingshan gave off was something he had only seen on Azura commanders or even Azura kings. He had never experienced the endless battles of the Azura realm, yet he possessed such a bearing. This person was basically a natural-born Azura. As a result, he followed the rules of battle between Azura and pledged his loyalty to him. The tiger demon's will to battle the world had fused with Li Qingshan's mind a long time ago. It was also a path of slaughter, but the nature of it was much more powerful than regular Azura, which was why he was able to subdue these proud Azuras. This time, it could truly be described as a tiger trembling. Although it did not give off the aura of a king, it was just as effective. "Qingshan, what's going on?" Hua Sengzan and his sister hurried over as well. They were astounded by the sight before them. Just now, they did not feel it from afar, but being stared at by 100 Azuras up close made them shudder in fear. It was like how ordinary people felt when they faced a group of murderers. If it were not for Li Qingshan, the Azuras would have swarmed over them already and ripped them to shreds. Li Qingshan returned to his original appearance and shrugged. "They're not my opponent, so they've admitted defeat." Admitted defeat? Hua Chenlu was in disbelief. "You haven't even done anything yet you've admitted defeat a little too easily." These Azuras do not seem like people who would admit defeat obediently no matter how she looked at them. However, as long as he was present, nothing seemed to be a problem. With that, the greatest danger has been dealt with. Hua Sengzan let out a sigh of relief. After knowing that Li Qingshan was also known as North Moon, he wouldn't be surprised no matter what he did. Han Tie looked at Li Qingshan's back. However, Xiao Qin revealed a contemplative expression. He did not understand where this berserk killing chi came from. This man seemed to be hiding many secrets. Does Qiongji know all of this? However, on second thought, since he had no ill intentions towards the Han family, there was no need for him to investigate everything thoroughly. Get up. How boring. I thought there would be a huge battle. Will there be even more powerful Azuras descending later? Li Qingshan looked up at the blood-red sky with anticipation. This Azura field has only just been born. Summoning us here is already its limit. the Azura general replied. Li Qingshan nodded. Although he had successfully refined the Azura field, he still needed to continue accumulating it if he wanted to turn it into an actual combat weapon. It was no wonder that the blood-colored vortex in the sky slowed down after the 100 Azuras descended. He then asked the Azuras if they could leave the Azura field. The answer he received was yes, but they could only participate in battle. Staying outside for a long period of time would cause damage to their essence. Once they deviated from their killing chi, they would be abandoned by the Azura realm. Of course, this was also because he had just become an Azura general. His killing chi was not strong enough. If he could be like Li Qingshan, his killing chi would not be worn down no matter what world he was in. He would not be affected by this, and he would be qualified to conquer the heavenly axiom. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. It seemed that this Azura field was a summoning tool. It could summon Azuras from the Azura realm to fight for him. As the Azura field grew stronger, the Azura summoned would also become stronger. However, there were many limitations to its usage. First, he had to have the power to suppress these Azuras. Otherwise, if he summoned an Azura king, he would be killed instantly. Pure strength was not enough to make them submit. They needed to acknowledge him as one of them. Only people who liked to fight and kill could play around with it. Hua Chenglu sighed. I wonder when we can leave? Let's wait a little longer. 10 days will pass very quickly. It probably would not take that long. Li Qingshan suddenly asked the Azura general, I heard that the women of Azura are all beauties. Why are there only men here? Hua Chenglu immediately rolled her eyes at him. Li Qingshan smiled. I was just saying it casually. No matter how pretty the Azura are, they can't compare to our sister Qinglu. Hua Chenglu's face reddened, and her eyes brimmed with smiles. Clearly, she enjoyed it very much. Cough, cough. Hua Sengzan cleared his throat and glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, It's not like I'm flirting with you. What are you coughing for? Not to mention that my brother-in-law hasn't even said anything yet. Hua Sengzan lamented, You've even admitted that you're flirting with me. You really are careless when you make friends. Tie, you need to keep your brother-in-law in Qiangji's place. It's already fortunate that he doesn't hit me. You better keep your sister in check. Han Tie said coldly. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Look at how you make me sound like a tyrant who takes advantage of others. If it weren't for your vicious nature, how would you have intimidated these Azura? Even if I defeat them, they won't obey me. Han Tie then said to the Azura general, Wait, let's fight again. I refuse, said the Azura general. Why? Han Tie frowned. He saw the Azura general look at Li Qingshan again. Although he had chosen to serve Li Qingshan, he was still extremely displeased with him interfering in the battle. Li Qingshan kicked over. I told you to fight, so fight. Stop spouting so much bullshit. I definitely won't interfere this time. I don't care if you fight to the death or not. You all deserve it. The Azura general took a few steps back and clasped his hands. Yes, sir. Let's go and watch from the side. Li Qingshan placed his hand on the shoulders of the siblings, Hua Sengzan, and made his way off into the distance with his arm around them. What a bully! Hua Chenglu grumbled. So be it if he took advantage of her in private, but he was even flirting with her in front of so many people. What a despicable, overbearing man. All Hua Sengzan could do was smile bitterly. Seeing how Hua Chenglu did not even resist such intimacy, he refused to believe she was heartless even if he was beaten to death. What could he say as her elder brother if his sister wanted to throw herself at him? However, he did understand Hua Chenglu's feelings a little. If it were not for Li Qingshan's presence this time, it would not just be Hua Chenglu. Everyone who entered the dragon arena would be dead as well. Even if they did not die to Si Qing's lackeys, they would die to these Azura. Si Qing probably never planned on paying the astronomical reward he had offered in the first place. Even now, the opportunity to escape from here was all on Li Qingshan. Seeing how relaxed he was, she stopped worrying. She would just let him bully her and dominate her for a while. In the center of the dragon arena, the two powers separately turned into a majestic black dragon and a pitch-black crow. The clash became more and more intense. Si Qing saw the appearance of the Azura, and he wanted to control the Azura field even more. Although these low-level Azura could not be regarded as any great assistance to them, this was only the beginning. As long as they had sufficient time, they would be able to form an Azura army. Compared to these Azura, the subordinates they lost were nothing. Both their battle prowess and loyalty paled in comparison. As for that Li Qingshan, he could kill him easily. Thinking up to there, he bellowed out, "Dragons might as see." The black dragon shone brightly, gradually suppressing the crow. Mo obviously refused to let go either, cackling as he resisted with everything he had. The damaged soaring cloud's terrace was completely silent. Sweat dripped down Xiqing's face. The golden core cultivators exchanged glances. If they launched a sneak attack right now, Xiqing would not be able to stop them no matter how powerful he was. In order to save their disciples and followers, they no longer had any scruples. If Xiqing was heartless, they would not be righteous. Jiazhan and Yi Dan worked together to separate the golden core cultivators, preventing them from attacking recklessly. For a moment, they entered a stalemate. None of them dared to act recklessly. Sibao asked, "Big sis, how long are they going to fight for?" "Soon." Gu Yenying smiled, but her eyes that were as sharp as a hawk's gazed at the soaring cloud's terrace beneath her feet. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a great boom, and a scarlet-red figure leapt up from the soaring cloud's terrace, picking up the dragon arena and running away. It was the North Moon's demon that had returned. Oh no! Jiazhan and Yi Dan suddenly looked back, and their faces changed drastically. The North Moon unfurled a pair of wings of wind and fire, rushing off into the air with a streak of fiery light. At the same time, in the center of the Azura field, the black dragon had established his victory, but he was exhausted too. Suddenly, a spirit turtle descended from above, radiating with an unstoppable, powerful will that suppressed the black dragon and crow at the same time. Who is it? Xiqing and Mo were both surprised and furious. "My two good grandsons, have you even forgotten the voice of your grandfather North Moon?" The spirit turtle suddenly spoke in the human tongue, filled with complacency and mockery. In the blink of an eye, it seized control of the Azura field and purged Xiqing and Mo's powers. Xiqing suddenly opened his eyes, only to see Jiazhan and Yi Dan in pursuit. With a furious roar, he turned into a black dragon and chased after them. In the Azura field, Han Tie was just about to engage in a fierce battle with the Azura general when the scenery before him suddenly changed. He discovered he was high in the sky, and below him was the commandery city of Rui. He had already left the Azura field somehow. Afterwards, he saw Hua Sengzan, Lu Chongqing, and so on. They had already emerged. Li Qingshan was obviously among them too. Amidst their shock, before they could even return to their senses, a black dragon whistled past them. At the same time, a black figure was expelled from the Azura field. It was Mo. He let out a furious, shrill cry, and his body turned into a ball of twisted darkness, vanishing into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind the North Moon, enveloped by black feathers. As Foundation Establishment cultivators, Lu Chongqing and the others were unlikely to fall to their deaths. They descended from the sky with a few Qi practitioners, but before they had even landed, a group of golden core cultivators surrounded them, asking about their disciples and followers. Chapter 666. The expressions of all the golden core cultivators changed drastically. One of them grabbed the cultivator's collar. "What? Tell me clearly. What exactly happened?" The gazes of the other cultivators towards Li Qingshan and the others also became extremely unfriendly. They had already expected that there would be casualties in this competition, but they did not expect that it would be a near-complete annihilation. The Foundation Establishment cultivator recounted what had happened while trembling. The group of golden core cultivators were all furious. Some of these dead disciples were like their own children to them, while some were directly their descendants. They had deep feelings for each other, and they were also the foundation of their sect. Now, they had all been sacrificed to the Azura's artifact refinement. All of them had died, so they were filled with hatred. Si Qing, I won't rest until you're dead. On the soaring clouds platform, Si Bao shaded her eyes with her hand. She saw a dozen or so streaks of light flying into the sky. She said, "They're really fast. This North Moon is really bold." However, how could he escape Mou's pursuit? She did not expect that the competition would end just like that. Gu Yenying waved her folding fan lightly and pursed her lips into a smile. It's just a clone. It doesn't matter even if it's killed. However, if he really succeeds, then Si Qing and the others will be crying. Siva said in admiration, "Sister, you must have expected this long ago." Of course not. That guy is very difficult to predict. Pitch-black feathers streaked across the sky in pitch-black trajectories. North Moon did not dare to underestimate the Demon Crown Prince's methods. A mere mirror clone was definitely not Mou's match. If he was delayed for even a moment, Si Qing and the others would immediately rush over, and it would be difficult for him to escape. He turned around. With a flip of his hand, the Azura field that had shrunk to the size of a bowl was raised high. A suction force erupted from it, and all the black feathers were sucked into it like stones sinking into the ocean. He smiled slightly. Aside from being able to summon Azura, this object was also extremely good as a shield. No matter how powerful a move was, once drawn into this Azura field that spanned several hundred kilometers, it would be difficult for it to cause any damage. High up in the sky, the two demons, one advancing and one retreating, moved as fast as lightning. Mou's attack had failed. He stretched out a pale, corpse-like hand and grabbed at Li Qingshan's throat at lightning speed. Quake! Li Qingshan countered with a palm strike. He wanted to use the force to flee, but Mou's palm gave off a powerful suction, pulling him in firmly. At the same time, a deathly, cold power of death appeared, constantly corroding his body. Wherever it came in contact with, his body would immediately stiffen up and become numb. In an instant, his entire arm went numb. The color of his skin had also turned deathly gray. With the power of a mere doppelganger, they were far from being a match for a powerful demon commander like Mou. They could not even last a single move. Bang! Mou suddenly unfurled a pair of pitch-black wings, wrapping Li Qingshan's entire body within, forming a black ball that began to distort, collapse, and shrink. Jiaho waved his feather fan. A blazing white bolt of lightning shot toward Mou. Edan threw a punch, and the fist aura turned into a ferocious wolf. However, in that instant, the black sphere had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Bringing along North Moon and the Azura field, lightning and vicious wolf both missed. No! Si Qing let out a hysterical roar. 1,000 kilometers away, a black appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a black sphere. A pair of black wings unfurled. Mou grabbed North Moon's neck and said sinisterly, "You will die. Everyone will die, but not today." North Moon's face also turned deathly gray, but he smiled extremely radiantly. Mou suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked at North Moon's hands again, they were completely empty. The Azura field had already vanished. Then, his figure also began to ripple, gradually turning into nothingness. It was as if someone had created a ripple on the surface of a lake that was as smooth as a mirror. In an instant, the various scenes reflected on the surface of the lake all began to ripple. As the ripple settled, North Moon had already vanished. Mou was stunned. His face that resembled a corpse suddenly began to twitch and twist violently. He had expended several days of effort to invade the Azura field, even going as far as to form grievances with Si Qing. In the end, his mortal enemy, North Moon, had actually taken advantage of the situation. His chest burned with fury, so he suddenly raised his head and let out a crow's cry. All the people and beasts on the ground who heard the crow's cry immediately died. Si Qing watched helplessly as the Azura field he had refined vanished before his eyes. It was like he had been struck in the head. He was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. Surging killing intent assaulted him from behind. Looking back, he saw over a dozen furious golden core cultivators chasing after him. They used their strongest killing moves right from the start, no longer holding back at all. "Die, you scoundrel!" Below the soaring clouds terrace, Li Qingshan smiled at Han Qiongji. Don't worry, I'm fine. Tia is fine too. Water rippled in his right hand under his sleeve, forming a water mirror. The water mirror twisted, and the palm-sized Azura field appeared. He immediately used the spirit turtle to suppress its aura. This was his most versatile innate ability, the water mirror's image. In the beginning, he could create a mirror clone. Afterwards, he discovered that he could use it to reflect attacks. Afterwards, he discovered that he could use the water mirror's image to directly summon his clone over no matter how far away he was. The items on his clone were obviously no exception. In the past, he had never considered this move to be of much use. It was only convenient for him to summon his clone over to help out at crucial times. Perhaps when his clone was surrounded, he could summon it back in time and avoid some losses. He didn't expect it to be so effective this time. Although he couldn't directly pull the clone over, he could secretly transfer the loot back to the main body through this water mirror. Leaving the clone there was just a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After fooling both Si Qing and Mou and obtaining the Azura field, Li Qingshan was delighted. When he looked at the distant horizon again and saw Si Qing fighting against a group of golden core cultivators, he was even more delighted. Double the good news. Heh, my good grandson Qing, didn't your grandfather North Moon still benefit from all your painstaking efforts and cruelty in the end? If he thought about this carefully, there were actually quite a few doubtful points, such as how did North Moon grasp the perfect timing to intervene, and how did he find the core of the Azura field as soon as he intervened, gaining control over the Azura field. Even Mou had spent several days before he gradually eroded the core of the Azura field. However, no one could imagine that the real North Moon had been trapped in the Azura field the entire time. He had used the spirit turtle to derive and analyze the entire Azura field, which was why he succeeded in a single stroke. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze. He turned around and smiled brightly at Gu Yanning on the soaring clouds terrace. He said to Han Qiongji, "I'll go talk to Commander Gu." He called Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan followed him in a hurry. The two of them arrived on the soaring clouds terrace and clasped their hands. Subordinately Qingshan, Hua Sengzan, greets Commander Gu and Commander Si. Sibao said impatiently, "Li Qingshan, tell me everything that happened." What happened inside? Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened. He did not lie at all. He only skipped over everything that had to do with his secrets. When Sibao heard that Li Qingshan had obtained the Banyan Tree King's Fruit of Wisdom, she had already widened her eyes. When she heard how he took on 18 people alone and defeated Si Qing's lackeys, disbelief filled her face. The Banyan Tree King gave the Fruit of Wisdom to a kid like you? You were actually able to defeat so many Foundation Establishment cultivators alone? Don't you dare lie, or I'll beat you up. Li Qingshan smiled. Just because of you? What did you say? Sibao doubted her ears. This kid sure had no limits to his arrogance. Cough cough, nothing. Hee, I overreacted. I've been agitated too much recently. Gu Yanning stopped Sibao, who was about to lose her temper. She smiled. All right, you can keep going. Afterwards, I went to the various battlefields and put an end to all the battles. I also killed all of Si Qing's subordinates. However, afterwards, the Azura field descended, and it still fell into chaos. In the end, only the few of us were left, but we were quite lucky. We managed to make it out alive. Apart from Li Qingshan, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. However, he was probably the only one who could rejoice. Even the 100 schools of thought in the Clear River Prefecture that had the most survivors had lost most of their disciples. However, Li Qingshan did not recognize any of them, so there was nothing to feel sad about. This subordinate can testify that everything Commander Li said is true. Hua Sengzan also said. His gaze drifted between Gu Yanning and Li Qingshan. He could not help but wonder, does she know about his other identity? I'm such an idiot. If I didn't know, why would I treat him so differently? The two of them both stood between the human path and the demon path, so they obviously possessed a natural rapport. They were both straightforward and unfathomable. In the past, under the cedar tree outside Qingyang City, They had actually met by fate, and he was just an insignificant foil. He could not help but think about how Li Qingshan had once told him that he would either pursue her with everything he had, or he would let it go gently. He had even said that he had no idea just how far apart they were from Gu Yenying. Before he knew it, many years had passed, and he could already stand beside her. Thinking up to there, he suddenly made up his mind. It was time for him to make a decision. Si Bao clapped her hands and smiled. Si Qing is in deep trouble now. He probably won't even be able to keep his position as the Marquis of Rui. I really do need to thank that North Moon. If he had only used cultivators as sacrifices to refine the Azura field, the Imperial Court probably would not do anything to Si Qing as long as he had a justifiable reason. Perhaps there might even be people who admired Si Qing's generosity. However, if he lost the Azura field, the situation would be different. The Imperial family had spent a tremendous amount of money to refine the Dragon Arena. It was equivalent to an item bestowed by the Emperor. Once it was lost, it would be a great crime. Now that this had happened, the act of using cultivators as sacrifices seemed both brutal and foolish. In short, evil could be protected, but incompetence could not be forgiven. The Imperial Court would definitely punish them. Si Qing understood this as well. His painstaking sacrifice had ended up like this, so he completely descended into a frenzy. He turned into a black dragon and roared furiously, spitting out surging black smoke that formed a black cloud. He moved through it and grabbed a golden core cultivator with his claws, about to kill him. Jiazhen said in a hurry, "Your Highness, you mustn't." Si Qing suppressed his fury with difficulty and asked the golden core cultivator, "Do you want me to spare your life?" Chapter 667. Fellow Ping, Fellow Ping. The golden core cultivators cried out. As one of the few golden core cultivators of the Rui Commandery, they had all known each other for over a century. Even if they did not have any particularly deep feelings for him, they could not help but sympathize with him when they saw his fate. Si Qing, you've lost your mind. The mighty Imperial clan has actually raised a jackal like you. Within the cries and curses, their attacks became even more vicious. Si Qing was heavily injured, so he was furious as well. The powers from the two sides clashed violently, illuminating the night sky in the distance. Fierce gales swept over from afar, ruffling the clothes of the people on the soaring clouds terrace. Before long, 3 rings of light erupted on the horizon one after another. Afterwards, there were a few great booms. Those were the final sounds of the golden core cultivators' centuries of cultivation. After losing 4 people, the golden core realm cultivators finally dispersed in all directions, but they all harbored deep hatred in their hearts. Si Qing returned to human form. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He was covered in wounds, which made him seem extremely miserable. He did not feel any joy from defeating his opponent at all. Instead, he felt rather lost and at a loss. Now that the situation had developed like this, what was he supposed to do next? Your Highness, let's return to the estate first. We can discuss this slowly. Si Qing widened his eyes. His face was filled with brutality, but he concealed it again. You're right, sir. This matter isn't over yet. Prepare to receive his wrath. Gu Yenying stared at the horizon. Seeing the 3 of them fly back, she smiled at Li Qingshan. Si Bao said, "Kid, you better lie low for now. He no longer has any qualms right now. If he really does go berserk, even we might not necessarily be able to protect you." Although this kid was arrogant and rude, he was still a member of the Hawk Wolf Guard after all. He had fallen out with Si Qing because of his sister. Gu Yenying smiled. "I've already reported this to Boss Jean. You'll be fine as long as you lie low for a while. Why should I run? He was the one who set the rules. It's not like I did anything, so how can he just vent his wrath on me? Not to mention, he still owes me money. Since when is there a creditor afraid of seeing a debt?" Li Qingshan stood with his arms behind his back, fiddling around with a string of prayer beads in his right hand. The largest of the prayer beads had already been crushed. "I don't know who this boss Jean of yours is, but I have a boss too." Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. She shook her head with a smile and said nothing more. She was very curious just what trump card he had yet to use. Little Hua, you can go for now. Yes, Commander. Hua Sengzhan Si Bao said with a bow. He shot a glance at Xiao Li Qingqi. Qing, Li Qingshan of Dragon Xiao, Tian of Chen Tian, Qin, Tian, Qing, Qin, Qing, Tian, Si Qing and the other two had already returned. Si Qing immediately saw Li Qingshan, who was beside Gu Yenying. His eyes were burning with anger. This bastard had humiliated him time and time again, killed his disciples, ruined his plans, and was even related to North Moon. North Moon had stolen the Azura field and escaped. Old and new grudges rose in his heart, and he blamed them all on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, why don't you kneel? A fierce bellow boomed out like thunder. Below the flying cloud platform, Lu Chongqing and the others had yet to disperse. They all looked up with worried expressions. Han Xiongji suddenly turned around and immediately flew toward the flying cloud platform. Before she even got close, she felt Si Qing's aura as vast as the mountains and seas. It was like black waves crashing down. She gritted her teeth and went against the flow, standing beside Li Qingshan. Xiongji. Li Qingshan was very touched. Han Xiongji smiled at him. Although she had no idea what she could do, she could endure Prince Si Qing's thunderous wrath with him. Si Qing saw how Li Qingshan did not take him seriously at all, which made him even angrier. With a shake of his sleeve, there was a vague dragon's roar, and a black dragon claw reached towards Li Qingshan's throat. Li Qingshan pulled Han Xiongji behind him and thought, why is that monk so slow? Didn't he say he would hurry over? A jade folding fan extended out from the side and touched the dragon claw gently, and it immediately pulled back. Si Qing said furiously, Gu Yenying, you're still protecting him even now. Gu Yenying said, he's a Scarlet Hawk commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard no matter what, and I'm a White Hawk commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard no matter what. Surely I can't just watch him be killed for no reason. What benefit does that bring to you? Kill for no reason? He's a hidden demon, so it makes perfect sense for me to kill him. Si Qing said with his jackal-like voice, filled with viciousness. He ground his teeth as if he wanted to bite someone. Other folk were rejected by the human cultivation community and could be captured and ordered around as slaves. Demons were treated much worse than other folk. Once they were discovered, any cultivator would kill them. Not only would they be innocent, but they would even be rewarded. It was a magnificent feat of purging demons and protecting the righteous path. Before the 9 provinces had settled down and Great Xia had been founded, the demons of other worlds would constantly take advantage of this opportunity to invade. Due to their chaotic and evil natures, the destruction they caused was even greater than the demons. They could be described as the public enemies of the world, where everyone had the right to kill them. Ever since Li Qingshan displayed his demonified body in the Azura field, he had already become a dead man in Si Qing's eyes. Even with his identity as a Scarlet Hawk commander, he could directly kill him without even thinking about it. Demon? Gu Yenying was stunned for a moment. She turned around and glanced at Li Qingshan. Just how many more secrets did this guy have on him? Han Xiongji was also shocked. She had also heard from Han Tie that Li Qingshan could transform his body. Could this be the secret that he had been hiding all this time? However, when she thought about it, it did not seem like it. In the legends, demons were lustful, bloodthirsty, and did whatever they wanted. They were proud of evil and ashamed of kindness. Li Qingshan spread out his hands and said, Your Highness Si Qing, don't slander me. Who is a demon? Show me the evidence. Only demons can demonify and activate demonic artifacts. Many people have seen it. Are you still trying to deny it? As for the evidence, it's inside your body. Every demon has a demon heart. Watch me kill you and dig out your demon heart. As Si Qing said that, he approached Li Qingshan step by step. He radiated with murderousness, but there was a white flash, and Gu Yenying blocked his way again. You want to protect a demon? As Si Qing said that, he even glared at Gu Yenying with hostility. Gu Yenying sighed. Even if he's a demon, he should be personally dealt with by my Hawk Wolf Guard. I've already reported this to the higher-ups. They'll be here to investigate very soon. If he's a demon, I won't spare him. Although the human race and the demon race were in constant conflict, the relationship between them was not completely hostile. That was why she could wander between the two races with the identity of a half-human, half-demon. However, it was different for the demon race. Si-Ching calmed down a lot. There was only a single existence that Gu Yenying referred to as the higher-ups across the entire Green Province. Although Li Qingshan would definitely die, he would not be able to escape punishment for making such a huge mess. All right, I'll wait for that sir to arrive. Chapter 668. The golden light dispersed as a streak of light, and an old man in the uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard appeared on the soaring clouds terrace. A golden hawk with unfolded wings was embroidered on his chest with golden thread. Its beak and claws were like hooks, revealing its sharpness. It was like the legendary golden-winged great ping bird. Everyone's heart trembled. This set of clothes was unique in the entire Azure Province. He was the highest commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard of the entire Green Province, the Golden Hawk Commander. The person with the highest status across the entire Green Province was obviously the governor of the Green Province, Chu Lai King. Although there were a few soul nascents and demon kings, there were only a handful who stood on equal footing with the governor of the Green Province, and the Golden Hawk Commander was one of them. The old man did not give off any special aura. Apart from his rather arrogant uniform, he did not have any edges at all. His round face always wore a friendly smile, making him seem more like a wealthy man than the commander of a province. He even had a very businesslike name, Jean Fugue. He came from a merchant family, and it was not some great merchant or clan. He was just a small merchant who did business. His parents were not so uneducated as to call him dog leftover or coward, but they were not so educated as to give him a name that matched his current identity either. After all, a very, very long time ago, no one would have thought this big, fat, bare-bottomed kid would achieve what he had today. With his background, it was basically natural for him to be called by this name. As a matter of fact, it even felt a little unrealistic, extravagant hope. At the very least, it was a lucky name. All they had to do was wait for him to grow up and inherit the family business in peace and stability. Who would have thought that the son of a measly merchant would one day embark on the path of cultivation and undergo the third heavenly tribulation in a single stroke, reaching his current level? The name was vulgar, but it was a proper name his parents had bestowed upon him after all. He could not change it so easily, so all he could do was accept it. Gu Yenying greeted him with a smile. "Boss Jean, these clothes still suit you so well. You girl, you're using that to disgust me again." Jean Fugue smiled and let out a seemingly sincere sigh. Everything about the Hawk Wolf Guard is great, except for this set of clothes. How vulgar. If I'm unlucky because of the word gold. However, he had no idea just how many people were looking forward to this set of vulgar clothes. Gu Yenying's expression suddenly turned solemn. She lowered her head and cupped her fists. Subordinate Gu Yenying greets Commander Jean. Si Bao, Li Qingshan, Han Qiongji, and the many Hawk Wolf Guards below the soaring clouds terrace clasped their fists with their heads lowered. "Greetings, Commander Jean." The other cultivators who were not Hawk Wolf Guards all bowed politely. Si-Ching bowed and said, "Junior Si-Ching greets Commander." Jean Fugue stepped aside, and the smile on his face faded a little. He returned the greeting. "This old official greets your Royal Highness." Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels and identities, Si-Ching was the prince of the Great Xia dynasty and had the status of a subject. Jean Fugue studied the messy soaring clouds terrace and patted the half-broken pillar gently. "I already know about what happened here. I will report it to the provincial lord and his majesty as it is. I won't exaggerate it, nor will I cover it up." He was polite, but his expression was completely inscrutable. It was completely different from the friendliness he showed towards Gu Yenying. Si-Ching knew it was impossible for her to cover it up for him. This was something he had known from the very beginning. If he could refine the Azura field, Even if he lost his position as the Marquis of Rui, it would be nothing, but the outcome was not what he had hoped for. Thinking up to there, he dug his nails into his palm. He held back his regret and anger and said calmly, "I will bear all of the consequences myself, but before that, there's something I need to report to the commander." "What is it?" Although many incidents have happened in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time, it hasn't been completely fruitless. We've discovered a demon hidden within the Hawkwolf Guard, who actually became a Scarlet Hawk commander, and even stole the title of genius. If we don't eliminate him soon, he'll definitely become a great source of trouble in the future. A demon? Who are you talking about? Jin Fugue's smile vanished. A demon had infiltrated the Hawkwolf Guard. That was a matter of great importance. That's him, Li Qingshan. Si Qing extended his finger like a spear, wanting to pierce Li Qingshan. Do you have any proof? Jin Fugue had noticed Li Qingshan a long time ago. With his cultivation at such a young age, he really was worthy of being called a genius. And, just now, when he arrived, the kid lowered his head and bowed like everyone else, but there was not much respect in his eyes. Even when Si Qing pointed out that he was a demon, he remained extremely composed. The corner of his lips even curled into a disdainful smile. "I saw it with my own eyes, so how can it be fake?" The Soaring Clouds Terrace is filled with witnesses, but most of them have spent a lot of time with this Li Qingshan, so they'll probably protect him. It'll be quite troublesome to get them to reveal the truth. How about this? Please strip him of his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard, and I'll immediately inspect him. If he doesn't have a demon heart, I'll be at your disposal, Commander. Si Qing said viciously. This inspection was clearly not a gentle body search. Instead, he wanted to dismember Li Qingshan and grind his bones to dust. There's no need to go through so much trouble if you want to know whether he has a demon heart or not. Yenying, just take a look. Is there a demon heart in his body? He's your subordinate, so if he's a demon, you can personally execute him. Jin Fugue suddenly said to Gu Yenying. Since Si Qing had already said that, he must be completely confident. Although Li Qingshan seemed very calm, someone who had been wrongly accused should not be so calm. Gu Yenying frowned. Clearly, he wanted her to personally clear her name. After all, if a demon had infiltrated the Scarlet Hawk Commander, she would not be able to absolve herself from the blame as the White Hawk Commander. Commander? Han Qiongji could not help but call out. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand, telling her that there was no need for her to worry. Commander Gu, just watch. Then Gu Yenying exchanged glances with Li Qingshan. She said secretly, just what are you thinking? Before Boss Jin, you won't be able to escape even if you reveal your true form. Li Qingshan smiled. Why should I escape? Come at me. This kid still has a trump card. Gu Yenying's eyes widened, and her pupils suddenly narrowed like a hawk's. Her gaze seemed to become tangible, piercing through Li Qingshan's body and scanning him up and down. It basically took her no effort at all to find the dark red demon heart. She exhaled and turned around to Jin Fugue. Yep, there really is a demon heart. A sinister smile appeared on Si Qing's face. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing and the others who had been quietly waiting below the platform all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this result. Jin Fugue sighed, but he was relieved. Fortunately, she did not lie to cover up. That would only be giving someone a handle over her head. It was meaningless. The cultivation world was not a place where it was easy to hide the truth. It seems like you are a demon that is naturally proficient in concealment. Even I have misjudged you. Li Qingshan, you may not have done anything bad, but humans and demons cannot coexist. This is written into the laws of Great Xia. No one can save you. And your own life. As soon as he said this, Han Qiongji felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her face turned pale. Exclamations of shock came from below the soaring cloud platform. Li Qingshan said to Jin Fugue, Commander, just because one has a demon heart, does that mean one is a demon? Jin Fugue frowned. Stop quibbling. If you're a man, then accept your death. In everyone's eyes, this was the struggle of a cornered beast that had fallen into a hopeless situation. It was both powerless and pitiful. Although Xi was extremely depressed today, he also felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw the end of this genius who had always been opposing him. Dan took a step forward, rubbing his hands as he grinned savagely. If you're not willing to end your own life, I can lend you a hand. However, it will not be so straightforward. Amitba. The matters of the world are still unresolved. Why not leave them unresolved? In my opinion, just because one has a demon heart does not mean that one is a demon. A vast and majestic voice rang out from the horizon. Jin Fugui looked back, only to see that the voice came from a figure the size of a mustard seed. With a single step, the figure had already become the size of a fist. With another step, it was the size of a child. With its final step, it had already stepped onto the soaring cloud platform. It was a fat monk with his chest and stomach exposed, large sleeves fluttering in the wind. Taking 3 consecutive steps in the air, he had already traversed a distance of several hundred kilometers. Originally, he still had the bearing of a high monk, but he was holding a golden leg of lamb in one hand and a large wine gourd in the other, completely destroying his image as a high monk of Buddhism. The divine feat. Xi's heart skipped a beat. There were 6 great abilities in Buddhism, and only monk kings who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation at the very least had the right to practice them. Just this move alone was enough to tell his cultivation. Before coming to the Green Province, he had already begun gathering information about the Green Province, and every single existence that had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation was information that he needed to know. After a moment of thought, he vaguely guessed the monk's identity and origins. However, he had no idea why he had suddenly rushed over. He felt rather uneasy. Was it for Li Qingshan? Though, the Chan monastery of Devanaga should be even more irreconcilable with the demons. So it's you, monk of meat and wine. I had thought you were going to guard the back of Great Buddha Mountain for the rest of your life. Why have you suddenly come out? Jin Fugui asked with a smile. There were only a handful of people with cultivations like theirs across the entire Green Province. There was no one who did not know one another. Although the unraging monk had already remained behind Great Buddha Mountain for a century, the fury monk of the past was renowned. He was responsible for countless bloody cases, making him infamous across the entire Green Province. If it were not for the fact that he came from the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he would have been destroyed by the Hawkwolf Guard a long time ago. They had come into contact quite a bit. The unraging monk smiled. Originally, I didn't want to set foot in the mortal world anymore, but unfortunately, I've been tainted by a sliver of ill fate. My 6 senses are no longer pure. Li Qingshan said, Master, you're too slow. If you came a little later, someone would have cut me off. The unraging monk's face changed. He pointed at Li Qingshan and said, Damned disciple, every day I don't keep an eye on you. You leave the mountain and cause trouble. Why don't you get your ass over here and greet your master? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and walked over. He brought his palms together and said lazily, Good luck to you, master. Everyone was taken aback, doubting their ears. They actually referred to each other as master and disciple. Gu Yenying blinked her eyes and broke into laughter. Jin Fugui said in surprise, unraging, He's your disciple? He's a damned disciple, barely qualified as the first disciple. The unraging monk looked at Li Qingshan and nodded in satisfaction. He was already close to the 2nd heavenly tribulation. It had to be mentioned that this disciple of his could satisfy any master when it came to cultivation. But he's not a monk, Jin Fugui said in surprise. Being recognized as the first disciple meant he was no longer a regular disciple. Instead, he would inherit the legacy. A secular disciple. He's not one right now, but he definitely will be in the future. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He won't be in the future either. Jin Fugui was speechless for a moment. A small matter like the Chan monastery of Devanaga had suddenly been dragged into it, and the person who stood forward was even the bastard unraging monk. It suddenly became troublesome. Xi said sunkenly, Master, your disciple is a demon. Chapter 669. From the platform, the unraging monk's voice boomed like thunder. Immediately, blood completely drained from Xi Qing's face. Ever since he was young, he had never been insulted like this in front of so many people. Right now, he was even more helpless against the person who insulted him. Jin Fugue shook his head gently. Although he had gone from furious to unraging, a leopard could never change its spots. This monk had never been known for his good temper. Jiazhen waved his feather fan. Demons are demons, and humans are humans. They can't be quibbled with words. Does the mighty unraging monk of the mighty Chan monastery of Devanaga want to protect demons? Edan also rumbled. The Chan monastery of Devanaga can stop us from purging demons, but we can't stop the mouths of everyone in the world. Please uphold justice, Commander Jin. Unexpectedly, the unraging monk did not even look at them. He said to Li Qingshan, "Damn disciple, how did you cause such a ruckus? Tell me clearly." He only treated Jiazhen and Edan, these two vicious people, as chickens and dogs. Li Qingshan told him the whole story, from how he fell out with Edan to the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time and Si Qing's actions. The unraging monk listened to Li Qingshan curse at Edan in the hall and took a bite of a leg of lamb. Nicely cursed. He's no different from a beast. Then he heard how Si Qing's lackeys encircled Li Qingshan and how they were all killed. He took a sip of alcohol. Nicely killed. He's very much like your master in the past. A mighty prince, the leader of a commandery, has sacrificed the lives of thousands of cultivators for his own personal gain. Such a deranged person really doesn't deserve to live in this world. In the end, he's left with nothing. That can be considered the will of the heavens. Damn disciple, you've done very well. Towards the end, the unraging monk laughed aloud at the sky, but his laughter seemed to be filled with fury that could incinerate everything. The 3 of them all paled. Jin Fugue had never had a good impression of Si Qing in the first place. When he heard that the reason for everything was to help Gu Yenying, he became even more reluctant to interfere. You killed the Scarlet Hawk commander of my Hawkwolf Guard on a whim. What do you think I am? Bunu, our relationship as master and disciple comes before our relationship as superior and subordinate. I'll leave this child with you. I believe the monastery will deal with him impartially according to the precepts. He obviously had to spare Li Qingshan. Whether he was a human or a demon, he would be handed over to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to deal with. However, he was also rather perplexed. The relationship between the Chan monastery of Devanaga and the demon race should be even more incompatible. With the unraging monk's identity and cultivation, how could he not tell that Li Qingshan possessed a demon heart? Why would he protect him? Commander Jin, that's where you're wrong. It's not like this damned disciple of mine wants to become a monk, so why would I take him back? Since he's a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, he obviously has to obey your orders. However, this penniless monk wants to say something else. Having a fiendish heart doesn't mean one is a fiendish person. Suddenly, the unraging monk's demon chi surged into the air. It was fiery in color, twisting into furious faces. The sky changed color because of it. Demon King. Jin Fugue took a step back and became cautious, staring at the unraging monk in disbelief. With such arrogance, he was already a legendary demon king. The back mountain of the Chan monastery of Devanaga was actually hiding a demon king. This was even more unbelievable. Afterwards, he looked at the unraging monk in the demon chi. He brought his palms together, and his chubby face was filled with a smile, just like a Maitreya. He possessed a dignified bearing that only eminent monks of Buddhism possessed, which allowed people to experience the true meaning of casting aside the butcher's blade and attaining enlightenment with a single glance. As a result, he asked, "Do you know which hall I'm guarding in the back mountain, Commander?" "The Demon Suppression Hall." "Then have you heard of a cultivation method in the Demon Suppression Hall called the Demon Suppression Statuary?" "I've heard of it before." "Don't tell me, no wonder. I've never heard of anyone successfully practicing this cultivation method." "I didn't think it would be your fortuitous encounter." Jin Fugue was taken aback at first before coming to an understanding. Back then, the unraging monk had been protected by the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but many people said he had already suffered from chi deviation and would struggle to make any further progress. Never did he think he would actually overcome the tribulation and reach Monk King in a single day. As for why the unraging monk would accept a secular disciple as his disciple, that made sense. Li Qingshan had clearly practiced the demon suppression statuary too, which was why he possessed a demon heart, which was why he could use the various abilities of the demon race. In other words, he possessed a demon heart, but he was not a demon. Practicing this cultivation method requires great willpower, great obstacles, great willpower, and great wisdom. It's rare for me to come across one, so I've become a little more protective towards this damned disciple of mine. Instead, it's up to him to think he's something, causing trouble for the commander by stirring up trouble. If he's done anything wrong, please punish him as you please, Commander. There's no need to worry about me. The unraging monk withdrew his demon chi and tossed aside the alcohol and meat in his hands. He brought his palms together and bowed. He was indescribably amiable. It's also great Xia's fortune to have such an elite in the Hawk Wolf Guard. I can't remain in the secular world for long, so I'll be taking my leave first. Please take care, Master. Jin Fugue waved his hand with a smile. In the eyes of mortals who did not know what was going on, this was like a wealthy man who had done good deeds courteously escorting the monk to his doorstep after giving alms to a monk begging for alms. Master, it's rare for you to come. You should let your disciple prepare a banquet and feast for you for 3 days. Li Qingshan saw how the unraging monk had resolved this almost hopeless situation with just a few words. He could not help but feel grateful for his benevolence. And he wanted to ask about Little Anne's current situation. There won't be any good banquets. If I accept a damned disciple like you, there'll probably be a great disaster in the future. I really should just leave you to fend for yourself. The unraging monk said in exasperation, but he did not just say that out of anger. At his realm of cultivation, he could even sense fate in a profound way. Just like how prophecy could come true. Li Qingshan smiled. I originally wanted to fend for myself as well, so I didn't want to drag others down with me. However, in life, there will always be some entanglements of fate that have yet to be resolved. As he said that, he glanced at Han Qiongji deeply. Where's the prayer bead? Here. Li Qingshan took out the string of prayer beads. The unraging monk swung his sleeve, and the shattered prayer bead returned to its original state. Then, he said, "Damned disciple, take care." He took a step and took off. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance and sank into his thoughts. Gu Yanning watched him leave and smiled inside. With his identity, he could go anywhere he wanted. Si Qing had kicked a metal plate this time. Your Highness, looks like it's all a misunderstanding. The Scarlet Hawk commander of our Hawk Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan, isn't the demon you speak of. Jin Fugue said indifferently. His friendliness, like that of a wealthy man, had completely vanished. Clearly, this misunderstanding had displeased him, and as long as he spoke a little harsher when he reported it to the imperial court, Si Qing would probably be in deep trouble. Looks like I've made a mistake then. Si Qing ground his teeth. Not only had he failed to kill Li Qingshan this time, but he had even been humiliated for nothing, and he had offended 2 great cultivators as well as the organizations behind the 2 great cultivators. It was the same outcome as when he refined the Azura field. He was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. Jin Fugue nodded at Gu Yanning and was about to leave when Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Commander, there's something else I'd like you to uphold justice for." What is it? Jin Fugue's expression softened slightly. Although Li Qingshan seemed rather unruly, he was still Jin Fugue's subordinate after all, and he did indeed have the right to be unruly. Looking at his cultivation, he had a chance at facing the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30. There were only a handful of geniuses like that across the entire Green Province. As long as he did not die along the way, he would definitely become the cream of the crop of the 9 provinces in the future. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He opened his 100 treasures pouch, and with a smack, a tiny medal fell onto the ground. Afterwards, with a rustle, hundreds of medals flowed down like water, forming a small hill before him. What's this? Jin Fugue was rather confused. Li Qingshan, why dash? Si Qing's face twisted slightly. His eyes were about to burst into flames. These are the rewards His Highness Si Qing promised. Basically, all of them are here now, so please clear them up, Your Highness. Li Qingshan said calmly. Basically, all of the medals Si Qing had given out were here. Even if there were some that were missing, there would not be more than 100. In the Azura field, Han Tie had once again challenged the Azura general. Hua Sengzan suggested to Li Qingshan, hurry up and collect all of these medals to prevent any unforeseen events. Li Qingshan slapped his head. I almost forgot about the proper business. This was the greatest goal that Si Qing had set for this competition. He had killed Si Qing's lackeys and obtained 1,000 medals from their 100 treasures pouches. He ordered those Azuras to search the battlefield that was littered with the corpses of thousands of cultivators and then to search the other battlefields. The weapons left behind on the battlefield would be given to them as rewards. The Azuras easily completed this task, and Li Qingshan obtained a few thousand more medals. Meanwhile, Lu Zhangqing and the others had rushed over as well. When they saw this, all of them took out their medals and passed them to Li Qingshan. It was already impossible for them to use these medals to exchange for any sort of reward from their enemy, Si Qing. Moreover, even if they could lower their pride, Si Qing might not acknowledge it. So, they didn't hesitate to hand them over to Li Qingshan. A single medal could only be considered to have some value, but it was not enough to enter Li Qingshan's eyes. However, if all of the medals were gathered together, they would be worth millions of spirit stones, as well as countless medicinal pills, talismans, spirit artifacts, and arcane artifacts. This was a truly enormous sum. He naturally could not let Si Qing take advantage of this. He had to clear up this debt. Si Qing's complexion alternated between blue and green. He had not planned on giving out these rewards in the first place. In his plan, all of the cultivators would die and become sacrifices for the Azura field. However, he had not expected that not only had someone survived, but they had also collected almost all of the medals. Jin Fugue looked at the slightly trembling Si Qing. He did not feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. He had set the rules of the game and used his absolute advantage to suppress everyone, but in the end, he had actually played it to such an extent. It was simply laughable. I will also report this matter to His Majesty. Chapter 670. Gu Yenying returned to the Listening Wind Pavilion. Thinking back on the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, she still felt that it was very interesting. A fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose. A beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. Qianrongji held a white porcelain bowl with both hands. She smiled and said, "Master, you're back. Looks like you didn't waste this period of time." Gu Yenying's eyes flashed slightly and she also revealed a smile. Qiongji doesn't dare to disappoint Master's painstaking nurturing. Have a taste of my cooking. Qianrongji offered the porcelain bowl in front of Gu Yenying. The lotus seeds were crystal clear and snow white. They were plump and perfectly round. There was a small porcelain spoon in the bowl. Gu Yenying stretched out her hand and was about to take it when Qianrongji suddenly said, "Oh, it's the wrong one." With a light flip of her hand, the porcelain bowl fell to the ground. With a clang, it broke into pieces and the lotus seeds scattered all over the ground. Gu Yenying was slightly startled. Qianrongji had already turned back behind the curtain. In an instant, she came out again with another porcelain bowl in her hands. She offered it in front of Gu Yenying. It was a bowl of pitch-black sludge. There was also a small porcelain spoon in the bowl. Qianrongji's lips curled into a cruel and determined smile. Gu Yenying looked at her and sighed. She suddenly felt a little tired. Why don't you give yourself a chance to heal your wounds? I appreciate Master's kind intentions, but it's already too late. My wounds have already rotted and maggots have spread all over my body. If I cut off the rotten flesh, then there'll be nothing left. Qianrongji lowered her head slightly and looked at the bowl of sludge. If the lotus seeds can't bloom into lotus flowers, then they can only turn into sludge. How many lotus seeds of despair are in this bowl of sludge? Gu Yenying is speechless for a moment. It is the instinct of all life to escape from suffering and sorrow and to pursue happiness and joy. Even Gautama Buddha, who has no self, calls the world of self-existence nirvana. The sufferings of the common people are what they wish for. However, if someone knows how to obtain happiness and joy, and has the ability to obtain happiness and joy, but insists on overcoming this instinct, willingly degenerating into the mud, not admiring the lotus, not seeking the lotus seed, then even the Buddha will find it difficult to change. Thus, Gu Yenying said, "You'll probably be more talented than me in cultivating the illustrations of the Naraka Sutra." Thank you, Master. There's nothing to thank me for. I thought I saw the shadow of my past in you, so I did a lot of pointless things. Turns out I was wrong. After listening to the unraging monk's explanation, Gu Yenying originally thought Qian Rongji would be extremely suited to practicing the demon suppression statuary, but as it seems now, that was not the case. If she condensed a demon heart, she would only be allowed to develop into hysteria, becoming a demon among demons. It's all right. Qian Rongji drank the entire bowl of sludge and smiled resplendently. I'm still me. Ru Xian returned to Benevolence Island and passed through the long underground passageway. White light lit up with every step she took, leading her straight into the underground palace. An ordinary-looking man meditated among a pile of books. He was Chu Tian. After so many days of hard work, his cultivation had just barely returned to the second layer of Qi practitioner. To him, this speed was basically unbearably slow. First of all, it was because of the many hidden injuries from the destruction of his cultivation, and second of all, he lacked sufficient resources. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Fellow Ru, I need some pills. It's not like I'm your mother. I'm in charge of your food and shelter, so why would I care about your pills? Will you be filial to me in the future? I'm just checking to see if you're dead or not. Since you're not dead, then just stay here. Chu Tian smiled. Fellow Ru, you're in such a bad mood. Did something happen during the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures? Ru Xian was slightly stunned. She realized that her emotions were a little off. A flame was currently burning in her chest, spreading uncontrollably. She waved her hand. All right, I can give you some normal pills, but I won't take anything that's too expensive. Chu Tian bowed slightly. Thank you. Recently, I've recalled quite a few things. Among them, there's a cultivation technique that I feel is very suitable for fellow Ru to cultivate. Is that so? What's it called? The Heavenly Tome of Cloud Furnace is one of the 10,000 heavenly tomes. It requires one to combine the art of alchemy, placing oneself in an alchemy furnace. Both the body and qi will be tempered, and combined with the Heavenly Tome of Cloud Furnace Taoist technique, it has endless mysteries. Although one will have to endure quite a bit of torment and pain during cultivation, it's definitely worth it. In this world, there are probably only a handful of cultivation techniques that can compare to it. As a repayment for saving my life, I'll give it to you. Whatever pill you want, as long as it's not too excessive, I can give it to you. Ru Xian nodded slightly. The value of a good cultivation technique to a cultivator was self-evident. A cultivation technique that could be crowned as a heavenly tome was definitely not ordinary. Compared to it, some pills were not worth much. I have another request. Chu Tian took out a medical manual from beside him. Please use your medical skills to help me change my appearance. I want to go out and start from the beginning. Ru Xian's heart skipped a beat. The medical school did have the ability to change one's appearance, but it was not commonly used. This was because changing one's appearance was not only extremely demanding on one's medical skills, but it also involved one's physiognomy. It was not something that could be easily changed. Furthermore, changing one's appearance required some extremely precious medicinal ingredients. One of them was mermaid flesh. To put it bluntly, it was the flesh of the mermaids of the South Sea. Only then could the altered appearance be completely fused. These items were not something that a normal cultivator could afford. All right, I'll think of a way to collect the medicinal ingredients. Ru Xian pondered it for a bit. There was no need to go to the South Sea to catch a mermaid or cut off her own flesh. As long as she was willing to spend a large amount of money, these materials could be bought. If she really wanted to use her own flesh, she would definitely fail because she was not a pure mermaid. It was a good thing that she had been helping Li Qingshan refine pills and had accumulated quite a bit of resources. Gathering the materials was not a difficult matter. Then I'll wait here for your good news. After this is done, I'll repay you. Chu Tian taught the Heavenly Book of Cloud Furnace and the Cloud Furnace Taoist technique to Ru Xian, as well as explaining some of the key points. The exquisiteness of it made Ru Xian sigh in praise. The cultivation process was not easy. It was like refining oneself as a pill, needing a good pill furnace, and even some supplementary materials. The cultivation process was also very difficult. While enduring the pain, one also needed to accurately control the changes between water and fire. When the Heavenly Book of Cloud Furnace was cultivated to a high level, one's body would turn into jade, unharmed by swords, spears, water, and fire. One's appearance would not change for thousands of years, and one's lifespan would be much longer than a normal cultivator's. In the end, Ru Xian gave some pills to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian gave Ru Xian a portrait he had personally drawn. Ru Xian took a look. It was a very young and handsome face, and her heart moved. Even if you change your appearance, if you don't change your height, she might still see through you. That woman is very suspicious. I have to find a way to take back what I've lost. Chu Tian said with a faint smile, but it contained a great determination that could not be changed. In Qingzhao's dwelling, the 8 gates formation of golden locks continued to operate without notice, protecting the empty dwelling until a figure appeared on the horizon. He flew over and landed in front of Qingzhao's dwelling, and the formation naturally sucked him in. Li Qingshan gently stroked the 3 words that little and had personally written, Qingzhao's dwelling. He could not help but glance in the direction of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, his gaze was obviously unable to transcend the mountains, so all he could do was look away and recall what he had gone through in the past few days. Sure enough, Si Qing was unable to produce that tremendous sum of money. Even when Li Qingshan recalled how distressed he was to the point of almost going mad, he found it extremely funny. In the end, he only managed to fork out 30% of the various spiritual stones, talismans, and pills. Li Qingshan wanted to mock him a little more, but he was stopped by Jin Fugui's gaze. He said, "What belongs to you will belong to you sooner or later. The imperial family won't owe you anything. You should know when to stop. Your master can't take care of everything either. Unless you become a monk in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the world will still belong to the imperial family at the end of the day." As a result, Li Qingshan stopped pestering him. He was already extremely satisfied with what he had gained. After Jin Fugui left, Si Qing immediately set off as well, hurrying back to the Dragon Province to explain himself. He did not throw any more harsh words at Li Qingshan. He only glanced at him indifferently and said, "Li Qingshan, I admit I underestimated you. I won't do it again. There will be a day in the future when you'll feel how fortunate you are to die here today." The irreconcilable hatred hidden within made even Han Qiongji shiver from the side. Li Qingshan smiled. "Cut the bullshit. Hurry up and pay me back." Si Qing left in a huff. Afterwards, Gu Yenying told Li Qingshan in private that Jin Fugui wanted to report this matter as well. With the pride of the imperial family of Great Xia, even if Si Qing's identity as prince was stripped away, they would definitely settle this on Si Qing's behalf. Si Qing's punishment would be slightly heavier as well. Li Qingshan smiled. The one surnamed Si has a lot of business, so he obviously doesn't lack this bit of money from me. It made Si Bao roll her eyes. However, Gu Yenying shook her head. But this might not necessarily be a good thing. The imperial family has already suffered enough from losing the Azura field. If they run into someone like you who's trying to take advantage of them, you'll be annoyed as long as they say something. It's difficult to touch their reverse scale. Li Qingshan vaguely understood what Jin Fugui was trying to say, but he did not take it to heart. There were 2 sides to everything. Just like how fortune was accompanied by disaster, disaster was accompanied by fortune. It was impossible for him to be afraid of offending people at the same time. All he had to do was deal with whatever came his way. The only thing he was worried about was the imperial family directly sending a third heavenly tribulation cultivator to kill him. If that happened, he would really be left with no other options. All he could do was flee. He also understood what Gu Yenying was trying to say. She was telling him not to be arrogant and to be careful of making mistakes. As a result, he said, after ingesting the fruit of wisdom, I vaguely comprehended quite a lot more. I plan on entering secluded cultivation for a period of time once I return and try to break through to Golden Core. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Gu Yenying nodded. She still owed Li Qingshan a debt. However, now that Li Qingshan possessed the identity of the unraging monk's first disciple, there was no need for him to be too secretive. He could obviously explain it as a form of investment. Chapter 671. The virtue accumulation pill was one of the few pills that could be mass-produced. There were actually many pills that were as effective or even more effective than the virtue accumulation pill. However, many medicinal herbs could not be cultivated in large quantities. They were either extremely rare or could only be gathered in the wilderness. However, the virtue accumulation pill was different. Every medicinal herb was cultivated in a garden. Of course, it also took a lot of time. The longer it took, the stronger the medicinal properties and the better the virtue accumulation pill. The most ordinary virtue accumulation pill was equivalent to a year of cultivation. Above that, there were also virtue accumulation pills of 3 years, 5 years, and so on. Although it took some time to refine the medicinal properties and remove the dregs, it could greatly reduce the cultivation time. Although the spirit grass contained in it could be cultivated, its value was still extremely high. However, if the foundation was unstable because of taking the pill, then the saved time would have to be spent at the bottleneck. No matter how good the medicinal herbs were, they could only be a powerful support. They could not completely replace the cultivator's own cultivation. The cultivator had to consider and bear the gains and losses themselves. I don't have many virtue accumulation pills on hand. The best is a 5 years virtue accumulation pill, but it's hundreds of times more valuable than ordinary pills. I'll take it. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan bought 5 virtue accumulation pills. 3 of them were ordinary virtue accumulation pills. One was 3 years, and the other was 5 years. Then, he lingered in the prefecture capital for a few more days. Before leaving, he gave the 5 years virtue accumulation pill to Han Xiongji. They spent more time apart than together, so he could only make up for it in other ways. He still remembered the strange expression on Han Xiongji's face as she held the virtue accumulation pill. The joy of obtaining such a precious pill was completely overshadowed by other emotions. It seemed like she wanted to refuse, but she accepted it in the end. Li Qingshan understood that he should perhaps stay for a while longer. However, he also knew that it was time for him to go on his way again. He could not stay in one place for long for anyone. He could only keep moving forward and reach beyond the 9 heavens. He did not even have time to care about his own emotions. So, he kissed goodbye and left. Li Qingshan collected his thoughts and stepped into Qingzhao's cave. He took out the Azura field and took it out. He had not had the chance to examine it in detail yet. There didn't seem to be any changes to its appearance. It was just stained with a layer of blood and some scarlet runes. With a light toss, the Azura field enlarged to the size of a Mongolian yurt. Li Qingshan stepped in, and the scene before him changed. A vast expanse of land spread out before him, and at the same time, he changed into his crimson-haired and crimson-eyed appearance. He spread his wings, and with a light flap, the scenery was instantly pulled into millions of colorful lines that rapidly flew backward. He stopped in front of the towering tree. The sunflowers were still blooming, and the flowering period had not passed yet. They decorated the great banyan tree brilliantly. Therefore, Li Qingshan announced to the big tree, "From today onwards, I am the owner of this place. I'm North Moon. You must be one of the 10 demon kings, the banyan tree king." At present, the most important resource in the Azura field was this banyan tree king. Not only could he provide tree sap that could rapidly recover his spiritual power, he could also give him wisdom and enlightenment. He could seek guidance on many problems in cultivation. Therefore, the first thing he did after entering the Azura field was to pay him a visit. "It's you." The banyan tree king let out a cry of surprise. "What's me? Have you seen me before?" Li Qingshan was shocked, but his expression did not change. "You're Li Qingshan. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be that kind of lowly human?" Li Qingshan raised his voice in displeasure. The banyan tree king suddenly laughed loudly. His enormous body trembled slightly, and his laughter was filled with understanding. "No wonder I felt that this Azura field had been refined from the inside. So, it was your doing. Si Qing, that brat, is probably going to vomit blood from anger now." Li Qingshan's body relaxed. "All right, how did you know? Although I've lived for over 10,000 years, I'm not so forgetful that I can't recognize you after just a few days of separation. Compared to your appearance and aura, your subtle expressions, the way you speak, and your body language are equally clear in my eyes." Li Qingshan could only admit that sometimes he could not hide from others just by changing his face or changing his demonic aura. At the very least, he could not hide from this old and wise banyan tree king. The reason why his double identity had not been seen through was that most of the people who interacted with the North Moon did not recognize Li Qingshan. Furthermore, those who were familiar with Li Qingshan had very little contact with the North Moon. As a result, there was an asymmetry of information. Coupled with the fact that he had used his doppelgangers to confuse others, he had managed to maintain this secret until today. With this lesson, he had to be more careful in the future. "Then, I'll have to trouble you to keep this a secret for me." "Don't worry. To me, your little secret is nothing. I've kept many secrets of even greater importance." The banyan tree king had experienced many things. Although Li Qingshan's existence was rather strange, he did not seem particularly outstanding compared to his predecessors. Of course, this was only his current opinion. Li Qingshan had nothing to worry about with the banyan tree king's promise. As a result, he smiled. "Since we're acquaintances, then I won't hold back. Actually, I still have many questions regarding the scripture of the boundless ocean. I'd like to ask for your guidance, fellow." Above Moon Court Lake, rain poured down and the waves surged violently. A huge, red carp swam and rolled in the lake, rising to the surface from time to time and diving to the bottom from time to time. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky, following it the entire time. "What's happened?" In the moon court dwelling in the center of the lake, two beautiful female night roamers stood on a tall lookout. One possessed a noble bearing, and her eyes twinkled like stars. The other was sexy and enchanting, with large breasts and a large bottom. They were the sisters Yiliu and Yiliu. Their gazes pierced through the curtain of rain, gazing into the depths of the black water. Yiliu said, "It seems like the carp master rides on is undergoing its tribulation." Yiliu was surprised. "It's just transforming into a demon general, so how can it cause such a great disturbance?" Yiliu had a vague guess, but she did not mention it. The only possibility was that the carp possessed the water god seal, but why would something like the water god seal be given to someone else unless it was absolutely necessary? She could not help but worry. The carp that Li Qingshan had named Li El Red returned to Moon Court Lake with the water god seal in its mouth. The power in the water god seal naturally flowed into its body. By now, the water god seal had basically refined all the water in the Rui Commandery, both above and below ground. The Rui Commandery that spanned 1,500 kilometers possessed extremely abundant water resources, equivalent to 10 Jiangnan. Just how tremendous was the water spiritual energy it contained? Even absorbing 1,000th of its spiritual energy was equivalent to who knew how many pills to a water element demon. As a demon, they did not have as many cultivation realms and bottlenecks as humans. The most difficult part was accumulating spiritual energy. With the water god seal as a foundation, it reached the boundary of demon general in just a few days, drawing down a heavenly tribulation. It contended against the heavenly tribulation, so it obviously drew out the power of the water god seal. Two figures also appeared at a ferry on the shores of Moon Court Lake. One was a vicious man with a savage expression, while the other was a scholar with a dark expression who waved a black feather fan. They were Yi Dan and Jiazhen. That bastard North Moon actually dared to trick us like this. If I don't kill all of his subordinates, I won't be able to dispel my hatred. Dan ground his teeth. Killing them all would be far too wasteful. It's better to capture them and sell them as slaves back to the Dragon Province. That way, we can make up for quite a lot of our losses. Demons and male night roamers are sent into the battlefields, and female night roamers can be sold for quite a good price too. Jiazhen waved his fan. He seemed extremely calm, but his eyes burned with malice. As Si Qing's right-hand men, they had always received Si Qing's courtesy and trust. They had also received many benefits from Si Qing's identity as a prince. When the Lord worried, his subjects would be humiliated. When the Lord was humiliated, his subjects would die. Now that Si Qing had just taken office, he had been forced to return to the Dragon Province to apologize for his crimes. To them, this was a great humiliation. They had to get revenge. As a result, they cast aside all of their schemes and used absolute strength to crush their way over. When they saw the situation above Moon Court Lake, they came to the same conclusion. There's a demon undergoing a tribulation. With such a disturbance, don't tell me it's that wretched demon of the North Moon. He's only a demon general right now, yet he's already so powerful. If he breaks through to Demon Commander, just who in the Rui Commandery can stop him? Dan frowned. Jiazhen calculated with his fingers. It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It's definitely not the North Moon. How can it cause such a disturbance? He sank into thought for a while before his eyes lit up. It's very likely for the Water God Seal to be in the demon's possession. As long as they obtained the Water God Seal, they could make up for the loss of the Azura Field. If they combined it with the Mountain God Seal and refined the true seal of mountains and rivers, they would basically have achieved their objective. Right when the two of them were about to strike out, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. My two friends, it's really been a while. What brings you to my humble abode today? In the storm, a man with scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, and completely naked stepped over the surface of the water, striding over. His flawlessly handsome face carried a wicked smile. He was North Moon, or more accurately, Li Qingshan's mirror clone. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn bloodshot. Dan's eyes had indeed become bloodshot all of a sudden. He gave off a violent aura, immediately scattering the rain in the surroundings. He stared at North Moon like a monster about to swallow him whole. North Moon! Jiazhen raised his feather fan and stopped Dan. North Moon, return the Azura Field, and we'll write off our grievances. We'll leave immediately. Or, do you really want to fight to the death with us? However, he had already made up his mind. Once North Moon handed over the Azura Field, he would immediately snatch the Water God Seal and cut off his wings, before finding an opportunity to kill him. Well, I admit that I was indeed in the wrong in this matter, but the Azura Field is not in my hands. It was snatched away by that MOU, and I was almost killed by him. I only managed to escape with great difficulty. North Moon spread his hands and said helplessly. He also frowned internally. With just a clone, he was definitely no match for any one of them. Even if his main body rushed over, he would not be able to defeat their combined forces unless Helicoverpa Rosa was willing to come and help him later. However, he had no hope in this at all. Chapter 672. In the commandery city of Rui, Lu Chongqing and the others boarded the soaring dragon ship again. When they bid farewell to Li Qingshan, Ru Exan secretly told Li Qingshan that she had a request, which was to borrow the Water God Seal to cultivate for a period of time. This request could not be any easier for Li Qingshan. The Water God Seal came from her in the first place. She could not even use 1/10, or even 100th, of the water spiritual chi stored in the previous Water God Seal. Li Qingshan agreed straightforwardly. Afterwards, after bidding farewell to Han Qiongji, he found a small lake in the mountains and used the water mirror's image again, creating a mirror clone and hurrying over to Moon Court Lake. He never thought he would just happen to run into the storm, as well as Jiazhen and Dan. The Water God Seal was in danger of being lost. As a result, he purposefully told some lies to confuse the two of them. Surely Mo, you had not gone out of his way to tell them that he had not obtained the Azura field, right? As one of the people who had been fooled, Mo, you had indeed not publicized his failure. Siqing did not have the opportunity to confront him either. Jiazhan and Yidan exchanged glances. They really could not be certain that the Azura field was in the hands of the North Moon right now. Logically speaking, it was instead very likely that it was not in his hands. As the crown prince of the Green Province demons, Mo's strength and reputation surpassed the North Moon's. In a one-on-one situation, he obviously had a better chance at victory. Back then, it was Mo who had restrained the North Moon and taken the initiative to move elsewhere. Clearly, victory was within his grasp. Jiazhan suddenly asked, "How did you know the Dragon Arena has become the Azura field?" "I've been guarding it for a very long time too. If I didn't even know what it was, why would I try to steal it?" "Sigh, I didn't think it would be all for naught. Mou is a Qing's enemy, as well as my enemy. We should work together against him and take back the Azura field. If we get entangled with each other again, won't they laugh at us?" The more Li Qingshan spoke, the more he felt like he really was a fucking glib-tongue. At the same time, he approached the two of them, expressing that he had no ill intentions. "That makes sense." Jiazhan nodded. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew towards the depths of Mooncourt Lake. At the same time, Yidan threw a punch. The force of the punch turned into a hideous black wolf head, letting out a shrill howl. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Li Qingshan. Regardless of whether the Azura field was in the North Moon's hands or not, this water god seal must be obtained. However, Li Qingshan's reactions were faster. Before the two of them had even struck, he had already sensed it through the spirit turtle. He directly spread his wings and soared into the sky, charging towards Mooncourt Lake. But as soon as the wolf howled, it was as if a demonic sound pierced through his mind. His body stiffened, and the wolf head followed him like a shadow. He punched back. It landed on the wolf's head and unleashed the tremors of the ox demon. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely. A thatched hut and several small boats on the ferry were instantly destroyed, creating a huge crater. The rainwater within a radius of 10 li was swept away and shot out in all directions like bullets, piercing through countless trees. In that instant, Li Qingshan's clone was heavily injured, and a large portion of his demon chi had vanished. Yidan was even more vicious than he had anticipated. He was definitely not something regular golden core cultivators could compare to. He only needed one more strike, and his clone would be in danger of collapsing. He hurriedly used the water mirror's image, channeling demon chi into his clone through his main body. The injuries and lost demon chi recovered very quickly. But in that instant, Jiazhan had already flown several li away. He wanted to obtain the water god seal first and then work together with Yidan to launch a pincer attack on North Moon. Li Qingshan waved his right hand and a violet talisman flew over. He bellowed, "Freeze." Jiazhan's figure suddenly stiffened, like a tiny insect stuck in space, immobilized. "A freeze talisman. Yidan, stop him." He circulated his powers in a hurry. He never expected North Moon to use a precious violet talisman right off the bat, but the freeze talisman could not freeze him for long. Now, he instead eased up as he had confirmed that this was not North Moon's main body. Without waiting for Jiazhan's warning, Yidan's punch had succeeded, and he followed it up with another punch. His chi condensed into half a wolf. The wolf's howl even drowned out the thunderous storm. If he were struck directly, he probably would not even have the time to recover before he would directly collapse. All Li Qingshan could do was flap his wings of wind and fire desperately. The huge wolf lunged over from behind, and he swung his hand backwards without even looking back. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. Pieces of translucent hexagons weaved together to form a thin screen of light behind him. It clearly reflected the huge wolf's posture. Yidan did not take this tiny obstacle seriously at all. The huge wolf collided with the screen of light and tore it apart easily, but a small portion of the force was reflected back. The huge wolf twisted and exploded loudly. Affected by the shockwaves, Li Qingshan felt his back ache, but he could not care about that. Right now, he was in a race against Jiazhen. He had to obtain the water god's seal first before immediately using the water mirror's image to hand the water god's seal to his main body. Then, he would win. He flew forward further and saw Jiazhen staring at him with a sunken face. His body trembled slightly as light flickered on his body, about to break free from the freeze talisman's restraints at any time. A foul wind rushed over from behind, and Dan's figure swelled up, turning into a giant almost 30 meters tall. His clothes ripped apart, revealing a lifelike tattoo of a black wolf on his chest. He roared furiously as he strode over, actually no slower than when he flapped his wings. Truly, there was a tiger ahead and a wolf behind. Jiazhen's arm suddenly moved. He waved his feather fan lightly and pointed it at the approaching north moon. The lightning in the sky seemed to have found a guide and target in that instant. They gathered into a blazing lightning snake, swimming through the sky at an unbelievable speed and striking Li Qingshan. Boom! Li Qingshan's entire body shook. He did not feel any pain, only a deep numbness. For a moment, he was unable to move. Only then did he feel intense pain everywhere. If Jiazhen had not barely managed to cast a spell under the effects of the freeze talisman, this bolt of lightning would have completely ended Li Qingshan's race. Before he could recover his wits, an evil wind assaulted him from behind. The gigantic Dan stretched out his fingers and grabbed at him. He only needed to squeeze hard, and his clone would immediately shatter. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and took out a second purple talisman, activating it. There was a flash of golden light, forming a steel fortress around him. This was a defensive talisman. The steel fortress twisted and deformed under Dan's brute force, producing an ear-piercing rumble, but it forcefully blocked it. Li Qingshan had already used this opportunity to fly towards the center of Mooncourt Lake. Jiazhen waved his feather fan again, and a whirlwind whistled up, sucking Li Qingshan in. The battle on the lakeside reached the island in the center of the lake. Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy, "Sister, it's Master's demon Qi. He's currently fighting with someone. Gather everyone." Yu Liusu passed down the order, and the night roamers answered loudly below the watchtower. As the commander of the night roamers recognized by the North Moon, Li Qingshan had already used her own methods to consolidate her authority, even though it had already been quite some time since he last came. She was slowly restoring the glory of the night roamers. But how can we help Master with just us? Yulubwa was willing to die for him, but she also understood that his battle was not something they could take part in with their strength. Have you forgotten? Get everyone to the altar. Mother will host the ceremony. Yeah, I almost forgot. What about you, sister? I'm going out for a moment. Going out. Yi Liubo gazed in the direction of the lakeside. Just the shockwaves from the battle there were enough to make her shiver inside. I'm not taking part in the battle. I'm taking the water god's seal. Oh, right, send someone to invite Helicoverpa. Before Yu Liubo could reply, Yu Liusu leapt off the watchtower. She merged into the darkness. She was not too clear about the exact situation, but she could tell that the water god's seal was crucial. With his strength, he could flee even if he could not win. The chances of him being directly killed were not great. However, if he lost the water god's seal, it would be an irreparable loss. The pitch-black torrential rain whistled down. Li Qingshan gasped for air, but in that moment, he had almost been killed several times, and had already used up all the purple amulets he had on him. He had only managed to slow down Jiazhen and Dan's footsteps slightly, but was unable to cause any damage to them. The two of them had displayed terrifying strength that far surpassed that of ordinary golden core cultivators. Either one of them had the strength to fight against his main body. It was all thanks to that rare purple immobilizing talisman at the beginning that Jiazhen could hold out for this moment, preventing him from using his full strength. However, the power of this immobilizing talisman ended here. Jiazhen shuddered and struggled free. A sinister smile appeared on his face, but he felt slightly regretful. I was worried that it was his main body, but it turns out that it's just a clone. I should have joined forces with Dan from the beginning and killed him. I guarantee that he won't even be able to use those purple amulets. With a thought, he waved the feather fan in his hand. This time, it was Li Qingshan's turn to be unable to move. He was enveloped by the giant wolf in the blink of an eye. He did not even have the time to recall his clone. The clone was directly destroyed and disappeared between heaven and earth. With such an absolute difference in strength, he had already done his best to be able to struggle to such an extent. After Jiazhen waved his fan, he did not even look at the result and flew towards the place where the lightning intersected. Yu Liubo had completed Yu Lusu's orders and waited by the lakeside. She looked anxiously at the sky full of wind and rain, and her heart suddenly shook. Master's demon chi has disappeared. That can't be. That's just Master's clone. He might have concealed his aura and escaped. Master won't die. What are you mumbling about? Yu Liusu walked out from the dark lake. The water flowed smoothly off her body, and she carried a naked child in her right hand. He looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, and he was struggling with his legs. However, his movements did not seem like those of a human's. This is? That fish. Yu Liusu tossed the child onto the ground. The child wanted to return to the lake water. She said coldly, "You are called Little Red, right? There are people outside who want to seize the Water God Seal. Lord North Moon has entrusted the Water God Seal to you for safekeeping. If you lose it, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to you." Li Qingshan delayed for a moment, and Little Red finally passed the heavenly tribulation and became a demon general. However, it was still exhausted after the tribulation, and Yi Liusu restrained it with a single move. She did not waste any words and directly brought it to the underwater palace at the center of the lake before explaining. Hearing this, Little Red immediately did not dare to walk towards the lakeside. Boom! A surging force violently collided with the array formation that enveloped the underwater palace. The outermost layer of the array formation was already on the verge of breaking. A giant came to the lakeside with a scholar standing on his shoulder. He saw Little Red at first glance and pointed his feather fan at it. "Hand over the Water God Seal, and I will spare your lives." Chapter 673. The presences that the two of them gave off were so powerful that Yu Liusu and the others had never seen them before. Even Helicoverpa Rosa paled in comparison. Although they were separated by layers upon layers of formations, they still did not feel safe at all. It was as if they could kill them easily as crushing ants if they wanted to. Under such pressure, even golden core cultivators would shiver inside. Yi Liusu stabilized her mind. "Please give us some time to consider it." "No, we can't hand the Water God Seal to someone else." Li Red leapt a meter into the air and called out with her tender voice. "We're just considering it. What's wrong with that? An opponent like that is not someone we can contend against. Even if we lose the Water God Seal, Sir North Moon won't blame us. However, we probably have no right to make a decision over something as important as this. Let's go back and gather everyone to discuss it." Yi Liubo seemed tempted too. She exchanged glances with Yi Liusu. Handing over the Water God Seal was impossible. They had to buy some time first. "We don't have that much time for you to consider it. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the Water God Seal, prepare to die with the North Moon," Jiazhen said with a sunken voice. He had only killed a clone of the North Moon earlier. His main body would probably arrive very soon, which would make the matter troublesome. Without Si Qing, it was impossible for the two of them to kill him if they worked together. If they had not made arrangements beforehand, probably even the three of them would struggle to keep him here. They were undefeatable. If he left with the Water God Seal, there really would be nothing they could do to him. He did not believe the North Moon would care about the fates of these night roamers. At most, he would find a way to avenge them afterwards. However, he did not believe the night roamers would have any loyalty to the North Moon either. Night roamers had always been known for their craftiness. As long as he could subdue them and obtain the Water God Seal, then everything would be fine. 10, 9, 8. Sister, what do we do? Listening to Jiazhen's countdown, Yu Liubo felt anxious. These two people were not so easy to appease. She looked at Yi Liusu, only to find that she had a relieved expression. If they were not willing to delay, it meant that they still had scruples. If they were completely unscrupulous and allowed them to delay, it would mean that the situation had reached the worst possible state. Even if they delayed, it would be useless. This concern naturally lay with the North Moon. After estimating his flying speed in his mind, he made up his mind that the only thing he could do now was to stall for as much time as possible. Jiazhen counted down to 1. "All right, we can hand over the water god seal," Yi Liusu said. Jiazhen revealed an unsurprised expression. Yi Dan slapped the formation fiercely and roared madly, "Bitch, hurry up and give me the water god seal." Yi Liusu said, "But I want all of you to swear a deadly oath to the heavens that after you obtain the water god seal, you absolutely won't harm us. Otherwise, wouldn't we become fools if you guys fell out after taking the water god seal? You think a bitch like you has the right to make us swear a deadly oath?" Yi Dan became even more enraged. The black wolf tattooed on his body gave off violent demon chi, yet it miraculously merged with his own aura. His figure expanded once again, and long black wolf fur grew on many parts of his body. His mouth protruded forward, and his back arched backwards. His eyes shone with jade-green flames, making him look both human and wolf. "All right." Jiazhen immediately agreed, swearing a deadly oath to the heavens. He sneered inwardly. "Do you think a mere oath can bind us?" For cultivators, some oaths indeed could not be made carelessly, but those oaths had to be made with sincerity and sincerity. Only then could they form self-restraint. Otherwise, the strong could easily suppress the weak and make them swear loyalty to them for life. Otherwise, they could do whatever they wanted. And even if it was a heartfelt oath, there would not be any punishment from the heavens if it was violated. It would just easily form an inner demon. Oaths with stronger restraints required certain techniques and arcane treasures. Jiazhen did not take an empty, vicious oath like this seriously at all. He had already made up his mind. The moment they handed over the water god seal, an opening would definitely appear in the layers of formations. By then, he could destroy them conveniently and turn all the night roamers and demons into slaves, selling them to the dragon province. Yi Liusu sank into her thoughts before letting out a sigh. "Forget it." "What did you say?" Jiazhen's face sank. Yi Liusu ordered Li El-Red, "Hurry up and activate the water god seal. Stop them for a while. Sir North Moon will arrive to provide reinforcements very soon." "You bitch." Jiazhen's face changed drastically. He never thought they, who were as insignificant as ants, would be bold enough to trick him. "Jiazhen, I've already said it before. Your tricks can't be used everywhere. It's just a bunch of third-rate formations. No matter how many layers there are, they can't even withstand a single blow. Let's destroy the formations. We have to get these two bitches." Yi Dan had run out of patience a long time ago. He was extremely disapproving of Jiazhen's thoughts of playing tricks and taking shortcuts everywhere. As he said that, he threw a punch at the formation. Suddenly, a surging wave slammed over from behind. His body that stood over 30 meters tall staggered, and his punch landed on the formation, but it failed to achieve its intended effect. The barrier of light was riddled with cracks, but it still held. It was Li El-Red, who had just transformed successfully. She was currently powering the water god seal. Yi Dan was not injured, but he was surprised inside. The water god seal is actually so powerful. It's already so powerful when powered by a measly demon general who has just undergone the heavenly tribulation. If the North Moon gets his hands on it, wouldn't he be even more difficult to deal with? "I have to destroy the formation as soon as possible." He raised his head and howled as he punched out with both fists. Like a thunderclap, the layer of spell formation was destroyed in an instant. Jiazhen waved his feather fan, and various techniques rained down like a storm. It seemed chaotic, but it was actually targeted at the special characteristics of each layer of the formation, using different techniques of the 5 elements. Li El-Red did her best to control the water god seal to obstruct the two of them, but with the cultivation of a demon general, it was impossible for the rivers and lakes of the Rui Commandery to unleash the full power of the water god seal. Most of the formations that enveloped the dwelling originated from the protective formations of the various sects and clans they had plundered from the war in the past. Although they could already be regarded as the best in the Clear River Prefecture, those sects were only small sects and clans with foundation establishment cultivators. To peak golden core cultivators like Jiajun and Yidan, they could only be regarded as third-rate. As she watched the formations peel away layer by layer, Yiliusu became stern too. Yulubwa looked back and said anxiously, "Hasn't the altar been activated yet?" Suddenly, a shadow rose up from the center of the island. It seemed even deeper than the dark night that had been dyed by the storm. Yiliusu and Yulubwa both eased up. They left Li El-Red there to continue using the water god's seal to obstruct them as they flew towards where the shadow had risen up from. A pitch-black altar had been erected in the embrace of the small mountain at a certain time. The altar was engraved with patterns in the style of night roamers, as well as countless stars and strange inscriptions. In the past, the North Moon had made Yiliusu lead the night roamers back underground first. The reason why Yiliusu was bold enough to return to the Moon Court dwelling was because of this altar apart from the defenses of the various formations. The surroundings of the altar were filled with night roamers. They all crossed their hands as if they were praying sincerely. Power gathered into the black altar and rose up. Yi Mingzhu stood on the altar with disheveled hair, chanting and dancing around madly. Her figure was like the drifting shadow above her head. It was as if her shadow had been blown into the sky by the fierce gale of power, but it also maintained a connection with her body, preventing it from being blown away. With the true spirit pills that the North Moon had bestowed upon them, a large number of night roamers who were stuck at bottlenecks had all undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the powerful night roamers who had already undergone the first heavenly tribulation, there were over 100 night roamers in the surroundings who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Further away were the regular night roamers who had not undergone the heavenly tribulation. There were several thousand of them gathered together to participate in this mysterious ceremony. They poured their power into the altar without holding back at all. Seeing this, Yiliusu eased up slightly. This way, she could buy herself some more time, but she was also rather worried. How much longer could the formations last? But at this point, there was no point in thinking too much. She arrived before the altar with Yilubwa and knelt down on one knee, clasping her hands together. The shadow above the altar gradually condensed. Yi Mingzhu suddenly let out an inhuman howl, and the shadow completely solidified. As if the thin shadow had swelled up with air, its figure was exactly the same as Yi Mingzhu's. Outside the dwelling, Jiajun and Yidan worked together. Before long, they smashed through half of the formations. Formation discs shattered one after another, and the formation banners were reduced to dust. Li El-Red had already collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "My two friends, long time no see. What brings you to my humble abode all of a sudden today?" The same words seemed to make the world flow backwards. Jiajun and Yidan looked back at the same time. North Moon flapped his wings of wind and fire, shooting through the sky like a scarlet bolt of lightning. Wind and rain gathered around him, and his demon chi truly surged. The two of them could not help but think, he's just a demon general, yet he possesses such great power and so many tricks. If he undergoes another heavenly tribulation and becomes a demon commander, all they can do is flee. They've completely fallen out with him this time. If none of the three of them can undergo the third heavenly tribulation, then there'll be no end to the future problems. However, the arrow was already nocked. It had to be fired. As the voice rang out, North Moon was already right before them. He spoke the same words, but with a completely different tone and presence. There was no longer any falseness, only naked viciousness. Yidan suddenly looked back. "North Moon, you're finally here. Jiajun, keep destroying the formations. I'll fight him." "North Moon, I'm Yidan, the first disciple of the Beast King in the manner of myriad beasts of the Dragon Province. Are you bold enough to fight me?" Li Qingshan said nothing more. He only reverted to his original form and threw a punch. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. He pushed forward layer by layer, and black cracks gathered on his fist. He had completely put on a glove. It was still the same move, tremors of the ox demon, but compared to his clone's punch, who knew how many times more violent it was. Boom! With a great rumble, the wind and lightning changed color. Dan took a few steps back. His eyes widened, and his right arm trembled slightly. Blood flowed down like a stream. Chapter 674. Above the torrential lake, bolts of lightning ripped through the night sky. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions. In that instant, countless waves were torn to pieces. A large region of water actually recovered its peace for a moment before immediately becoming even more turbulent. In the lake, two colossal figures faced off against each other. The crimson eyes that were like burning charcoal and the wolf eyes that shone with jade-green light shot out like lightning, clashing in the air. They were both violent and bloodthirsty. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, apart from the violent and bloodthirsty look, there was also a sense of steadiness akin to a mountain as he looked down on Dan. A pair of curved horns stabbed into the sky, and a pair of hooves dug into the ground. The deep lake water only reached his waist, and the huge fist constantly slammed against his pitch-black, reef-like chest. Dan stood closer to the island, so the terrain was much higher. However, he was still more than a head lower than Li Qingshan. He could not help but raise his head and look at this wretched demon, who was much weaker than him in both cultivation and time of cultivation. Blood flowed down his right arm, dyeing the water red in the blink of an eye. Apart from his startlingly great strength, the terrifying tremors contained in the punch were the true culprit behind the damage. A shrill wolf's howl suddenly ripped through the night sky, coming from Dan and the black wolf's tattooed mouth at the same time. His muscles bulged and his bones extended, swelling up once again. Black wolf fur erupted from his body like spears, covering his entire body. He turned into a black wolf that stood on its hind legs. A long wolf tail even grew on its back, swinging wildly. Li Qingshan also felt threatened. This person's personality was extremely detestable, but he was still an opponent worth fighting. His body and strength were definitely not something a regular golden core cultivator could possess. However, he found it strange. He's also half human, half demon? I wonder what the origins of the Manor of Myriad Beasts are. The Manor of Myriad Beasts was one of the major sects of the Dragon Province. It was on par with the three major sects of the Green Province, and it even surpassed them in certain aspects. It was specifically responsible for managing the Garden of Rare Beasts for the imperial family of Great Xia. Dan's master, the Beast King, was the lord of the Manor of Myriad Beasts, a great cultivator renowned throughout the Dragon Province. In the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts where the strong were respected, Dan's strength naturally far surpassed that of his peers since he could become the Beast King's first disciple. The disciples of the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had to attract beast souls into their bodies since they were young, and they would form tattoos on their bodies. When they fought, they did not need to rely on any external objects. They only needed to release the beast souls, and they would be able to possess terrifying combat power that far surpassed cultivators at the same level as them. However, the deeper the release of the beast soul, the easier it was to be infected by the bestial nature. As a result, the temperament of its disciples was more barbaric and violent. They weren't bound by morals and etiquette, and they did whatever they wanted. They were close to the path of demons. Moreover, if he was not careful, even his soul would be devoured by the beast soul and become a sacrifice for the beast soul. Most of the disciples in the mountain villa of beasts had died to the beast soul. Therefore, Dan would not release the beast soul's power to such an extent unless it was a critical moment. Roar! Dan's back arched high. His feet kicked backwards, and in that instant, he lunged at Li Qingshan at an astonishing speed. How could Li Qingshan not be afraid of facing him head-on? He straightened his back and punched out. At this moment, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and a white light flashed before his eyes. Come, lightning! Jiazhen pointed his feather fan at the sky, and a lightning snake as thick as a water tank descended from the sky. Brilliant lightning filled the world. Li Qingshan's entire body shuddered. Although he did not suffer much damage due to his powerful physique, there was only a thin line in a battle between experts. Bang! Yi Dan suddenly pushed Li Qingshan into the lake, and he bit at him fiercely, stirring up layers of huge waves. After cultivating the fifth layer of the ox demon, Li Qingshan's ox hide had become extremely tough. Yi Dan had bitten his throat until it was drenched in blood, but he was unable to tear it apart completely. Moreover, even if he was really torn apart, as long as his tiger bones were fine, he would not die. All right. Li Qingshan was not alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. He spread his arms wide and restrained Yi Dan tightly. With the divine earth power as his foundation, he did not fear anyone in a head-on battle like this. Yi Dan felt a wave of pain at his waist, and even his bones let out a faint groan as if they were about to be snapped alive. He exerted all his strength and finally managed to tear North Moon's throat open, but what flowed out was not blood, but balls of flames. The other party seemed to be completely fine. If he did not get out of this situation as soon as possible, he would definitely be the first to die. However, the reason he had chosen to engage in close combat was definitely not because he had lost his rationality after releasing his beast soul. He roared in a low voice, "Jiajin, don't bother with those formations. Let's kill this monster first." A tremor suddenly came from beneath the mud at the bottom of the lake. One rock giant after another stood up from the mud at the bottom of the lake. Every single one of them was around 7 to 8 zhang tall. Although compared to Li Qingshan's figure that was over 60 zhang tall, they were like children. However, every single one of them possessed great strength, and they all grabbed onto Li Qingshan's arms and legs, pulling him back forcefully. After completely releasing his beast soul, Yi Dan's strength had already been astonishingly great in the first place. It was only because he had encountered a monster like Li Qingshan that he had been suppressed. Now that he had the help of these rock giants, he immediately turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. Li Qingshan's entire body shuddered, and the power of tremors was released. The rock giants were all scattered, but in the blink of an eye, even more rock giants appeared. It was as if there was no end to them. However, the demon chi on his body was not endless. If this continued, he would definitely be the one who would not be able to hold on first. Naturally, this was still Jiajin's doing. He stared at the battle in the lake, and his eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen Yi Dan fall into a disadvantageous position in close combat, and had no choice but to rely on external help. This demon had to be eliminated. He waved his feather fan repeatedly, casting various techniques. With each wave, Yi Dan's strength would increase, becoming stronger and more powerful. His body was enveloped in a defensive spiritual light, and even the injuries he had sustained were rapidly recovering. From the beginning to the end, he had not used any spiritual tools or arcane tools. He only waved the feather fan in his hand back and forth. However, the various techniques of the 5 elements that he had cast were as simple as eating and drinking. Furthermore, they were all shockingly powerful. Even Li Qingshan could not underestimate them. The fact that Li Qingshan was equipped with 5 arcane tools at the foundation-building realm was already shocking to many. Meanwhile, Jiajin, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, was equipped with twice as many arcane tools as Yi Dan. There were rings on both of his hands, a necklace around his neck, a sachet hanging from his waist, the magical robes he wore, and so on. There were a total of 10 arcane tools, and not a single one of them was below the medium grade. The feather fan in his hand was even a supreme-grade arcane tool that was worth cities. However, none of these arcane tools were like flying swords that could be used to directly attack an enemy. All of them were used to increase the power of the techniques he cast, as well as the speed at which he recovered his arcane power. In contrast to Yi Dan, who did not rely on external objects, Jiajin utilized the strengths of human cultivators to the extreme. Li Qingshan frowned. It was not in his nature to resign himself to death. He circulated his power and struggled, and Yi Dan was instantly unable to suppress him. He roared at Jiajin, "Don't waste your talismans. I'll naturally use them when I need to." As Jiajin spoke, he tossed out a purple talisman and stuck it on Yi Dan's back. Yi Dan's entire body shone with golden light, forming a layer of Vajra avatar around him. It was the Vajra strength talisman that Li Qingshan had not used for a long time. However, this purple talisman was countless times more powerful than the yellow talisman he had first seen. Chapter 675. Jiazhen had experienced countless battles in his life, so how could he be successfully ambushed when he was completely defenseless? In that instant, at least 5 layers of defensive spiritual light flashed on his body. There were protective artifacts on his body, as well as defensive techniques. Even Li Qingshan might not be able to break through them with a single punch. However, the dagger that was made of shadows actually pierced through the layers of defensive spiritual light without a sound, causing Jiazhen's heart to tremble. He wanted to dodge, but he was one step too late. He felt a pain on his back as the dark blade pierced through his heart. With a bang, Jiazhen, who was stabbed, transformed into a ball of ripples and dispersed, whereas his original body had teleported 30 meters away. He looked at the ball of shadows in shock, and his heart was filled with both shock and rage. He had actually almost failed miserably and died under this kind of inexplicable assassination. The path of an assassin was to attack when the enemy was unprepared and defeat the strong with the weak. On the black altar, Yi Mingzhu, who had been dancing crazily, was now motionless, as if she had lost her will. At this moment, all of her thoughts had been sucked out and poured into the shadow. There was endless joy in her heart, as if she wanted to melt into this sweet night. If she had this kind of power, there was nowhere in the world she couldn't go. However, she also understood that this kind of power didn't belong to her, and she couldn't maintain it for too long. However, with this kind of experience, her chances of breaking through the second heavenly tribulation had greatly increased. She had heard that there was a pill called the Origin Spirit Pill in this world. If she could obtain one, there was a very high chance that she could break through the second heavenly tribulation and reach a brand new realm. Thunder, come! Jiazhen pointed his feather fan at the sky angrily, and lightning descended from the sky with a roar. Yi Mingzhu withdrew her thoughts, and the shadow once again melted into the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to move. Jiazhen looked around vigilantly. He could no longer cast techniques without restraint like just now, and Li Qingshan immediately felt much more relaxed. If this thing that was neither man nor wolf could stay further away from him, then it would be even better. Bang, 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 bang. In the middle of the lake, the werewolf Edan, whose entire body was enveloped in the Vajra transformation, swung his fists and attacked Li Qingshan in a frenzy. Every punch had the power to split mountains. Even though Li Qingshan's physique was strong and tough, his internal organs were still shattered by the blows. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat, but what he spat out was not blood, but a ball of fire. Accompany me to look at the stars. Laughing loudly, he grabbed Edan's shoulder. The magnificent wings on his back suddenly spread open, and he charged into the sky with Edan. The light of the stars and the moon shone on the sea of clouds. There was no rainstorm here, only flashes of lightning. Thunder boomed from the clouds. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and 2 huge figures broke through the sea of clouds, breaking the silence. Finally, there's no one to disturb us. Let's have a good talk. Li Qingshan's fist landed on Edan's face. Cracks appeared on the Vajra avatar, and Edan was sent flying backward. At the same time, he stomped hard on Li Qingshan's chest, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The moment the two of them separated, Edan immediately opened his mouth and let out a wolf howl. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He let out a tiger's roar. The two sounds basically rang out at the same time, crisscrossing and colliding in the air. Boom! A great hole appeared in the thick clouds. They could see Moon Court Lake that had shrunk to a very small size. The light of the stars and the moon shone on the great lake that was pouring with rainstorm through the opening of the hole. Yi Liubo raised her head and looked over. Her face was filled with joy. I just knew that Master wouldn't die. He wouldn't lose. Yi Liusu nodded. Focus a little. We'll lend him a hand with the night-roaming god. All right. As a result, the two of them focused on praying and channeled their power into the black altar. The night-roaming god was originally the god that the night roamers worshipped. After being banished underground and coming under Helicoverpa rule, they were no longer allowed to worship the night-roaming god. Only when Ulusu reunited the night roamers did she re-establish this belief in the ancient records and build this altar. The altar gathered the power of the entire race into a single person, unleashing startling power. It was like a god had been possessed, and the night-roaming god had descended. Under Yi Mingzhu's control, the shadow moved through the darkness, circling around Jiazhen. It would approach him from time to time and distance away from time to time. Jiazhen looked around cautiously and frowned. The sneak attack earlier had destroyed a life-saving arcane artifact on him, and the remaining arcane artifacts were unable to give him any sense of security. As one of the 7 great other folk races, the night roamers really do have some tricks up their sleeves. If I were a regular golden core cultivator, I would have died in that attack earlier. However, since that sneak attack failed to kill me, don't even think about touching a single hair on me. All of a sudden, Jiazhen raised his right hand and injected his power into a gemstone ring worn on his ring finger. Suddenly, the transparent gemstone burst out with thousands of beams of light, illuminating the area within a radius of 10 miles, shining brightly with the light of the stars and the moon that were falling down from the sky. Within the resplendent light, a black shadow flickered. It constantly twisted under the illumination of the light, as if it had sunk into quicksand. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements reinforce and counter each other. There are no techniques in the world that can't be dealt with, said Jiazhen. The pure white light condensed into a spear in his right hand, which he hurled at the shadow. The shadow swung its dagger and cut the spear in half, shattering it in the air. However, its gloominess thinned slightly as well. At the end of the day, the night roamers still pursued the path of assassination. They would flee far away if they missed with a single strike. It was impossible for Jiazhen to maintain such a radiant posture forever. There would always be a time when he relaxed, and that would be an opportunity for the assassin. However, an open confrontation like this was not his forte. At this moment, Yidan burst through the clouds and descended from the sky. Many parts of the golden avatar around him twisted and deformed, riddled with cracks. It was on the verge of shattering. A scarlet streak of light flew past him, constantly colliding with his body and producing a great boom like a great bell. With each collision, the golden avatar would collapse a little, and the cracks would become even more concentrated. It was Li Qingshan. He had recovered his scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed appearance. He pushed his speed to the limit. Although Yidan could also fly, he clearly was not as nimble as Li Qingshan with his wings. After a battle in the air, he basically could not fight back at all, so he charged down without any regard. Yidan's eyes flashed. He saw the black altar and understood the origins of the shadow, so he aimed at the moon court dwelling. Boom! Yidan slammed into the moon court dwelling head-on. The sound drowned out all the thunder. His golden avatar completely shattered, smashing through several layers of formations in a single stroke. The remaining formations tottered, on the verge of shattering at any time. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the opportunity to leap up. He charged towards the moon court dwelling. In his one-on-one battle against Yidan, he seemed to have gained the upper hand, but the situation was actually quite dire. Whether it be the wings of wind and fire or the power of tremors, they were all startling in power, but they all consumed tremendous amounts of demon chi. This was exactly the reason why he did not dare to use the spirit turtle's profound shell to defend the entire time. Once he ran out of demon chi, basically all of his innate abilities would be rendered useless. Even if his power was limitless, he would only be a living target. There was even the danger of dying here. The realm of Demon General was his bottleneck after all. He had always been waiting for an opportunity to retrieve the Water God Seal, which would allow him to advance or retreat. Jiazhen and Yidan could do nothing to him now. Stop him. Don't let him retrieve the Water God Seal. Jiazhen casually forced back the shadow that had already become extremely thin. He swung his feather fan at Li Qingshan, and pure white ribbons of light wrapped around his limbs. Yidan turned around and lunged over, his huge claws whistling over. Li Qingshan suddenly took out an item and aimed it at the lunging Yidan. He snickered. The Azura field. Jiazhan and Yidan blurted out at the same time. A blood-red swirl spun out from the Azura field. Yidan was unable to react in time, charging headfirst into the swirl and vanishing. Li Qingshan broke the ribbons of light. He passed through the only remaining spell formation and entered the Moon Court underwater residence. He landed heavily on the sandy ground and picked up Little Red in one go. He patted its belly and spat out the water god seal. Then he glanced at the space between its legs. Fuck, it's even a male. So much for giving you such a feminine name, Xiao Hong. You can go be gay with Xiao Lan in the future. He angrily tossed him onto the sand. North Moon, it really is you. Jiazhan's face sank. North Moon had retrieved the water god seal. They had basically already lost half of this battle. So what if it's me? Li Qingshan turned around and said with a smile. He swallowed the water god seal and instantly felt endless water spiritual power pour into his body, flowing through it. His demon chi recovered quickly, and he felt refreshed. Jiazhan threatened, the Azura field belongs to the Imperial family. Do you know what will happen to you for taking it? You've even offended MOU. Even the Dragon King of the Sea won't protect you. You're even more stupid than I imagined. The water god seal belongs to your father. Do you know what will happen to you for taking it? You've even offended your grandfather. Even your grandmother won't protect you. You ask who your grandfather is? Of course it's still me. You're even more stupid than I imagined. Li Qingshan was completely dismissive of Jiazhan's threat. Jiazhan's expression changed. Monster, you don't know what's good for you. Li Qingshan shouted, cut the crap. Do you dare to fight me in the Azura field? Watch me fight 1 against 2 and blow up your dog heads. Otherwise, I'll blow up your dog heads here first. Jiazhan mocked, do you think I'm as stupid as you? You want to trap Yidan with the Azura field you've just refined? Of course, you can run, but I'll slaughter all the night roamers on this island and your demon subordinates. Are there any of them that you're particularly familiar with? I'll give them a special treat. Then it looks like all I can do is stuff you in. Murderousness and malice surged out like a tsunami, erupting from Li Qingshan's body, ready to be unleashed. I'm just afraid you don't have the strength to spare. Jiazhan's figure suddenly multiplied into 2, then into 4, before turning into almost 100 in the end. They spread out and spoke at the same time. How crafty! Li Qingshan cursed inside. If he used the spirit turtle to divine, finding Jiazhan's true body would not have been difficult. However, his right hand was behind his back, holding onto the Azura field. Jiazhan was right. If he could trap Yidan and finish off Jiazhan in a one-on-one battle, he would have taken action a long time ago. There would have been no need for this series of battles earlier at all. At this moment, the surface of the Azura field constantly rose and fell. Yidan rampaged around inside, about to break out at any time. Instead, it took up a tremendous amount of his energy and demon chi to control the Azura field and suppress Yidan. The Azura field had just been refined, so it was like a newborn. Although it had the potential to become an arcane treasure, it did not possess much battle prowess right now. After all, the dragon arena that it had originally been made of was not used for battle in the first place. The two of them faced each other across the only remaining formation. Jiazhan wanted to wait for Yidan to emerge, while Li Qingshan was thinking of a plan. For a moment, they entered a stalemate. North Moon, looks like you're in trouble. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked back and saw Helicoverpa standing on a rock nearby in black, tight clothes. Her blood-red lips curled slightly, completely like she was watching a show. Clearly, she had no plans on assisting him. Since you've come, cut the bullshit and come help me. I can escape if I want to. By then, do you think they'll spare you? They'll probably fuck you 100 times. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. As he spoke, he made his way behind Helicoverpa. As long as Helicoverpa could keep Yidan busy in the Azura field for a while, he could finish off Jiazhan first. He did not doubt Helicoverpa's abilities. She was a carapaced demon commander after all, and she even possessed a powerful defensive innate ability. Edan was vicious, but he did not have something like the tremors of the ox demon at the end of the day. Killing Helicoverparosa would not be that easy. I didn't think there would be a time when you'd beg me. Why should I help you? What benefits do I get from helping you? Let me tell you, I want to see you die. Helicoverparosa smiled extremely bewitchingly, looking down at Li Qingshan from above. She recovered some of her pride as a queen. Li Qingshan stared into her eyes and licked his lips. If I win, I'll fuck you 101 times to repay your kindness. Helicoverparosa exclaimed in shock and fury, What? Get in. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew up. The Azura field in his hand came crashing down on Helicoverparosa's head. Helicoverparosa had not expected Li Qingshan to attack her when a great enemy was right before her. She did not know what the Azura field was either. Before she could react, she immediately disappeared into the blood-red vortex. The ripples in the Azura field immediately calmed down. Clearly, Edan had received this gift. As for whether they would fight, Li Qingshan was not worried in the slightest. A berserk wolf and a venomous spider were locked in the same cage. There would definitely not be a second outcome. As a result, he casually stowed the Azura field away and turned around. He said to Jiazhen, I want to make a bet with you. What bet? Almost 100 Jiazhens spoke together, their voices overlapping and echoing. Bet that one of us is an idiot. Li Qingshan looked at the Jiazhen. Who are you betting on? You, of course. Dead people don't know how to use their brains. Li Qingshan leapt into the air, directly lunging towards where Jiazhen's true body was. He had only said that so he could use the spirit turtle to confirm where Jiazhen's true body was. In the surging lake, huge waves surged like tsunamis, sweeping towards Jiazhen. As the true master of the water god seal, only Li Qingshan could unleash the true power of qi. Oh no! Jiazhen used an escape technique without any hesitation, turning into a streak of light and flying off into the distance. All he had to do was endure for a while and wait for Edan to kill the demon commander and charge out of the Azura field. If the two of them worked together, they would still be undefeatable. But with a thought, he saw the North Moon arrive right before him. He actually flew no slower than the streak of light. Chapter 676. By the time Helicoverparosa returned to her senses, she had already arrived in a strange space. Glaciers, forests, deserts, and various other terrains were clearly separated from each other, scattered across this vast space. Every single piece was exactly the same size, and a blood-red vortex constantly spun in the sky. On a pure white glacier in the distance, a black lichen over 30 meters tall was howling at the sky. It suddenly turned its head and looked at Helicoverparosa with its dark green eyes. In the next moment, the glacier exploded, sending ice and snow flying. The lichen had already vanished. Helicoverparosa's pupils suddenly contracted. She raised her head, only to see a colossal shadow covering the sky, lunging towards her. A huge wolf claw whistled through the air. Boom! The sand dune behind Helicoverparosa was completely flattened, turning into a sandstorm that swept through the air. Helicoverparosa flew backwards with the yellow sand, dodging in the nick of time. She was greatly shocked. The lichen had lunged at her from such a great distance. If it were not for the innate ability of her eyes, she would not have been able to react in time. The lichen's speed and strength were already equivalent to a peak demon commander. It was definitely not something she could defeat. She clenched her teeth in hatred towards the North Moon. As she thought this, a fishy wind assaulted her. A huge wolf head opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and bit down at her. Helicoverparosa spat out a mouthful of blood, and a spider web spread out to cover the wolf's head. However, Edan swung his claws and sent Helicoverparosa flying backwards. She crashed into a rainforest and only came to a stop after smashing through several dozen large trees. Helicoverparosa maintained a defensive posture. The tight-fitting clothes on her arms were torn, revealing her silver skin. Her silver face was slightly twisted, and her eyes flashed with a furious and malicious light. No matter who wanted to kill her, they would have to pay the price. Dan tore off the spider web covering his head, tearing off some of the black wolf's fur. The claws that had struck Helicoverparosa were also covered in a layer of black poison that rapidly spread. He opened his mouth and bit down, tearing off the poison-infected flesh. The pain made him even more furious. He was certain that Helicoverparosa was North Moon's helper, someone who had come to stop him from leaving the Azura field. He would definitely kill her as soon as possible. After releasing the beast's soul, his mind had already been greatly affected, but his instincts for battle had only become sharper. Helicoverparosa leapt to her feet and looked back at the great banyan tree in the distance. She immediately ran towards the great banyan tree without any hesitation. He had to make use of the terrain to contain its massive body. If he were to fight it on flat ground, once he was caught and bitten, he would no longer be able to resist. The only thing he could do was release all of his poison and perish together with it. She arrived before the great banyan tree, and demon chi gathered in her eyes, forming mysterious and beautiful patterns. Her eyes lit up, and she saw the holes hidden behind the tree through the thick bark. She leapt and shot towards one of the holes. She came to the front of the big banyan tree. Demonic aura gathered in her eyes, forming mysterious and beautiful patterns. Her eyes lit up. Through the thick bark, she saw the tree holes hidden behind it. She leaped up and dashed toward one of the tree holes. Dan had also caught up to the tree. He extended his wolf claws to grab her in midair, as if he was catching a fly. Spider Queen Lolth spat out a strand of silk, sticking it to the tree and pulling hard. She suddenly accelerated, escaping from between Dan's fingers by a hair's breadth. At the same time, she swung the poisonous whip in her hand and tore through the bark, slamming into the tree trunk. Before she could catch her breath, there was a loud boom behind her. Countless splinters shot out, and a wolf's claws stabbed into the tree trunk, grabbing Helicoverparosa. Helicoverparosa was greatly alarmed. She released threads of spider silk and connected herself to the great banyan tree. Dan's strength was great, but the thousands of threads were extremely tough as well. She could not pull them out immediately. Dan let out a strange howl, and Helicoverparosa felt a tremendous force press down on her as if it wanted to crush her to death. She bit down viciously on Dan's hand and poured in the venom without holding back at all. The great banyan tree shook violently. Sunflowers fell down one by one. Sensing that the home they relied on for survival was being heavily injured, the sun vines all awakened and began to dance around again, wrapping around Dan. Dan shivered inside. He did not dare to allow the sun vines to wrap around him. With a violent roar, he pulled hard and tore through all of the threads, dragging Helicoverparosa out of the tree. He leapt off the tree trunk and felt his ankle tighten. A sun vine had wrapped around him, and the sun vines that resembled dragons and snakes all surged over. He suddenly paused, but his reaction was extremely fast. With a swing of his wolf claws, he cut through the sun vines and threw himself into the jungle. With a great boom, who knew how many trees he had crushed, but he had finally escaped the range of the sun vines. Suddenly, she felt her right hand go numb. She could not use any strength at all. The venom had already invaded deeply. Helicoverparosa used this opportunity to break free, fleeing towards the great banyan tree covered in vines. Boom! Dan held his poisoned right hand and stomped on her. Above the lake, the storm became even more intense. It was no longer rain. Instead, it seemed like the heavenly river was pouring down all the way to the end of the world. Even the roaring thunder had subsided, as if it had been extinguished by the rain. Under the power of the water god's seal, surging water spiritual energy gathered over from every river and lake in the Rui Commandery that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, triggering the phenomena of the world. Within the pitch-black darkness, only 2 specks of light flickered. Jiaxin's body was enveloped in layers of protective spiritual light that originated from the yin and yang 5 elements. There were all kinds of powerful defensive spells, but they didn't clash with each other. The various colored spiritual lights fused with each other, forming a wonderful harmony, as if he was an impregnable fortress. Regular cultivators would mostly choose one of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements to cultivate. Only ancient cultivators would cultivate all 7, and the difficulty was not just 7 times greater. If they were not exceptionally talented, they would not even be able to begin with it, let alone cultivate to late golden core. Jiazhen was a prodigy like that, which was why Si Qingyi treated him as an arm and referred to him as Mr. Not only did his power surpass regular golden core cultivators, but the yin, yang, and the 5 elements formed a cycle in his body, allowing him to cast techniques with startling speed and power. He basically knew all techniques, and he could even use the profound and profound escape techniques with ease. As for his set of arcane artifacts, they were just icing on the cake, like adding wings to a tiger. He was also skilled in divination. Combined with his schemes, he could basically take every conceivable possibility into account, anticipating his opponent's movements at every turn. However, North Moon's fate had always been hidden. Even he was unable to peer into it. Having arrived in a small place like the Rui Commandery, he had been reduced to such a sorry state. Even he had never expected his hatred towards North Moon to be as deep as the mountains and seas. He asked sunkenly, "Wretched demon, do you think you can defeat me just because you've trapped Edan?" "I'm not trying to defeat you. I'm trying to kill you." Li Qingshan grinned. The magnificent phoenix wings on his back burned brightly as he unleashed the innate ability of the wings of wind at the same time. The wind fueled the flames, extending his wings to 30 meters across. With each flap, he would cover a startling distance. In this straight-line pursuit, his speed was no less than escape techniques. The 2 specks of light collided, erupting with extremely dazzling light in that moment. As it ripped through the darkness, it also swallowed their figures. Chapter 677. Bang, 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 bang. In that moment, even Li Qingshan had no idea how many punches he had thrown. His heroic spirit was unleashed to its heart's content. Under the unbridled barrage, the fortress constructed from 7 layers of light tottered. The shockwaves and light collided and flickered, illuminating his handsome, wild face. Moon Court Lake sprung to life, like a colossal beast crouching on the ground, constantly roaring and roaring at the sky. It was also like a murderous army, constantly attacking cities and seizing territory with its only commander. Li Qingshan felt endless delight, completely submerged in the excitement of battle. At the same time, he constantly rose up, overlooking all the bodies of water in the entire Rui Commandery. After refining all the bodies of water in the Rui Commandery, this was the first time he had used the water god seal in battle. His will merged with the boundless waters. He was the rivers and lakes, surging violently. Perhaps it was the enlightenment from the fruit of wisdom, or perhaps it was because he had comprehended the meaning of the boundless ocean, but he gained a clearer understanding of the arts of the boundless ocean. He felt like he was already standing at the doorstep of the Golden Core realm. The ocean pearl was waving at him. If he took another step forward, it would be a whole new world. He could ingest an origin spirit pill and attempt the second heavenly tribulation once he returned, but he still had to win this battle first. Jiazhen's face became paler and paler as if he was about to be swallowed by the water. He was surrounded by surging water in all directions, front, back, left, and right. It was basically impossible to tell whether he was above a lake or in the abyss of the ocean. However, he was not willing to be a sitting duck. He would definitely retaliate with every attack from North Moon. Resplendent lightning and dazzling golden light constantly flickered and howled. There was no need for him to think or make a judgment. All he needed to do was unleash his powers to unleash the most powerful technique, bombarding North Moon all at once. Ripping his skin and stripping away his flesh, North Moon's vital points were all heavily injured. His entire right arm was basically reduced to bone. He seemed wretched. However, it only made his attacks become even more frenzied. And as long as he was not attacked consecutively, his horrific wounds would recover at an extremely rapid rate. With a wave of flames, everything would return to normal. This is the fire of the phoenix. He has the bloodline of the phoenix. Jiazhen had experienced countless battles in his life, but this was the first time he felt that victory was hopeless. He couldn't help but think, could it be that this monster is immortal? Naturally, Li Qingshan was not invincible. As long as his tiger bones were crushed and his demon core was destroyed, he would also die. However, this was not something a golden core cultivator could do, no matter how talented or powerful this golden core cultivator was. With the water god seal as a foundation, he was not afraid of the depletion of his demon chi. He could maintain the spirit turtle's profound shell the entire time, so he should not have been so heavily injured. However, in the intense battle, some conflict arose between the spirit turtle and the phoenix again. As a result, he purposefully did not use the spirit turtle's innate ability. Instead, he allowed the phoenix to constantly heal his wounds so that he could avoid excessive internal strife. Another monstrous wave came crashing down, and a shadow even darker than the darkness suddenly appeared behind Jiazhen. It was the shadow that had almost taken Jiazhen's life, the night patrol god who had descended after receiving the sacrifice. After the prayers of countless night roamers, it had recovered its strength, even becoming even more secretive and gloomy. The weapon in its hand had changed from a dagger to a long, narrow rapier, stabbing out like flowing water. It silently pierced through the layers of defensive light and approached the back of his head. Ever since the sneak attack last time, Jiazhen had remained vigilant. The feather fan in his hand flickered with white light as he turned around and swung it at the shadow behind him. Piss off! Bang! Light and shadow collided, producing a sound that seemed tangible. The shadow twisted and retreated, becoming slightly thinner, but it was still not destroyed. Instead, it immediately merged with the darkness, silently waiting for the next opportunity. Boom! Taking advantage of Jiazhen's distraction, Li Qingshan pushed the power of tremors to the limit and smashed through the outer, earthen-yellow defensive light with a punch. The remaining 6 layers immediately lost their perfect, harmonious structure. It seemed like there were still 6 layers, but their defenses had been reduced by more than half. Jiazhen's face changed drastically. He could no longer hold on any longer, immediately turning into a streak of light and fleeing towards the horizon. As for Yidan's life, it really was just like the old saying, "It's better for you to die than for me." Li Qingshan flapped his wings and pursued with all his might, tailing closely behind the streak of light. He chased for several hundred kilometers before folding back his wings and hovering in the air. As he watched the streak of light vanish into the horizon, he shook his head gently. If Little and were here, would he even be able to let this bastard escape with a sweep of the Blood Sea banner? Nothing good would come of continuing the pursuit like this. He would instead fall into the enemy's trap if he was careless. At their level of cultivation, killing opponents of the same level was indeed not an easy task. Only this demonstrated the importance of arcane treasures that could form spaces of their own, like the Blood Sea banner and the Azura field. Furthermore, if he still did not enter the Azura field to provide aid, Helicoverpa Rosa would be killed in the future. He was already very surprised that she had been able to hold on for so long. A bird in the hand was better than 100 in the forest. If he allowed Yidan to escape again and Jiazhen returned to attack him again, he would really be a fool. Thus, Li Qingshan immediately retracted all of his aura and charged into a large river on the surface. He then entered an underground river and flew randomly along the river. Before the ripples on the surface of the river had even settled, a streak of light shot over. Jiazhen had killed his way back. He searched with his soul sense first and then divined, but how could he still find Li Qingshan's traces? He frowned heavily. Yidan was probably done for this time. He was tempted to kill his way back to Mooncourt Lake and kill off all the night roamers, but he was afraid of clashing with the North Moon again. The slightest carelessness could even put his life in danger. The night roamers were not worth the risk, and the strange shadow left him rather fearful too. In the Azura field, the blood-red swirl began to revolve once again before anyone knew it. Helicoverpa Rosa's body had been severed at the waist. Her perky bottom and round, slender, or in other words, her vicious, terrifying spider belly and hairy spider legs had vanished somewhere a long time ago. Only the upper half of her body lay on the grassy plains. Her demon chi had been completely depleted, with only a single breath remaining. Edan's foot had failed to stomp on her, allowing her to escape underground. She charged left and right again, using the terrain of the great banyan tree to maintain a stalemate. However, under Edan's overwhelming strength, she caught up very soon. They had not even clashed intensely, and she had ended up like this. Of course, Edan had paid a certain price for this. He had been forced to sever his right hand that had been soaked in poison. Although he could immediately regrow it with his extremely powerful body, it still took up quite a lot of strength. He panted gently as a sliver of madness gradually appeared in his dark green eyes. Die! Edan growled and swung his claws at Helicoverparosa's back. North Moon, you'll die a horrible death. Helicoverparosa cursed powerlessly. Just when she was about to blow up her demon core, a black storm descended from above. Edan's claws hovered in midair. A familiar figure appeared in front of Helicoverparosa. He supported the massive claws with a single hand and turned around with a smile. Are you all right? He could not bear to see her in such a miserable state, but this was the consequence of wanting to watch the show. Li Qingshan had originally thought that Helicoverparosa would break out in a torrent of abuse or curse viciously, but he heard her say rather weakly, "Save me." He could not help but look surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Of course. You can also be considered my woman." A demoness. With a thought, he sent Helicoverparosa and her severed lower half out of the Azura field. North Moon! Edan roared. A foul wind blew in his face as his claws whistled through the air. Li Qingshan's body swelled up and grew to over 60 feet tall. He took the claw head-on without moving at all. A few horrific claw marks appeared on his chest, but he was unconcerned. He lowered his head to look at Edan and said in a voice that sounded like the ringing of metal, "Edan, your time of death has come." Edan recovered a sliver of clarity from his frenzy. He suddenly felt slightly uneasy as he smelled the scent of death. He leaped back agilely and stared at Li Qingshan. From his eyes, he could already tell that only one person could survive this battle. There was definitely no second possibility. "You forced my hand. Don't you regret this?" Li Qingshan took a step forward. His iron hooves stomped down, and the ground shook. "Come!" Edan let out a roar of despair. After reaching his peak, he tossed aside all fear and despair. As if he had broken the final chains, he completely released his beast soul and allowed it to devour his soul. He could no longer recover his human form and will. His back arched high, and his arms stretched out so far that they almost touched the ground. At this moment, Edan was more like a wolf than a human. After this absolute sacrifice was absolute power. His aura skyrocketed madly, and he was already close to the power of a king. Li Qingshan grinned widely and revealed an excited smile. He roared, "Come!" His killing intent boiled and his fighting spirit soared. In the sky, the blood-colored vortex spun faster. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf rang out at the same time. Li Qingshan and Edan lunged forward at the same time. They collided loudly in the air and fell to the ground. In that instant, fists and claws came and went, and blood splattered everywhere. Their figures were like humans yet not, like beasts yet not. They were like sorcerer gods from the primordial era, fighting each other on the wastelands. Roars rang out, and the ground cracked and collapsed like war drums being struck. The blood-colored vortex was like a single eye, watching the scene with satisfaction. This newly born Azura field was being refined and improved bit by bit as they fought. More and more Azuras descended from the sky. At first, there were ordinary Azuras, but later on, there was actually an Azura general descending. They watched the battle between the two from afar, their expressions as if they were intoxicated. Perhaps their battle techniques could not compare to a true Azura commander, but this almost primordial battle was a completely different stance. Edan's attacks were like the wind. In the beginning, Li Qingshan was injured repeatedly, but he did not retreat a single step. He was injured but not killed. The water god's seal supported his demon chi, and the earth divine power supported his power. He stared at the storm-like attacks and advanced with a wild laugh. After Edan's power reached its peak, it began to decline involuntarily. No matter how great the power of a beast's soul was, it was not endless. In the end, Li Qingshan pierced a pair of bull horns through Edan's chest, lifted him up, and flung him to the ground. His iron hooves stomped heavily on his chest, shattering his bones and causing his chest to cave in. Just as he was about to die, Edan recovered a sliver of consciousness. There was no fear, and he did not beg for mercy. He only said 2 words, "You win." Chapter 678. On a black mountain riddled with jagged rocks that towered into the heavens. /Baojian/treasured mirror, the words manor of 10,000 beasts, filled a precipice that was several hundred meters tall. Various totems of wild beasts were vaguely carved on the precipice. There were common birds and beasts, as well as spiritual birds and exotic beasts that only existed in legends. Roar! A roar filled with wildness and fury shook up the mountains. All the birds and beasts trembled. A disheveled old man as dignified as a lion appeared on the edge of the precipice, gazing in the direction of the Green Province. Who killed Edan? The moment Li Qingshan killed Edan, he suddenly felt a deep chill. The spirit turtle also gave off an intense omen of warning. Even without the spirit turtle's divination, he could guess that killing Edan had already provoked an extremely terrifying figure, and that figure was not someone he could oppose right now. Master, the Beast King. He mulled over the 2 words before tossing them to the back of his head. As his understanding of the spirit turtle deepened, he became more and more sensitive to omens of good and bad. This was a predestined fate, but it was not imminent. The Beast King would receive news of Edan's death, learn who the murderer was from Jiazhen, and then travel from the Dragon Province to the Green Province. It would take him a lot of time. Within the killing intent, there was still a chance of survival. Even if he could not defeat them, could he not flee? In short, if it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, he could not avoid it. There was no need for him to worry unnecessarily. Li Qingshan yawned and looked at the blood-red swirl in the sky. He had no idea whether Edan's soul had already returned to the Azura realm, or whether it had been devoured by the beast's soul and completely vanished from the world. He lowered his head and looked at the grayish-black golden core in his hand. The totem of a black wolf could be vaguely seen on it, giving off a wild and savage presence. Stepping out of the Azura field, he arrived over 5 kilometers underground. A small river gurgled through the darkness. Helicoverpa Rosa lay on the riverbank nearby, completely naked. Although she seemed extremely weak, her wounds had basically all healed. There was only a bloody gash on her waist that had yet to heal. This type of injury wouldn't take her life, but it was undoubtedly a serious injury. Even her scarlet lips lost a bit of color. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at him from behind. "You won again." "Hehe, it's all thanks to you." "Open your mouth." Li Qingshan walked over and hugged her back. He took out a section of the banyan tree trunk and squeezed it hard. Milky white sap dripped down. It fell into her mouth. Soon, the injuries on her body were completely healed, and her lips regained some color. She continued to stare at him with a strange expression. He vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King treated him with special respect and even treated him as an equal. There was something different about him that allowed him to grow from a small demon general under her command to where he was today. Helicoverpa Rosa regained some of her demonic energy. Li Qingshan patted her cheek. "All right, you can go back now." Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly hugged his neck. "Have you forgotten something?" You said you'd do me if you won. Now you've won." Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and said in a low and seductive voice. Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa had done it many times, but they were all forceful. She couldn't resist and only half-heartedly agreed. This was the first time she took the initiative to make love. He couldn't help but smile. This also meant that she no longer thought about revenge and completely accepted his existence. It wasn't love, it was nothing more than acknowledging the strong and obeying the strong. But this was enough for Li Qingshan. He pinched her chin and smiled. Fortunately, you're not too stupid. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day I'll really kill you with my own hands. That would be too much of a waste. The reason why he didn't kill Helicoverpa was initially because of the law that monsters couldn't kill each other. Later, he took the face of the golden cicada spirit king into consideration. As for what made him the happiest, it was not the most important reason. Whether it was a woman or a banshee, there were many of them in the world. Even if he was lustful, he didn't need to hang himself on this tree. Not to mention, beauty was not his biggest pursuit. When he became stronger and could ignore all these rules, if she was still looking at him with that kind of hatred in her eyes, he might just laugh it off and not take it to heart. Or he might change his mind and settle old scores with her, and then he would raise his blade and strike. That day won't come. Helicoverpa took the initiative to raise her head and kiss his lips. Li Qingshan raised his hand to cover her lips. I still have something to do. You go back and wait for me. Oh, right. Don't forget to hide a little deeper. The storm hasn't ended yet. After seeing off Helicoverpa, Li Qingshan's smile faded. He immediately returned to Moon Court Lake. The storm was still pouring down, and the waves were still rising and falling, but it was no longer as intense as before. From afar, he could see the final few formations still enveloping the Moon Court dwelling, which made him stop worrying. What he worried about the most was Jiazhen returning and unleashing a massacre in the Moon Court dwelling. Although he did not have any special feelings towards night roamers, he still cared about Yiliusu and her sister very much. They had performed quite well in the battle this time. If it were not for the 2 sneak attacks from the shadow, Jiazhen would never have fled so quickly, which made things rather difficult for him. On the black altar, Yi Mingju still had her eyes firmly shut, standing in the center of the altar. The shadow lingered around her. She had no idea about the situation, so she was afraid to disperse the night roaming god for now. All the weaker night roamers in the surroundings had already fainted on the ground. Even the more powerful night roamers tottered about slightly. Yi Mingju suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the figure walking over from the colonel. The shadow merged with the darkness and appeared behind Li Qingshan, ready to strike. Only when it saw him did it stop. Yi Mingju knelt down in a hurry. Master. When the other night roamers saw the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure, they all beamed with joy, let alone Yiliusu and Yiliubo. No matter what, the fate of the night roamers in this region had already become linked to him. It was indeed through him that he had freed them from Helicoverpa's control, allowing them to survive under the stars. Actually, the main reason was that Li Qingshan was just too busy. He really did not have much time to oppress them. If he were as bored as Helicoverpa, he probably would have enjoyed the decadent life of a ruler. At most, he would not be as deviant as her. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and smiled in approval at Yiliusu and Yiliubo. You've all done well. Everyone here today will be rewarded. He arrived before the black altar. He tapped it gently. The altar seemed to be carved from a single piece of obsidian. It possessed a wondrous power. Then he said to Yi Mingju, You're about to break through to the 2nd heavenly tribulation, right? Yes, Master. This is an origin spirit pill. It's used by humans when they break through to the 2nd heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's effective on night roamers. Li Qingshan tossed it casually. Yi Mingju caught the origin spirit pill in surprise and joy. Thank you for your reward, Master. I want to ingest the pill right now. Although she was a little exhausted after the battle, the power of the night roaming gods still resided in her body. Her will was unprecedentedly powerful. This was without a doubt a heaven-sent opportunity. Up to you. Li Qingshan also wanted to see what it would be like to undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation so that he could make some preparations for the upcoming tribulation. Yi Mingju immediately ingested the origin spirit pill. She sat down on the altar with her legs crossed. The shadows that lingered around her gradually dispersed, and the power that belonged to her surged out, enveloping her surroundings. With a rumble of thunder, lightning descended from above. The night roamers all retreated to the surrounding hills. On the peak with the best location, Li Qingshan smiled at Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo. It really has been a long time. You've done well this time. How do you want me to reward you? Yi Liubo grumbled, and I thought you'd forgotten about us, Master. Everyone says they can't split themselves up, but Master, you have both a true body and a clone, yet you don't even know to visit us. I don't care about rewards. I just want what you owe me. What do I owe you? Ah, Master, you've actually forgotten. I want a child. Yi Liubo seemed like she was about to burst into tears. All right, all right, all right. We'll have one when we get back. Only when Li Qingshan agreed did Yi Liubo smile from ear to ear. She wrapped her arms around his waist firmly as if she was afraid he would flee. Then Li Qingshan asked, "What about you, Liusu?" "I'm not bold enough to ask for anything. I'll be satisfied as long as you show me even the slightest bit of affection." I wonder which one is easier compared to having a child? Yi Liusu turned around and smiled. She stared into his eyes with her starry eyes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and broke into laughter. His elder sister's displeasure was even greater than his younger sister's. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "I'm sorry. I really do have a little too much on my plate. Although I killed an opponent this time, his master is the Beast King of the Dragon Province. He'll probably come looking for trouble very soon, so I can't stop yet." Yi Liusu was greatly touched. She had never expected him to explain or even apologize to her so sincerely. With his power, there was no need for him to care about what she thought. She said with deep emotion, "You've already given me enough, yet I can't help you with anything. However, I always think of you, and no matter what, everything I have belongs to you. Sister?" Under Yi Liubo's surprised gaze, Yi Liusu's face reddened and she lowered her head. Li Qingshan smiled. "Do you want a child too? As long as you want it." Yi Liusu turned around and gazed at the valley. The flickering lightning constantly illuminated her face. She gradually became rather worried. Can Mother undergo the tribulation successfully? Who knew how many years it had already been since a second heavenly tribulation expert had emerged from the night roamers in this region? First of all, the night roamers were at each other's throats. Once a genius like that appeared, the other clans would do everything they could to kill them. Then, there was the suppression from Helicoverpa. She only needed a single word to summon them into Cobweb City and devour them for what the other clans could not achieve. Finally, without a wondrous pill like the Origin Spirit Pill, overcoming the second heavenly tribulation with her own strength was not easy either. Don't worry. If she weren't confident, she wouldn't have chosen to undergo the tribulation right now. According to Li Qingshan's observations, the power of the second heavenly tribulation was not particularly terrifying. At the very least, he felt like he would be fine. Of course, this confidence was based on his unbelievably tough body. Yi Mingju was not that powerful, but she had been stuck at this bottleneck for so many years, so the foundation she had built up was extremely deep. The Origin Spirit Pill was just a final push to her. Sure enough, when the last bolt of lightning fell, Yi Mingju remained standing on the black altar. She was filled with joy. "Everyone retreat to the underground. No, all of you, come to my side." Li Qingshan suddenly ordered loudly. He gazed in the direction of the Dragon Province. His tribulation had arrived. Chapter 679. On a black mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high and covered in jagged rocks. First, the words "Mountain Villa of 10,000 Beasts" filled up a cliff that was 1,000 feet tall. Totems of various wild beasts were vaguely engraved on the precipice. There were common birds and beasts, as well as spirit birds and strange beasts that only belonged to legends. Roar! A wild and angry roar shook the mountains, and all the birds and beasts trembled. An old man with unkempt hair and as dignified as a lion appeared at the edge of the cliff, looking in the direction of the Azure Province. "Who killed Dan?" The moment Li Qingshan killed Dan, he suddenly felt a deep chill. The spirit turtle also gave off a strong warning. Even without the spirit turtle's divination, he could guess that killing Edan had already provoked an extremely terrifying figure, and that figure was someone he could not oppose right now. Master, Beast King. He mulled over the two phrases before tossing them to the back of his head. As his understanding of the spirit turtle deepened, he became more and more sensitive to the omens of good and bad. Although this was a predestined fate, it was not imminent. The Beast King would receive news of Edan's death, learn who the murderer was from Jiazhen, and then travel from the Dragon Province to the Green Province. It would take a lot of time. Amidst the murderous intent, there was still a chance of survival. Even if he couldn't win, couldn't he escape? In short, if it was a blessing, it wasn't a calamity. If it was a calamity, it couldn't be avoided. There was no need to worry about it. Li Qingshan stretched his back and looked at the blood-red swirl in the sky. He wondered if Edan's soul had already returned to the Azura realm, or if it had been devoured by the beast soul and completely vanished from the world. He lowered his head and looked at the grayish-black golden core in his palm. There was a faint totem of a black wolf on it, emitting a wild and savage aura. Stepping out of the Azura field, they arrived at a place more than 10 miles underground. In the darkness, a small river flowed, and Helicoverpa Rosa lay naked on the riverbank not far away. Although she seemed extremely weak, she had basically recovered from her wounds. There was only a bloody gash on her waist that had yet to heal. To a demon commander with a powerful body like hers, this wound was not enough to take her life, but it was undoubtedly a heavy injury. Even her scarlet lips had lost some color. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at him from behind. You won again. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Open your mouth. Li Qingshan walked over and hugged her back. He took out a section of the banyan tree trunk and squeezed it hard. Milky white tree sap dripped down and into her mouth. Very soon, the injuries on her body were completely healed. Her lips were also a little more rosy. She kept staring at him with a strange expression. She vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King regarded him with special respect and even treated him as an equal. There was something different about him that made him rise from a little demon general under her command to where he was today. Helicoverpa Rosa recovered some of her demon chi. Li Qingshan patted her cheek. All right, you can go back. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly hugged his neck. Didn't you forget something? You said you would do me if you won. Now you've won. Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and said with a low and seductive voice. Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa had done it many times, but they were all done forcefully. She could not resist and only half-heartedly agreed. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for sex. He could not help but smile. This also meant that she no longer thought about revenge and completely accepted his existence. It was not love. It was nothing more than acknowledging the strong and obeying the strong. But this was enough for Li Qingshan. He pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you are not too stupid. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day I would really kill you with my own hands. Wouldn't that be too much of a waste?" The reason why he did not kill Helicoverpa Rosa was initially because of the law that demons could not kill each other. Later on, he took the Golden Cicada Spirit King's face into consideration. As for the pleasure of doing it, it was not the most important reason. Whether it was a woman or a female demon, there were many of them in the world. Even if he was lustful, there was no need to hang himself on this tree. Not to mention, beauty was not the biggest pursuit for him. When he became stronger and could ignore all these rules, if she was still looking at him with that kind of hatred in her eyes, he might just laugh it off and not take it to heart. Or he might change his mind and settle old scores with her, and then he would raise his blade and strike. That day will never come. Helicoverpa Rosa took the initiative to raise her head and kiss his lips. Li Qingshan raised his hand and covered her lips. I still have matters to attend to. You better go back and wait for me to visit you. Oh, right. Don't forget to hide a little deeper. The storm hasn't ended yet. After seeing off Helicoverpa Rosa, Li Qingshan's smile faded. He immediately returned to Moon Court Lake. The storm continued to pour, and the waves continued to rise and fall, but it was no longer as intense as before. From afar, he could see the final few formations still enveloping the moon court dwelling, which made him stop worrying. What he worried about the most was Jiazhen returning and unleashing a massacre in the moon court dwelling. Although he did not have any special feelings for night roamers, he was still very concerned about Yiliusu and her sister. They had performed well in the battle this time. If it were not for the 2 sneak attacks from the shadow, Jiazhen would not have fled so quickly, which made things rather difficult for him. On the black altar, Yi Mingju still had her eyes firmly shut, standing in the center of the altar. The shadow lingered around her. She had no idea about the situation, so she was afraid to disperse the night roaming god for now. All the weaker night roamers in the surroundings had already fainted on the ground. Even the powerful night roamers tottered about slightly. Yi Mingju suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the figure walking over from the colonel. The shadow merged with the darkness and appeared behind Li Qingshan, ready to strike. Only when it saw him did it stop. Yi Mingju knelt down in a hurry. "Master." When the other night roamers saw the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure, they all beamed with joy, let alone Yiliusu and Yiliubua. No matter what, the fate of the night roamers in this region had already become linked to him. It was indeed through him that he had freed them from Helicoverpa Rosa's control, allowing them to survive under the stars. Actually, the main reason was that Li Qingshan was just too busy. He really did not have much time to oppress them. If he were as bored as Helicoverpa Rosa, he probably would have enjoyed the decadent life of a ruler. At most, he would not be as deviant as her. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and smiled in approval at Yiliusu and Yiliubua. "You've all done well. Everyone here today will be rewarded." He arrived before the black altar and knocked it gently. The altar seemed to be carved from a single piece of obsidian. It possessed a wondrous power. Then he said to Yi Mingju, "You're close to breaking through to the 2nd heavenly tribulation, right?" "Yes, Master. This is an origin spirit pill. It's used by humans when they undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's effective on night roamers." Li Qingshan tossed it casually. Yi Mingju caught the origin spirit pill and beamed with joy. "Thank you for your reward, Master. I want to ingest the pill right now." Although she was a little exhausted after the battle, the power of the night roaming god still resided in her body, and her will was unprecedentedly powerful. This was without a doubt a heaven-sent opportunity. "Up to you." Li Qingshan also wanted to see what it looked like to undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation so that he could make some preparations for the upcoming tribulation. Yi Mingju immediately ingested the origin spirit pill and sat down on the altar. The shadows around her gradually dispersed, and her own power surged out, enveloping her. There was a rumble of thunder, and lightning descended from above. The night roamers all retreated to the surrounding hills. On the peak with the best location, Li Qingshan smiled at Yiliusu and Yiliubua. "It really has been a long time. You've done well this time. How do you want me to reward you?" Yiliubua grumbled, "And I thought you'd forgotten about us, Master. Everyone says they can't split themselves up, but Master, you have both a true body and a clone, yet you don't even know to visit us." "I don't care about any reward. I just want what you owe me." "What do I owe you?" "Ah, Master, you've actually forgotten. I want children." Yiliubua seemed like she was about to burst into tears. All right. We'll have them when we get back." Only when Li Qingshan agreed did Yiliubua smile from ear to ear. She wrapped her arms around his waist firmly, as if she was afraid he would flee. Then Li Qingshan asked, "What about you, Liusu?" "I'm not bold enough to ask for anything. I'll be satisfied as long as you show me even the slightest bit of affection." "I wonder which one is easier compared to having children?" Liusu turned around and smiled. She stared into his eyes with her starry eyes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and broke into a smile. His elder sister's displeasure was basically even greater than his younger sister's. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "Apologies. I really do have a little too many matters to attend to. Although I killed an opponent this time, his master is the Beast King of the Dragon Province. He'll probably come looking for trouble very soon, so I can't stop yet." Yiliusu was greatly touched. She had never expected him to explain or even apologize to her so sincerely. With his strength, there was no need for him to take her thoughts to heart. She said with deep emotion, "You've already given me enough, but I can't help you with anything. However, I'm constantly thinking about you, and no matter what, everything I have belongs to you." Elder sister? Under Yu Liuba's surprised gaze, Yu Liusu blushed and lowered her head. Li Qingshan smiled. "Do you want me to give you a child too? As long as you want it." Yu Liusu turned around and gazed at the valley. The flickering lightning constantly illuminated her face. She gradually became rather worried. Can Mother undergo the tribulation successfully? Who knew how many years it had been since a second heavenly tribulation expert had emerged from the night roamers in this region? First of all, the night roamers were at each other's throats. Once a genius like that appeared, the other clans would do everything they could to kill them. Then, there was the suppression from Helicoverpa Rosa. She only needed a single word to summon them into Cobweb City and devour them for what the other clans could not achieve. Finally, without a wondrous pill like the Origin Spirit Pill, overcoming the second heavenly tribulation with her own strength was not easy either. Don't worry. If she weren't confident, she wouldn't have chosen to undergo the tribulation right now. According to Li Qingshan's observations, the power of the second heavenly tribulation was not particularly terrifying. At the very least, he felt like he would be fine. Of course, this confidence was based on his unbelievably tough body. Yi Mingju was not that powerful, but she had been stuck at this bottleneck for so many years, so her foundation was extremely deep. The Origin Spirit Pill was only a final step to her. Sure enough, when the last bolt of lightning fell, Yi Mingju remained standing on the black altar. She was filled with joy. "Everyone retreat to the underground." "No, all of you, come to my side," Li Qingshan suddenly ordered loudly. He gazed in the direction of the Dragon Province. His tribulation had arrived. It had come so quickly. Chapter 680. The storm stopped, but the thick clouds continued to cover the sky. On the eastern horizon, the dim light of dawn peeked through the clouds. Before they knew it, night had passed and dawn had arrived. The cool wind ruffled his long, scarlet hair, still wet from the rain and mist that had yet to disperse. It was a comfortable morning. Li Qingshan stood alone on the tallest mountain in the Moon Court dwelling, staring at the northern sky sternly as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, an aura appeared in the northern sky. It viciously tore through the clouds, allowing sunlight to pour down. It was still extremely far away, but the surging aura was rather suffocating. After Jiazhen fled, he immediately reported everything to Si Qin, who then passed it on to the Beast King. After obtaining his enemy's name and appearance, the Beast King immediately set off, killing his way over from the Dragon Province. His orange-yellow eyes were like those of a wild beast, immediately locking onto the figure with drifting, scarlet hair and the two words above his head, North Moon. There was no mistaking it. Bang! The air exploded, and a gust of wind blew, creating white ripples in the void. The Beast King whistled over and landed in front of Li Qingshan. The entire island trembled, and countless structures collapsed. Li Qingshan held his breath and did not take a single step back. He studied the Beast King. He seemed to be in his 50s, and he was much taller than regular people. His nose was tall and wide, and his eyes shone brightly. His mouth drooped down, but it was truly a gaping mouth. He was like an old lion. As he looked around, he really did give off the bearing of a king among beasts. He did not hide his aura at all. His fury was like a volcano that was about to erupt, about to destroy the world. Although he had defeated a king before, that was because he had gathered the power of countless people. Taking advantage of the favorable timing, geographical, and social conditions, he had shattered space in the end to kill the Corpse King. However, Li Qingshan had estimated that under normal circumstances, even if he was much more powerful than before, and even if he had the Water God Seal to rely on, death would still be certain in the end if he fought the Corpse King one-on-one. Unless he immediately flapped his wings and fled as soon as he saw him from afar, only then would he have a chance at survival. A huge chasm of strength existed between two realms of cultivation. It could not be crossed easily. The Beast King in front of him was probably even more powerful than the Zombie King. The Beast King was also scrutinizing North Moon. There were not many people who could remain calm in the face of his wrath. Furthermore, the aura he gave off was not strong, far from being strong enough to kill Edan. This left him rather puzzled. "You're the one who killed Edan." A low roar that sounded like a lion's. "That's right," Li Qingshan said frankly. "You dare to stay here? At the very least, I have to see what my enemy looks like and verify some things. Now that you've seen it, are you ready to die? I will refine your soul into a beast soul." The Beast King took another step forward, and a powerful aura surged forth like a tsunami. Li Qingshan smiled. "I won't die in your hands." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand with thick joints grabbed his throat. It was so fast that he had no time to react. In his eyes, he could still see the afterimage of the Beast King standing there. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "Looks like other people aren't worth relying on after all. Only personal strength is true strength." His body suddenly shuddered like a ripple. The light and shadow twisted before completely shattering and vanishing. This was only a clone he had left here. He was not foolish enough to stay here with his original body and wait for the Beast King to kill him. When he sensed the impending doom and danger coming from the north, he immediately made up his mind, which was to flee. As the saying went, fleeing is the best strategy of the 36 stratagems. The true essence of the spirit turtle was to avoid disaster and conceal himself. In simpler terms, he was a coward who could not be found. No matter how powerful his enemies were, they could do nothing to him. He had left his mirror clone here to see what the Beast King looked like, as well as to see how the Dragon King of the Sea would react. It did not make sense that only Edan could kill North Moon, while North Moon could not, or he would be killed in revenge. As the king of the demons of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea was also the protector of all demons in name. If he allowed the demon commanders and demon generals under him to be killed by powerful human cultivators, he would be failing in his duty. But in the end, the Dragon King of the Sea did not appear, which explained many problems. It was impossible for the Dragon King of the Sea to be unaware of such a great disturbance on Mooncourt Lake. The Beast King had charged over from the Dragon Province aggressively, while the Dragon King of the Sea, who was also on the Green Province, had not arrived in time. Perhaps he lacked the ability, or perhaps he lacked the will, but there was only one conclusion. The Dragon King of the Sea was not worth relying on. "North Moon, no matter where you flee to, I will kill you and refine you into a beast soul." With a roar, the clouds dispersed, and the Beast King punched the mountain below him. Boom! Black cracks spread out in all directions. The entire island fell to pieces, collapsing into Mooncourt Lake. The underwater dwelling was completely destroyed. At this moment, Li Qingshan was traversing deep underground. In order to hide his tracks, he did not even unfurl his wings. He only ran swiftly and gracefully with a smile on his face. He sensed a slight tremor in the distance and fine sand rustled down from above. He concealed his aura and slowed down slightly, silently circulating the spirit turtle's demon core. The only thing he was worried about was someone locking onto his location through divination. With his identity and cultivation as a Beast King, he would definitely be able to find an extremely powerful practitioner of divination. He had to be careful about this. Fortunately, the spirit turtle was skilled in this aspect. After ingesting the fruit of wisdom, he had gained a deeper understanding of how to use this power, so there was no need for him to worry too much. However, he had to temporarily give up on his identity as North Moon. Entering the pitch-black, complicated caves, he was like a spirit turtle slowly diving into the abyss. No one could find his traces anymore. In an inconspicuous little cave in the Chain Mountains, a small stream gurgled into it. Li Qingshan strode out of the pitch-black underground. He already had black hair, black eyes, and a bronze face. The sun currently shone resplendently. All the trees were verdant and luxuriant. A figure in snow-white robes was sitting on a rock not far away beside a small stream, looking at him with a faint smile. Her long, dark hair draped down from her beautiful face like a waterfall, reaching her waist and drifting in the wind. Compared to her usual valiant appearance, her current attire seemed even more romantic and elegant. However, it was very difficult to describe her with words that were more feminine or charming. Perhaps it was because she was always so confident and composed, or perhaps it was because she never treated herself as a woman. Li Qingshan shivered inside and clasped his hands. "Greetings, Commander Gu." Gu Yenying said, "Little bro Qingshan, you've made quite the mess this time." Li Qingshan laid out his hands and made an expression of helplessness. "Life forces people." Gu Yenying said, "I think you're enjoying it." Li Qingshan smiled. "There's an old saying from my hometown. Life is like this. If you can't fight back, then enjoy it." Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't sound like something a farmer of the Crouching Ox village would say. And the one who was raped wasn't you, but Dan." Li Qingshan said, "Let's hope he enjoys this final battle." "All right, don't tell me you've been waiting for me here just to hear me say this." Gu Yenying raised 2 fingers. "Two matters. First, after you left, the king of myriad beasts rushed underground and unleashed a massacre against the night roamers and demons. The dragon king of the sea sent him back to the dragon province. That old beast sure is obedient. Unless he wants to die in the green province. Can the dragon king of the sea kill him?" Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He had personally witnessed the beast king's strength. After all, the higher one's realm of cultivation, the more difficult it was to kill them. If he wanted to kill a beast king, he would have to be far more powerful than him. "I don't think there's any problem. Mighty be our king." Li Qingshan could not help but reevaluate the strength of the 10 demon kings. They had been conferred the title of 10 demon kings several millennia ago, and after several millennia of accumulation, every single one of them was a terrifying old monster. Gu Yenying said, "The dragon king of the sea has already ordered North Moon to go to the Ink Sea to see him." Li Qingshan said, "Do you think North Moon should go?" "I don't think North Moon will go." "That's right. I'll pretend I never heard about this." Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. He would never entrust his life and safety to the mood of a powerhouse, and he hated to play the role of a subject. He had too many secrets, and he might not be able to hide them from the Dragon King. Of course, he could also send his doppelganger to the Ink Sea. However, such a rude action would probably anger the Dragon King of the Sea. Not every Demon King was as calm and magnanimous as the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King. Therefore, the best way was to pretend he never heard about this. Gu Yenying said, "Then there's the second thing. There's an official in Great Sta called the Imperial Astronomer. I know their supervisor. He's a muddle-headed old man, but at the same time, he's the most powerful Inyong practitioner in the 9 provinces. The Imperial Astronomer has a magic treasure called the Imperial Heavenly Platform. It's 100 feet tall, refined from yin and yang, the essence of the 5 elements and flying stars. As long as that old man performs divination on it, there's almost nothing he doesn't know. Jiazhen happens to be related to him." This revealed the thing that Li Qingshan was most worried about. He frowned and muttered, "Imperial Astronomer, Imperial Heavenly Platform. That old man doesn't perform divination for others easily, and he won't use the Imperial Heavenly Platform casually. Jiazhen alone won't be able to persuade him, but if we add in the Beast King, Prince Si Qing, and the Imperial family's desire to take back the Azura Field, we can make him pay a visit to the Imperial Heavenly Platform and divine a certain person's location. This is really bad. This is a minor 5 elements reversal formation. It can obscure the mysteries of heaven. Don't leave the range of the formation for at least 3 months. Coupled with your own remarkable abilities, you should be able to deceive everyone. That's right, entering the Azura Field will also have a certain effect." Gu Yenying handed the formation to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. "Take it as me buying it from you. Our debts are settled." This kind of formation that could interfere with the divination of the strongest Inyang practitioner was definitely priceless. And what was even more precious was the information that she had given him. If his location was calculated without him knowing, even Li Qingshan's identity might be exposed. Chapter 681. After watching Gu Yenying vanish into the horizon, Li Qingshan pondered for a while more before returning to the Qingxiao dwelling. After several years of accumulation in the Eight Gates formation of golden locks, the spiritual qi in the dwelling had become extremely dense. Perhaps it was not on par with a first-rate cultivation dwelling, but it was still a decent place for cultivation. Only after casting down the minor formation of 5 elements reversal and turning the heavenly secrets upside down and chaotic did Li Qingshan stop worrying. Afterwards, he entered the Azura field. What appeared before him was still the same dense rainforest and a towering tree. Master. The night roamers bustled about in the rainforest. They all bowed as soon as they saw Li Qingshan. A shadow drifted over, and Yi Mingzhu appeared before him. She was dressed in the traditional black armor of night roamers, but it was unable to hide her mature, charming figure. However, her existence was thin and blurry like a silhouette, giving off a gloomy aura as if she could merge with the darkness at any time. Congratulations. Li Qingshan smiled. In the depths of the jungle, there were even more night roamers and demons. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua sensed his aura and hurried over together. Millipede climbed up a large tree, while Li L Red and Li L Blue soaked in a pond in the forest. When the spirit turtle had foretold the impending doom, Li Qingshan had gathered all the night roamers and sent them into the Azura field. Afterwards, he left behind a mirror clone while his original body returned underground. He did his best to send every night roamer and demon he came across into the Azura field so that he could leave before the Beast King arrived. With the Azura field spanning several hundred kilometers, accommodating them was obviously not a problem. The only problem was the influence of the murderous intent from the Azura realm. Regular night roamers and demons could not withstand it, so it was very easy for them to fall into a frenzy. Even as the master of the Azura field, Li Qingshan was unable to eliminate this influence. If that happened, the Azura field would no longer be an Azura field. However, there was still a pure land, and that was the area covered by the Banyan Tree King's canopy. With the power of the Banyan Tree King, even the power of the Shura Path could not invade it. Its canopy, which was like a green cloud, was also large enough. All of the night roamers and demons gathered below the tree, but they were afraid to approach the tree too closely. Some reckless demons had already tried the power of the sunvines. It's all thanks to Master, Yi Mingzhu said politely. Although she had successfully undergone the second heavenly tribulation, she still dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of him. In the past, she had considered expelling him if she underwent the tribulation successfully and allowing her to regain control over the night roamers, but after the battle on Moon Court Lake, she gave up on that thought. His strength was far beyond what she could imagine. He was not an opponent that could be defeated by assassination. Coupled with the fact that he actually had no interest in ruling over the night roamers, and now that Yu Liusu was in control, she was in control too as her mother, so there was no need for her to take this risk. Yu Liusu said, Master, I want to leave all the matters regarding the night roamers to Mother and focus on cultivation for a while. All right. I've already said that you shouldn't spend too much effort on these trivial matters. Being ruled by the strongest goes without saying. Yi Mingzhu, from today onwards, you will continue to be the matriarch and rule over the night roamers. Thank you, Master. Yi Mingzhu was overjoyed. Her desire for power had already become bone deep. What do you think of this place? Li Qingshan asked. It's very good. According to the records, night roamers lived in a forest like this before they ventured underground. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed into the distance. Under the cover of the great banyan tree's canopy, the dense forest that never saw the light of day seemed even darker. It seemed like it was very suitable for night roamers to live here. As a result, he asked the Banyan Tree King from afar. Sir, are there night roamers in the Mist Province too? There are many of them. Most of them live under my shade. The great banyan tree produced an ancient voice, which surprised all the night roamers. When they first saw such a huge tree, they had already become speechless from shock. They never thought the tree was actually a demon with a will. Even Yi Mingju widened her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "This is one of the 10 demon kings, the Banyan Tree King. Of course, this is just a clone of his." The Banyan Tree King. Yi Mingju was a renowned 10 demon king. Everyone knew about the Dragon King of the Sea who reigned over the Green Province. He had always been a figure of legend in her eyes. She never expected to see one in person today, which made her feel even more reverence. Then, Li Qingshan asked, "I want to remove these sun vines so that they can live safely under your shade. Are you willing to do that, sir?" "I'm just a tree. There's no need to ask me what I think. However, their roots have already intertwined with the tree's roots, so removing them won't be easy." "Then I'll try." Li Qingshan smiled confidently and took a step forward. His body grew to over 60 meters tall as the sun vines wrapped around him furiously. He allowed them to wrap around him without moving at all. In the blink of an eye, he was completely swallowed by the golden sun vines. Every single sun vine absorbed his demon qi desperately. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan immediately withdrew and suppressed all of his demon qi, like he had frozen the sea. The sun vines were unable to absorb it for a moment. The tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan converted his demon qi into the power of the tremors of the ox demon and released it around him. The sun vines instinctively absorbed all of the power of tremors, leaving nothing behind. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He continued to release the power of tremors endlessly. Gradually, the sun vines began to ripple, as if they had reached a certain limit. Suddenly, they split apart and turned to dust. The pale yellow juice contained in it splattered in all directions, as if a rainstorm had fallen. The spiritual qi within the fluid was extremely dense. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply as if he had undergone a baptism. His exhaustion from the battle vanished, and he seemed like a brand new person. The rainforest in the surroundings grew madly under the nourishment of the spiritual rain. The night roamers and demons all leapt onto the canopy, enjoying this shower from above. Due to the sun vine's ability to absorb, even the finest roots buried deep in the earth were shaken to pieces, uprooted. Perhaps there would be a day when they could regrow, but that would probably take a very, very long time. Under Yi Mingju's supervision, the night roamers built houses and residences under the great banyan tree's tangled roots. Li Qingshan stood on the great banyan tree, overlooking the bustling night roamers below before gazing at the boundary of the Azura field. He could not help but sigh in amazement. In the past, he could only sleep in a cowshed. Just how cramped was that? Now, he possessed a private territory that spanned several hundred kilometers. It truly felt like a lifetime had passed. However, the difficulties of the past were not worth lamenting over. Even now, he was unable to see just how colossal the oxen that had accompanied him for over a decade was. "I'll be waiting for you beyond the 9 heavens, waiting for the day when you stand beside me." He gazed at the sky. Was the Azura realm lofty? Beyond the 9 heavens was probably an even greater place. "Don't lower your head to anyone or anything, because you've once ridden on my back." These words were engraved in his heart. He took out the bamboo flute he had not used in a very long time and placed it by his lips, playing it rather rudely. The flute music that was not particularly pleasant drifted through the wind. The Banyan Tree King listened on silently. He had heard countless pleasant tunes in the past, but he had never heard a flute like this. Chapter 682. The tune of the flute came to an end, and the sky had already darkened. The Azura field had experienced another advancement and breakthrough, and the blood-colored vortex in the sky instead gradually dissipated, revealing a faint red sky, waiting for the next life and death battle. Li Qingshan prepared to leave the Azura field and cultivate in seclusion, breaking through to the golden elixir realm. Suddenly, he felt a scorching gaze staring at him from below. Yi Mingju searched for a suitable place to stabilize her cultivation, and Yi Liusu directed everyone to rebuild their homes. Everyone had their own work, but they would occasionally raise their heads and look into the depths of the tree. Only Yulubwa sat on the branch, hugging her knees, and looked at him without blinking. She listened to the sound of the flute, as if she was listening to celestial music. Rather than saying it was love between a man and a woman, it was more like looking up to a god. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and leaped down from the great banyan tree. His phoenix wings flapped lightly, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. He flew over the rainforest, picked her up in his arms, and flew toward the distant mountains. Looks like it's time to fulfill my promise. Li Qingshan lowered his head and smiled at her in his arms. Master, Yulubwa said in surprise and hugged him tightly. Just call me by my name. But I like to call you Master. That's up to you. Yulusu looked up at them flying away from the great banyan tree, flying away from the rainforest. She felt a little sour in her heart, but also happy for Yulubwa. In the end, she felt relieved. Just now, listening to him play the flute, she felt more and more how far apart they were, and it would only get further and further. He would never belong to a woman. The wind whistled past her ears. Yulubwa knew about the strangeness of this world, but in his arms, she experienced unprecedented peace, as well as an indescribable sense of joy. Before anything had even happened, her eyes had already become rather dazed. Flying over the dusty desert, those Azura were fighting, and several Azura were fighting for their positions. When they saw Li Qingshan flying over the horizon, they all stopped their weapons and stood solemnly. That battle had made them understand who was the fully deserving ruler of this place. Li Qingshan smiled and saluted them. Seeing the Azuras return the salute, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He continued flying forward until he reached the snowy mountain. Just now, he landed at the foot of the mountain, where he could see the lake in the distance. Do you like it here? I like it. Yulubwa bit her lips. Her breathing quickened, and her body began to heat up. Li Qingshan placed her on the pure white snow and used his fingers to gently stroke her face. Then he slid his fingers down. Her armor silently disintegrated, and her plump breasts jumped out. With a slight ripple, he continued to slide down, and her skirt armor also disintegrated. Her beautiful body was completely revealed before him, only leaving behind a pair of boots. The beautiful patterns unique to night roamers unfurled, and her dark blue skin formed an extremely distinct contrast against the pure white snow. Yulubwa gazed at him eagerly and helplessly like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She murmured, "Master." Li Qingshan was in no hurry when faced with this cute pet who had offered everything to him without holding anything back. He teased her patiently and interestedly. His index finger passed between them until it reached her delicate navel, poking it gently. Yulubwa shuddered and let out a pleasant moan. Her round thighs crossed and rubbed against each other gently. Li Qingshan never expected her to be so easily aroused. He teased, seriously. Yulubwa furrowed her brows. She felt wronged. "It's all because of you, Master. Don't talk back." Li Qingshan pressed his index finger against her pouting lips with a smile. She immediately fell into warmth. She raised her head and sucked on his finger. Her smooth, fragrant tongue wrapped around it, licking and sucking as if she was tasting some delicacy. Her eyes were blurry, but filled with joy. She was both passionate and careful, like the most fervent believer pleasing their god. Li Qingshan felt his desire burn. His caresses became more intense. He played around with the softness forcefully and extended a hand under her body. He discovered that it was even moister than her mouth. All he heard was a high-pitched moan, "Master." She was filled with desire. As a result, Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He leaned over. Before the joy of love had even dispersed completely, he had already returned to the dark belly of the mountain. Li Qingshan shook his head and sucked in a deep breath. Afterwards, he lit some incense, bathed, changed his clothes, and cleared his mind. He made the most adequate preparations. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Everything that had happened in this period of time, from the start of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures to the killing of Dan, the battles, the words, the hatred, the gratitude, the hostility, the kindness, Scenes flashed before his eyes, encompassing all the people and matters. Anger and joy, helplessness and desire surged in his heart at the same time. His eyes gradually became as calm as water, allowing everything to settle. Perhaps it was because he had taken the fruit of wisdom, but his mind had become exceptionally clear. In the end, all the people and matters faded away. Only the spiritual chi in his Dantian's sea of chi fluctuated. It was only a short distance away, but it was as deep and vast as the ocean. The time was ripe. It was time to take the step. He took out an origin spirit pill, consumed it, and refined it. A strange feeling spread throughout his body. The originally calm sea of chi in his Dantian suddenly began to ripple unstably. His sea of consciousness also began to churn, as if it wanted to spread and expand even further. It also seemed like it wanted to close and condense the sea into a pearl. The two feelings contradicted each other, yet they were extremely harmonious, allowing Li Qingshan to catch a glimpse of the existence of that gateway. He silently practiced the arts of the boundless ocean, but he was in no hurry to break through. He silently comprehended the effects of the origin spirit pill and the true essence of the ocean. A while later, the effects dispersed, and the first origin spirit pill was wasted just like that. Even golden core cultivators would find it extravagant, but he only took out a second origin spirit pill calmly. He did not consume it immediately. He just sat there quietly, allowing time to pass by. Suddenly, the minor formation of 5 elements inversion was stirred up by a strange power and began to operate at full strength. However, even the wondrous formation could not stop the probing of the power. It passed through fate that was as chaotic as a maze bit by bit, heading straight for him. He held his breath and waited, making the spirit turtle dive deep and hide in the abyssal sea. It shrank into its shell and formed a system of its own. After passing through the formation, the power became rather sluggish. It probed for a long time, but it was unable to find any openings in the end. All it could do was return empty-handed. On the Dragon Province, the observatory of heaven shone with a faint light. The sun, moon, and stars were engraved on its 4 sides, as well as the changes in the weather. At the very top was a huge 8 trigrams diagram. A ruddy, white-haired old man sat in the center. A while later, the old man opened his eyes. They were pitch black and had no pupils, but they were as clear as a pool. The stars in the sky were reflected in them. He muttered to himself, "It's a difficult person to know." The minor formation of 5 elements inversion. If he had to divine it, it was not impossible. At the very least, he would be able to determine its location. However, he would have to pay a corresponding price. The dead disciple of the Beast King was not enough to make him do this. If Si Qing had died himself, that would be more like it. Though, I can't divine you, but can't I divine this minor formation of 5 elements inversion? The stars in the old man's eyes flickered together. As a formation specifically used against divination, the minor formation of 5 elements inversion did not have any defensive or trapping abilities. It was not a commonly seen formation, but it was quite valuable. There were not many people who possessed one. To a great school of yin-yang like him, this kind of defensive method was also a kind of clue and flaw. After a while, a figure appeared in his eyes. It went from blurry to clear. It was Gu Yenying. She even smiled at him and cupped her hands in greeting. This girl. The old man shook his head and got up to walk down the platform of heavens. The moment he left the platform of heavens, his tall figure suddenly stooped down. His clear eyes also became turbid. Even his ruddy face dimmed. Many wrinkles appeared out of nowhere. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked like a mortal. The Beast King, Si Qing, and Jiazhen were waiting below the platform of heavens. Seeing the old man come down, the Beast King also lowered his head and bowed. "Lord Supervisor, what's the result?" "I can't divine it." The old man raised his head and glanced at them. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. At this moment, the power of the platform of heavens had not completely dissipated. But his expression did not change. He turned and walked away, but he walked very slowly. The Beast King caught up with him in a single step. "You should be able to divine his location, right?" I don't want anything else. I just want to know where his true body is hidden. If you can't divine it, then you can't divine it." The old man waved his hand. The three of them were greatly surprised. They all knew the ability of this old man, not to mention the fact that he had used a treasure like the platform of heavens. Logically speaking, he could even clearly divine that monster of the North Moon's birth date, identity, and background. How could he not even be able to divine his location? For the sake of this divination, the Beast King had spent a great deal of money, but this was the result he had obtained. How could he be willing to accept this? He frowned and his dignified face became even more aggressive. But facing this old man, his violent temper could not explode in the slightest. The old man stopped and turned his head. His turbid eyes became very clear. "That's right, I have something to tell the three of you." The three of them did not dare to be negligent. They listened attentively. What the old man said was not some profound prophecy. The matters of the world are unsettled. It is better to leave them unsettled. At this time, Li Qingshan took the second origin spirit pill. He still did not need to break through. He quietly meditated, and then he took the third, the fourth, and when he took out the fifth origin spirit pill, more than a month had already passed. He looked at the fifth origin spirit pill in his hand and put it away again. Then he continued to meditate until the medicinal effects of the first four origin spirit pills had completely dissolved. Then he wholeheartedly activated the arts of the boundless ocean. From the first to the sixth tier of the arts, he circulated them smoothly without any more sluggishness. Another 2 months passed. He used the origin spirit pill to spy on the location of the door, but he did not intend to use the origin spirit pill to break through. In the end, he still needed to rely on his own strength to take that step. This was naturally much more difficult. But he was not anxious. He patiently sat for another 4 months. It was an extremely long period of time, but in the midst of cultivation, it seemed like an instant. It was as if he was immersed in a dream. One day at dawn, he opened his eyes and awoke from the dream. In his dantian, billowing spiritual energy began to gather, condensing into that deep ocean pearl. At the same time, he heard the angry roar of thunder. Chapter 683. Li Qingshan leapt up and rushed out of the center of the mountain, welcoming the first bolt of lightning that descended from above. Boom! The dazzling white lightning struck Li Qingshan, and he felt a strange numbness all over his body. Even the depths of his soul trembled slightly, shocked by the terrifying might of the world. Only then did he feel a deep pain. This was a fatal bolt of lightning. It was also the greatest test of the heavens for those who were unwilling to accept their current situation. It was a heaven-sent opportunity for them to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. The spiritual energy in his dantian's sea of qi was rapidly consumed by the lightning. At the same time, the impurities were removed and they were fused in a new way. Different from the first heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds piled up thickly in the sky. Whether it was the momentum or the pressure, they were many times stronger than before. They hung low above the Lianyu mountain range. Bolts of lightning shuttled back and forth in the clouds, but they were not released. Beneath the violent surface, they contained the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. The heavens and the earth flickered indeterminately. Tribulation lightning bolts were like divine hammers crafted by the heavens as they fiercely hammered this piece of stubborn iron. If it was able to endure this sort of tempering, then it would be able to become steel that had been tempered 100 times. If it couldn't, then it would only end up with its bones crushed. Amidst the intense pain, Li Qingshan's thoughts were extremely clear and calm. If most cultivators could survive the first heavenly tribulation without too much danger, then the second heavenly tribulation was much more dangerous. Countless cultivators had lost their lives at this juncture. But he was not afraid. After cultivating the 9 transformations of demons and gods, his willpower and the strength of his body had become extremely tough, far exceeding the level of a foundation establishment cultivator. If he still could not survive the heavenly tribulation, then he deserved to die. At the same time, Ru Exine was sitting cross-legged in the jade-melting cauldron, cultivating the heavenly tome of cloud furnace she had obtained from Chu Tian. Using herself as a pill to refine was not an easy task, but she did not even frown. She was completely naked, like a beauty carved out of white jade. As the foundation of a cultivator, this cultivation method was even more powerful than she had imagined. In less than half a year of cultivation, she had undergone a tremendous change. Her cultivation also broke through to the middle stage of the foundation-building realm. Other than the strength of the cultivation method, it was also because of her own strange talent. Of course, the jade-melting cauldron was a rare magic weapon. It was also a great contribution. Compared to these gains, the pain of cultivation was indeed nothing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out. It contained the might of the heavens and earth. Even the spirit formation was unable to block it. Could it be? Ru Exian's heart skipped a beat. Putting away his cultivation technique, he put on his clothes and walked out of the cave. When he saw the figure fighting with the lightning, he felt an indescribable sense of shock. Although he knew that his actual strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. However, there were some differences in cultivation realms that could not be made up for with pure strength. Once he took this step, he would be able to reach a whole new realm and become a peerless genius in the cultivation world of Qingzhou. The rumbling of thunder was continuous, as if it was roaring endlessly, drowning him completely. Ru Exine was also unable to look at it directly. She thought to herself, no wonder so many cultivators died under the second heavenly tribulation. There is indeed great danger involved. However, there's no need to worry about him. I've cultivated the heavenly tome of cloud furnace, so I have some confidence. The radiance of the lightning was extremely glorious. Within Li Qingshan's body, with a loud bang, the surging spiritual energy gathered at a single point, converging into a spinning, perfectly round, azure bead. The aura within was vast and deep like the ocean. Second heavenly tribulation breakthrough. The azure sea pearl was refined. The clouds dissipated. The sky was blue and the sun shone brightly. He opened his arms and let out a long roar. The mountains responded. He suddenly turned back and smiled at Ru Exine in the distance. In that instant, all the sunlight gathered on his face. After going through so many hardships, he had finally taken another step forward. Congratulations, you didn't get struck by lightning. After Li Qingshan reorganized himself, he came to Ru Exine's cave abode. Ru Exine served tea and said with a smile, I won't die even if you die. And then, you've changed quite a bit as well. Li Qingshan studied Ru Exine. Her skin had always been extremely fair and delicate, but now it shone with a glossy, jade-like luster, which made her seem less lively and more otherworldly. Ru Exine did not hide anything and told him the whole story. Heavenly Tome of Cloud Furnace. I didn't think this kid would have such a use. You won't really become a rock in the future, will you? What's the point of that? Li Qingshan reached out and poked Ru Exine's cheek. Fortunately, it was still warm and soft. Take off your dog paws, Ru Exine said without changing expression. Hey, if I capture him and torture him now, do you think I can get more useful things? Li Qingshan took an inch and took a mile, turning poking into pinching. He reached out with his other hand and pinched the other side of her cheek, pulling it to both sides. Her peerlessly beautiful face became strange. He chuckled. Just as Ru Exine was about to explode, he let go. Here, the water god's seal we agreed on. But it's best to use it under my control. If the aura inside is accidentally leaked, or the Ling energy in the rivers and lakes is used, there might be big trouble. The water god seal, which was like a coiled dragon, emitted a deep blue light and contained powerful Ling energy. Yet Li Qingshan could clearly feel that during this period of time, someone was trying to steal from him, using another water god's seal to wantonly devour his waters. If it was any other day, he didn't even need to come in person. He only needed to activate the water god's seal to expel them. But thinking about it, he knew that this was definitely a trap set by the enemy to lure him out. It was a so-called overt plot. Right now, There was even a risk of being exposed if he used the water god seal to gather water spiritual chi for cultivation. He simply ignored it completely. The Rui commandery spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. There were so many rivers and lakes, and he had only managed to unify them so quickly with the divine powers of the spirit turtle. The ancestral emperor had used the larger pieces of the water god seal to forge the 9 cauldrons. Even if the enemy's water god seal was a generous estimate, it would already be impressive if it could contain a tenth of the water. Whether it was devouring it or nibbling it away, they could forget about threatening his position as a water god without a few years of effort. He would let them do whatever they wanted. There would be a time for them to cry. Since there's trouble, then you better be careful. It's fine if the Beast King rips you to shreds, but don't drag me into it. Ru Xian rubbed her face and said viciously, "All the pills I owe you are gone." In the past, Li Qingshan had given her many spiritual herbs from underground for her to refine. She had refined most of them into pills and split them with Li Qingshan. There was still a small portion, either because she had not managed to refine them in time, or because she could not find the spiritual herbs that matched them, so they could be regarded as unpaid debts. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. I might be Prince Xiqing's biggest creditor, so I'm not in need of those things. However, you still have to pay your debts, or you'll just have to pay with your body. Before you turn into stone, I'll let you experience what the pleasure of making love is. Ru Xian smiled. I have 4 words for you. Wishful thinking? Fuck you. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The water god's seal flew up from his hand, shining with 2 streaks of blue light that resembled mist. They enveloped the 2 of them, and they both absorbed the spiritual chi silently, falling silent for a moment. Time passed. Their eyes met, and after a while, Ru Xian closed her eyes. Li Qingshan smiled and closed his eyes as well. He looked at the ocean pearl condensed in his body. It spun as it spun, devouring the surging water spiritual chi like a glutton before refining and converting it into its own power. It was like a bottomless pit. The demand for spiritual chi at Golden Core sure is startling. If I don't have the water god seal and only have to consume pills and absorb spiritual chi to cultivate, the amount of time I'll need will definitely be calculated in years. Once the spirit turtle breaks through to the 5th layer, the amount of water spiritual chi required will definitely be tremendous. It really won't do without the water god seal as a foundation. Ru Xian opened her eyes again and stared at his face before closing her eyes again. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. As the saying went, 60 years in the mountains. Cultivation would always make it easy for people to forget the passage of time. It felt like they had only taken a nap or spaced out for a while. Li Qingshan stabilized his cultivation at Golden Core. At the same time, he comprehended the various changes after the 2nd heavenly tribulation. The breakthrough of human cultivation did not directly increase his strength by much. It only refined his soul and body again, making his soul sense even more powerful. After all, the North Moon who cultivated the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was far too powerful. The greatest use of the ocean pearl was to replenish 20 to 30% of his demon chi at crucial times. However, crossing this major realm of cultivation was crucial, whether it was for humans or demons. The higher one's cultivation, the closer they were to the ways of the world. No matter how many cultivation methods and wondrous abilities there were, their final objective was to welcome the descent of the heavenly tribulations. It was as if a heavy shackle had been broken. The ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit tortoise, who had been stagnant all this time, slowly began to grow in strength again. They also gained a new understanding of the usage of their innate abilities. When they completely mastered these understandings, they would have a higher chance of victory against opponents like Jiazhen and Si Qing. Ru Xian opened her eyes as well. The exhaustion and comfort she felt after cultivation were gone. You seem to be in a hurry to increase your cultivation recently. Li Qingshan had found this strange since a long time ago. In the past, Ru Xian had never mentioned using the water god's seal to cultivate. Although she had given it to him, Li Qingshan had only reached his current level after experiencing countless difficulties and dangers. They were good friends, but she would never take the initiative to ask him for something, let alone something so important. I've thought of some old grievances, and I want to settle them as soon as possible. What grievances? Tell me. It has nothing to do with you. Ru Exine flatly refused. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder. If you died, I would be sad. Although they had agreed not to probe each other's secrets, it was inevitable that they would understand each other more and more. Chapter 684. Are you suffering from schizophrenia? The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled, and he let go. The gratitude on her face seemed to serve as a cushion for her malicious words, so as to create an impact. What do you mean by suffering from schizophrenia? Ru Exine slapped her shoulder a few times as if she had been tainted with something. Li Qingshan gave a rough explanation, and Ru Exine was taken aback. She sighed. So there's something wrong with my head too. And it's quite serious. Oh right, there's something good I have to tell you. What? Li Qingshan could only go along with her intentional change of topic. After all, everyone had their secrets, and it had nothing to do with the depth of their feelings. It was just like how he would never tell anyone about his identity as a transmigrator. If they insisted on finding out, it would instead be rude. The Marquis of Rui of Xiqing has been dismissed from his post by the Imperial Court, and he even personally went to the provincial lord's estate in South Hub City to apologize. It hasn't even been a month since then. He's probably the Marquis with the shortest lifespan in history. He brought this upon himself. During the month he was on the throne, he basically declared war against the demons. The strength of the cultivation community in the entire Rui Commandery has plummeted. Even if the Imperial Court can tolerate him, the provincial lord of the Green Province can't. Then who's taking over the Marquis of Rui's position? Although Li Qingshan had guessed this might happen, he could not help but rouse in spirits when he heard that. As long as Jiazhen remained in the Rui Commandery, he would probably do everything he could to make trouble for him. But speaking of which, who was it that was encroaching on his territory? Don't tell me it's the new Marquis of Rui? Don't tell me it's another prince. He's returned it to the Jiang family, replaced by one of Jiang Fu's sons, but he's only at Foundation Establishment. He'll be assisted by Commander Gu and Great General Han. Great General Han. Yes, your father-in-law Han has returned. He's undergone the second heavenly tribulation too, taking over the position of Great General. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. With that, the Han family had basically stabilized their position in the Rui Commandery again. Coupled with Gu Yenying, the two most authoritative figures of the Rui Commandery, he had close ties with them. No one would make things difficult for him anymore. He could temporarily settle down and cultivate for a while, fly away with Han Xiongji, go into the Azura field to make a few more babies with Yiloboa, or go underground to bully Helicoverpa Rosa. Of Rui of his time. Once the painting tomb opened, he would go on an adventure with Chu Danqing. Of the days. As he of Qing, of Chu of Qingshan, he of the Shan, he, Chu, of the of Qin, he of. However, Li Qingshan firmly believed that it was not that he would not seek revenge, but that the time had not come yet. After chatting with Ru Exine for a while longer, Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Oh right, have you heard of the flower of water and fire?" The flower of water and fire? Ru Exine's expression immediately became rather strange. It's said that in the depths of the South Sea, when a volcano erupts, water and fire merge. You don't need to say any more, I understand. Before Li Qingshan could even finish, he was interrupted by Ru Exine. He beamed inside. So you've heard of it. Do you know where I can find it? Ru Exine shook her head. There's no need to look. There's no need to look? Because it's fake. Ru Exine said firmly. Legends were only known as legends because it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. She had actually determined it to be fake, which left Li Qingshan very surprised. That's what the Banyan Tree King personally told me. He stayed in the Mist Province for 10,000 years. That's not like he's omniscient. I'd advise you to stop wasting your time on this. This legend is a lie. Ru Xian's gaze drifted away as if she was gazing into an extremely distant place. The legendary flower of water and fire was indeed a symbol of peace between the two races, but there was more to the legend. If the flower of water and fire bloomed constantly, it would bring great disaster to the two races. In the headquarters of the Hawk-Wolf Guard in the prefectural city of Clear River, the bronze hawk spread its wings, overlooking and guarding the city. However, the entrance seemed rather deserted. This was obviously due to Si Qing's sins. If it were not for the fact that a portion of the Hawk-Wolf Guards were not disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought, and that they were out on missions and did not take part in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, they basically would not have been able to function normally already. In a room on the top floor, Hua Chenglu was currently busy with official documents. In the past, she lacked this ability, but after the wisdom imbuement, she was extremely adept at it now. Suddenly, she heard a few thumps outside the window. She turned around in surprise, only to see a familiar figure standing outside the window with a resplendent smile. "Big Brotherly, you've emerged." Hua Chenglu was overjoyed. She stood up in a hurry and opened the window, letting Li Qingshan in. Li Qingshan saw Hua Chenglu dressed in the uniform of a Scarlet Wolf commander. She seemed valiant and much more mature. "Congratulations, you've been promoted." "Greetings from subordinate Hua Chenglu, Commander." Hua Chenglu clasped her hands with a smile. She was delighted to be able to work with him. The only flaw was that her elder brother Commander did not spend much time in the Hawk-Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan said seriously, "Just like how men and women work together, work is never tiring. You should have been my assistant a long time ago. I'd even be interested in coming here a few more times. Then, if you don't come in the future, I won't let it go." Hua Chenglu pouted slightly. No matter how mature she had become, she could not help but behave like a little girl when she faced the man she had been thinking about day and night over the past few months. As soon as she said that, she found it to be a little too intimate. Her face reddened slightly, which made her seem extremely charming. It made Li Qingshan's heart skip a beat. He sniggered. "I'll do my best. Where's your elder brother?" "My elder brother has broken through to mid-foundation establishment and been promoted to a White Wolf Guard. He's gone to the Rui Commandery." When Hua Sengzan was mentioned, Hua Chenglu recovered some of her composure. She could not help but recall what Hua Sengzan had said to her when she returned from the Rui Commandery. His words were vague, but the meaning was very clear. He wanted her to maintain some distance from Li Qingshan. He was not a man she could control. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. He's finally gotten what he wanted. The infatuated lover of Hua Sengzan had finally gotten a little closer to the woman of his dreams. When this was mentioned, Hua Chenglu's expression became rather mixed. "My elder brother." "Oh, right. Commander Gu said that if you emerge, you should contact her immediately." "Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking." When Li Qingshan left the Chain Mountains, he had chosen this place as his first stop because he wanted to contact Gu Yenying. Her status was great enough, so she knew many secrets. He wanted to ask her just who was encroaching on his territory. Hua Chenglu watched as Li Qingshan stepped into the room to contact the Hawk-Wolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. She sank into her thoughts. She felt like Li Qingshan's aura had changed slightly again with his appearance this time, but she was unable to describe just what the changes were. Suddenly, she thought of something. "Don't tell me Big Brotherly has broken through to Golden Core?" Afterwards, she shook her head and found that impossible. Golden Core was not that easy to break through to. Although he had boasted that he could break through to Golden Core before the age of 30, he was still a few years away from that. Only when she thought like that did she feel like the distance between them was not so great. Li Qingshan had concealed his aura, but it was not something she could see through. Not long after, Li Qingshan walked out of his room with a thoughtful look on his face. He received a piece of good news from Gu Yenying. The imperial family had paid back the debt that Si Qing owed him without any discount at all. It was currently in Gu Yenying's Sumera ring. She could pass it on to him at any time. This was obviously fantastic news, but at the same time, Gu Yenying reminded him that it was best if he did not expose his current cultivation. This matter had already raised some displeasure from the higher-ups, but it was not to the point where they would lower themselves to deal with the measly foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he exposed his current cultivation, it would definitely shock the world and draw everyone's attention. Gu Yanying's exact words were, "If you don't want to be transferred to the Mist Province as a White Hawk commander, you better maintain your current situation obediently." This was perfect for Li Qingshan. He also happened to want to settle down for a while. Right now, the title of genius had nothing to do with him. However, what Gu Yanying said next surprised him. It was not humans who were devouring his water territory, but demons. They wanted to use this method to force the North Moon to show himself and then pass on the Dragon King of the Sea's orders to him so that he could meet the Dragon King in the Ink Sea. Once he received the orders, if he dared to turn them down half-heartedly, then he would immediately be unable to tolerate the Dragon King of the Sea and the demons of the Green Province. There was no need for any reason at all. To a ruler, disobeying orders was a capital offense. Originally, Li Qingshan thought he could find an opportunity to kill him with his clone if he was not some powerful figure. Fortunately, he did not do that. He was still reluctant to directly oppose the Dragon King of the Sea. That was much more troublesome than the Beast King. He might as well make the name of the North Moon vanish for a while. Hua Chunlu asked in concern, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I'll pay a visit to the 100 schools of thought first." "Oh, right. I'll come visit you often in the future." Li Qingshan flew off. Hua Chunlu grumbled, "What do you mean come visit me often? This isn't a building." In the underground palace under Benevolence Island, Chu Tian quietly lay on a frost jade bed. The frost jade bed exuded a white mist, and his naked body was faintly discernible. Originally, his figure was extremely ordinary, but now it had become much taller. He appeared slightly thin, but it complemented his elegant temperament. The only regret was that his face was too ordinary. Beside the bed, a red-crowned crane incense burner spat out a wisp of smoke. It curled around Chu Tian as if it was alive, giving off a dense, wondrous fragrance. It made his body relax, and his bones seemed to loosen up bit by bit. He slumped on the bed, and even his mind drifted away. A white figure walked over to the bed and extended her hands. One of them held a sharp knife that was only around an inch long. She said, "Are you ready?" "I'm about to begin." The voice was hazy, as if it came from afar. Through the mist and smoke, Chu Tian made out Ru Xian's face. Using the last of his strength, he nodded slowly. Afterwards, his thoughts rapidly sank. Li Qingshan walked in from the passageway and stood beside Hua Xi. He had left the Chain Mountains with Ru Xian. He knew she wanted to perform plastic surgery on Chu Tian, so he obviously had to come and take a look. Obviously, she had to come and take a look. All she saw was Ru Xian concentrating. The blade in her hand slid away Chu Tian's cheek easily, carrying out the surgery in an orderly manner. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.